Chapter 1 Golden Glow. Huang Guang squatted before a street vendor stall, staring at a small bronze incense burner for a good 10 minutes, yet still hesitating over whether to buy it. The stall owner was a middle-aged man dressed in a washed-out, old-style camouflage military uniform who appeared honest and simple. Seeing Huang Guang merely staring at his small bronze censer, he wanted to speak but didn't know what to say, occasionally rubbing his hands nervously instead. After watching for a while longer, Huang Guang stood up, sighed, and prepared to leave. "Young man, these are heirlooms from my family, fine treasures. Are you really not interested?" Seeing Huang Guang about to leave, the shopkeeper finally spoke up. His speech carried a thick rural accent, and he spoke without any finesse, clearly a man fresh from the countryside. Huang Guang didn't speak, just shook his head and left with a sigh. If he had spare money, Huang Guang would truly be willing to spend 3,000 yuan to buy this Xuanda-style censer that looked like a Qing dynasty replica. But he only had 5,000 yuan on him. His mother was sick in the hospital, and the family urgently needed money. He really couldn't casually spend their limited funds on an uncertain bronze censer. Watching Huang Guang leave, the vendor thought to himself, "Was my act not convincing enough? Sigh. People these days are too clever to fool easily." Huang Guang was from Wangqing County. His family consisted of his parents, an elder brother working away from home, and a younger sister in her final year of high school. His parents were ordinary factory workers. Recently, his mother had been suddenly diagnosed with liver cirrhosis requiring a transplant operation costing about 500,000 yuan. As ordinary wage earners, his parents couldn't possibly afford such an amount. Being a freshly graduated college student, Huang Guang could do little to help. Because of his mother's illness, the family was even considering selling their home. As for why Huang Guang wanted to buy the bronze furnace, it was because he had studied history in college. He wanted to gamble using his knowledge, but in the end, he gave up. He realized that what he had learned in school wasn't enough to help him determine whether the small bronze furnace was genuine or fake. Huang Guang's home was a modest two-story self-built house. Sitting on a chair after returning home, he gazed at the place where he had lived for 22 years, filled with reluctance. Perhaps soon, this home that had witnessed all his joys and sorrows over those 22 years would belong to someone else. At that moment, Huang Guang felt a pang of self-loathing. When his mother fell ill, he couldn't lift a finger to help. Suddenly, an idea struck Huang Guang. He quickly ran to the storage room, rummaged through a corner, and pulled out a somewhat worn-out black wooden box. Opening it, he found several basketball-sized stones inside. Huang Guang remembered when he found this wooden box as a child. There were a few stones inside. At the time, his father said they were rocks his grandfather had brought back during his geological work. His grandfather hadn't explained, and his father didn't know what they were either, so they'd just been left there. Now looking at them, these stones strongly resembled raw jadeite. Though Huang Guang had never seen raw jadeite in person, he'd been immersed in enough online novels and had seen plenty of photos of raw stone materials online. Even without professional knowledge, he could recognize them partly. They really are raw jadeite," Huang Guang exclaimed with delight, running his fingers over the rough surfaces of the 4 stones in the wooden box. "Grandfather, I never imagined you'd leave behind something so valuable." With the raw stones secured, the next step was cutting them open to see if they contained jade. So Huang Guang rushed to the hardware market, bought a small cutting machine, and hurried back home. After returning home, Huang Guang immediately started cutting a basketball-sized piece of raw stone with a cutting machine. However, to Huang Guang's disappointment, when he cut open the first piece of raw stone, there was nothing inside. After all, Huang Guang's grandfather wasn't someone who actually worked with raw jadeite materials, so it was impossible for every stone he brought back to contain jade. Thinking this, Huang Guang placed the second piece of raw stone onto the machine. The blade swiftly sliced through the material, fragments falling away one after another, yet still no sign of jade appeared. As the rough stone was halfway cut, Huang Guang suddenly spotted a flash of green. He hastily stopped the cutting machine, removed the stone, and placed it into the prepared water basin. As the dust was washed away, Huang Guang caught sight of that speck of green encased within the stone. Green appeared. Staring at that hint of green, Huang Guang froze for a long moment before letting out an excited shout. After holding the rough stone excitedly for quite some time, Huang Guang gradually calmed down and began carefully cutting into it. After spending half an hour, Huang Guang finally extracted the piece of jade, about the size of an egg, from the rough stone. After rinsing the jade thoroughly, Huang Guang gazed at the emerald green gem in his hand, crystal clear, flawless, and shimmering like a precious jewel. His heart swelled with excitement, knowing his mother's illness could now be treated, because the jade he held was none other than the legendary imperial green of glass-like purity. I'm rich, I'm rich. Huang Guang's hands trembled with overwhelming excitement. Huang Guang knew the current market value of jade like the one he held. Imperial green of such quality was the rarest of the rare. Even though it was only the size of an egg, its worth was undoubtedly in the tens of millions at the very least. Dreaming of driving sports cars and living in villas, Huang Guang nearly drooled with anticipation. After a long while, Huang Guang finally snapped out of his fantasies, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the remaining 2 large and 1 small uncut jade stones. After cutting open the 2 large stones, he obtained another fist-sized piece of ice jade, semi-transparent and radiating a pure, crystal-clear glow, though not as flawless as glass-grade jade. Its larger size still promised a high price. Having secured 2 high-quality jade pieces, Huang Guang was ready to call it a day, until he spotted the remaining fist-sized, pitch-black stone in the wooden crate, stirring his obsession once more. Gambling on stone is as addictive as gambling itself. After all, the feeling when uncut jade is revealed from the raw material is truly marvelous. When the cutting machine split open the dark stone, Huang Guang suddenly caught a glimpse of gold. He immediately stopped the machine and picked up the stone. But as Huang Guang held the stone up to scrutinize it closely, he couldn't find even a trace of gold anymore. What's going on? I definitely saw a glimmer of gold just now. Why is it gone? Huang Guang turned the stone over and over in his hands, yet not a speck of gold remained. At that very moment, a sharp stone cut Huang Guang's right index finger, and a golden light suddenly shot into his finger through the wound. The flash was so swift that Huang Guang didn't even notice it. Then, Huang Guang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he fainted. After Huang Guang lost consciousness, a golden light flashed across his eyes before vanishing. 2 hours later, Huang Guang slowly came to and found himself lying in bed, with his younger sister Huang Yi sitting anxiously by his side, staring at him with worried eyes. Seeing Huang Guang wake up, Huang Yi immediately said joyfully, "Brother, you're awake. What happened just now? How did you end up lying in the storage room? I couldn't wake you no matter how hard I tried. You scare me to death." By the end of her words, tears had begun to shimmer in Huang Yi's large eyes. "Don't be scared, little sister. Look, your brother is perfectly fine," Huang Guang reassured her, patting her head gently. Chapter 2, 8 million. "Brother, Mom is already in the hospital. Please don't let anything happen to you too," Huang Yi said, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed anxiously at Huang Guang. "Don't worry, your brother is in great health. Nothing bad will happen. Little sister, you're about to take your college entrance exams. Why are you still crying like a child? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you?" Huang Guang teased with a smile. Who's crying?" Huang Yi pouted coquettishly. Huang Guang gazed at her with adoration before excitedly saying, "Let me share some good news. I found a way to arrange the money for Mom's surgery." "Really?" Huang Yi widened her eyes in excitement. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Huang Guang replied proudly. After the initial excitement faded, Huang Yi studied her brother carefully and asked, "Brother, where did you get all that money? You're not doing anything bad, are you?" Their mother didn't need the money for treatment, but Huang Yi didn't want her brother to go down the wrong path. Huang Guang looked at Huang Yi helplessly and said, "Your brother here is a law-abiding citizen through and through. How could I possibly get involved in anything shady? By the way, aren't you supposed to be in class today? Why haven't you left yet? I was just worried something might have happened to you. Brother, are you really okay now?" Huang Yi still seemed uneasy. "Really, I'm fine. Hurry up and get to school," Huang Guang assured her, patting his chest with confidence. "All right, I'll head to school then." Huang Yi checked the time and walked out the door. Huang Yi was approaching her college entrance exams, making every minute incredibly precious to her. However, her mother's illness during this period had deeply affected her. If not for her mother's insistence on seeing her get into university, she might not have been able to focus on studying at all. After Huang Yi left, Huang Guang got out of bed and walked to the mirror to carefully examine himself. He knew there must have been a reason for his sudden fainting spell earlier. It couldn't have happened for no reason. Standing before the mirror, Huang Guang scrutinized his reflection intently. After a long while, he finally noticed a faint golden glint flash across his pupils. The sudden appearance of the golden shimmer startled him, but when he looked again, the fleeting gleam had already vanished. Just as Huang Guang thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, that faint golden gleam appeared again. This time Huang Guang saw it clearly. The golden gleam circled once within his eyeball before vanishing again. Could it be that this golden gleam was what made me faint earlier? But where did I get this golden gleam from? Huang Guang didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse, but first he had to figure out its origin. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Could it be from that stone? Huang Guang rushed to the storage room only to find the black stone had disappeared. In its place remained some black dust. Holy shit, could that golden light from the stone have entered my body before it shattered? But what the hell was that thing anyway? Huang Guang was still terrified deep down. There was no helping it. Any ordinary person would be scared shitless in this situation. Humans naturally fear the unknown. The sudden appearance of the golden light made Huang Guang temporarily forget about the jade. Half an hour later, he finally remembered the jade and hurriedly packed both pieces into 2 separate boxes. After storing away the piece of glass-type jade, Huang Guang took the ice-type jade and headed out the door. Glass-type jade was becoming increasingly scarce these days. Since he still had some ice-type pieces, Huang Guang wasn't ready to sell this one yet. Carrying the box containing the jade, Huang Guang arrived at the largest jewelry store in Wanqing County. Upon entering, he saw 3 or 4 female employees in uniforms, idly playing with their phones. They glanced at Huang Guang, but didn't greet him warmly. After all, his attire didn't exactly scream big spender in a place like this. Though Huang Guang had just entered society, he was no stranger to such situations. He smiled faintly, unperturbed, confident they'd regret their current behavior when he walked out later. Huang Guang approached a moderately attractive saleswoman in her 20s and politely inquired, "Excuse me, miss, does your shop purchase jadeite?" Jadeite. The saleswoman glanced at Huang Guang. Typically, customers came to sell gold jewelry. Having someone offer jadeite was somewhat unusual. "Yes, jadeite." Huang Guang nodded confirmation. "Let me see it then." Originally inclined to ignore him, her curiosity about what jadeite Huang Guang possessed made her reconsider. Huang Guang carefully took out the box containing the jade, opened it, and showed the contents to the female shop assistant. The female clerk initially thought Huang Guang was going to sell jade items like bracelets or pendants, but when she saw the raw jade stone in the box, she froze momentarily. Upon noticing the quality of the jadeite, she was immediately taken aback. Although her knowledge of jade was limited, she could still tell that this piece was undoubtedly of exceptional quality. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll call the manager." The value of this jade was simply too high, far beyond what a junior clerk like her could handle alone. She had no choice but to fetch the store manager. Huang Guang nodded casually and began idly browsing the jewelry displays and the counters as the clerk walked toward the back of the store to summon the manager. Soon, the female clerk emerged with a young woman around 20 years old, dressed in uniform. The woman sported a neat, short haircut that revealed her smooth forehead, with subtle yet exquisite makeup highlighting her poised and spirited demeanor. A faint, almost mischievous smile played at the corners of her lips. Although the girl was younger than the saleswoman, she exuded an aura that overshadowed the latter by far. "Greetings, sir. My name is Su Lu, the manager of this store. I heard you have a piece of raw jade you'd like to sell to us. May I take a look, please?" Su Lu offered Huang Guang a polite smile. "Of course," Huang Guang replied, opening the box to show Su Lu the jade inside. Su Lu glanced at the jade in the box, her face lighting up with excitement as she addressed Huang Guang. "Sir, if possible, let's discuss this in my office." Huang Guang nodded. Following Su Lu into her office, he handed her the jadeite for a closer inspection. Su Lu didn't stand on ceremony either. After examining it once more and confirming there were no flaws, she turned to Huang Guang and asked, "Sir, are you really willing to sell this jade to us?" "As long as the price is right," Huang Guang nodded. "By the way, my name is Huang Guang." 8 million, Mr. Huang. How does this price sound to you?" Su Lu pondered briefly before quoting the figure. "This price is quite a fair deal. As long as Su Lu can utilize this piece of jade properly, she stands to profit from it as well." When Su Lu quoted that price, Huang Guang couldn't help but swallow hard. 8 million. Before this, even if he worked his entire life, he could never have earned that much money. "Fine, I agree." Calming his emotions, Huang Guang said with a composed expression. Chapter 3. 3 silver coins. After Huang Guang agreed, Su Lu began preparing the contract. After all, 8 million was no small sum, and having a contract in place would give both parties peace of mind. After reviewing the contract, Huang Guang signed his name on it. Once the contract was signed, Su Lu transferred 8 million into Huang Guang's account. While waiting for the SMS confirmation, she ventured to ask, "Mr. Huang, if I may be so bold, where did you acquire this piece of jade?" Huang Guang was still immersed in the joy of suddenly obtaining a large sum of money and casually replied, "I cut it out myself." Su Lu glanced at Huang Guang in surprise, praised him, and her attitude became even more enthusiastic. "So Mr. Huang is actually an expert in stone gambling. My apologies for not recognizing it earlier." For someone like Su Lu, who worked in the jewelry industry, befriending a skilled stone gambler could be incredibly beneficial. "An expert? I'm no expert in stone gambling." Huang Guang quickly waved his hands dismissively. The fact that he had extracted high-quality jadeite was entirely due to the rough stones left by his grandfather. He merely cut them open and extracted the jade himself, with no actual skill involved. Su Lu smiled and said nothing more, assuming Huang Guang simply didn't want to admit it. After all, geniuses often have their eccentricities. That much was understandable. Huang Guang was also somewhat lost for words. Judging by Su Lu's expression, no amount of explanation from him would make a difference. A few minutes later, Huang Guang's phone buzzed with a transfer notification. Staring at the string of zeros in the message, he felt as if he were in a dream. "Mr. Huang, the money should have arrived by now," Su Lu said with a smile. It's here." Huang Guang nodded after a dazed pause of several seconds. Then, Su Lu personally escorted Huang Guang out of the store. "Mr. Huang, this is my phone number. If you come across any more high-quality jade, feel free to contact me. Price is negotiable," Su Lu said as she handed him a business card bearing her contact details. "Sure, thanks. My number is 135. Huang Guang didn't have a business card, so he simply gave Su Lu his phone number. After Su Lu noted down his number, Huang Guang departed. With 8 million tucked away, he practically floated as he walked, daydreaming about how to spend the money once his mother recovered. He envisioned buying a sports car, finding a pretty girlfriend, traveling the world, and living it up. As he strolled along, Huang Guang suddenly spotted a familiar face. The middle-aged man who had sold him the small bronze incense burner that morning. The man was now setting up a roadside stall, and right there among his wares was the same little bronze incense burner. "Uncle, why did you change spots?" Huang Guang asked the middle-aged man. "A few guys in uniforms nearly flipped over my stall, so I had no choice but to relocate," the middle-aged man replied with a helpless expression. "Perfect timing. I can take another look at this bronze incense burner," Huang Guang said with a smile, crouching down. "Go ahead," the middle-aged man replied with hearty grin. Just as Huang Guang placed his hand on the bronze incense burner, a glint of golden light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, a three-dimensional image of the small bronze furnace appeared in his mind. The burner itself wasn't particularly noteworthy, but hidden at its base were 3 copper coins emitting a faint white glow. At the same time, the white light on those 3 silver coins seemed to be drawn into Huang Guang's finger before swiftly rushing into his eyes and merging with that golden glimmer, which in turn grew slightly stronger. Immediately afterward, A piece of information appeared in Huang Guang's mind. 3 silver dollars minted by the Huidong province during the Guangxu era, weighing 1 liang. The sudden occurrence made Huang Guang jerk his hand away from the bronze censer as if electrocuted. The middle-aged vendor stared at Huang Guang with a bewildered expression. Huang Guang examined his hand, but found nothing unusual. When he looked again at the bronze censer, however, he could now clearly see the 3 silver coins. Only the faint white glow that had once surrounded them had vanished. What's going on here? Could it be that strand of golden light causing this condition? Huang Guang could think of only one possible answer to explain his current situation. Huang Guang then placed his hand on several other items at the small stall. Nothing happened like before, which only strengthened his certainty. The golden glow in his vision truly responded only to authentic antiques. At this thought, Huang Guang suppressed his excitement and pointed to the small bronze censer while speaking to the vendor. "Boss, could you lower the price a little for this bronze censer?" Since he now knew all the items on this stall were fake, Huang Guang understood that the seemingly honest middle-aged man before him was actually a deceitful merchant selling counterfeits. He just didn't realize that among these fakes lay genuine antiques. "Young man, 3,000 is really a low price. I wouldn't be selling this if my family wasn't in urgent need of money," the stall owner said with an expression of genuine distress. Huang Guang wasn't buying his act anymore. Frowning, he countered, "Even though this bronze incense burner is a Qing dynasty replica, an authentic one would indeed be valuable. But if it's fake, it's worthless. I'm not exactly flush with cash either. 3,000 is really too much for me to gamble on. If the price were lower, though, I might take the risk." Knowing the middle-aged man was a fraud, Huang Guang naturally wanted to pay him as little as possible. These things were genuinely passed down from our ancestors. They can't be fake. The middle-aged man deliberately put on a hesitant expression, pondering for a moment before saying, "All right, how about this? Name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll sell them to you." $500, Huang Guang stated bluntly without hesitation. Hearing the offer, the middle-aged man nearly spat out blood in shock. He had seen his fair share of brutal haggling, but none as ruthless as this. What's worse, he had no choice but to accept this price. "That's a bit too low," the man protested. "This is the highest I can offer. If you're not willing, then there's nothing I can do." With that, Huang Guang stood up, pretending to leave. There were silver coins inside the bronze furnace, and Huang Guang had no intention of letting it slip away. He was certain a man would call him back. Even if he didn't, Huang Guang would find an excuse to return and buy it anyway. Sure enough, Huang Guang had only taken 2 steps when the middle-aged man called out to him, Young man, come back, come back." Huang Guang's heart leaped with joy as he returned to the stall. "Young man, I see you genuinely like this bronze censer. I'll sell it to you for 500 yuan. I believe you'll take good care of it," the middle-aged man said decisively. "Certainly will." Not bothering with further talk, Huang Guang handed over 500 yuan to the man and took the small bronze censer in his grasp. Then, after a polite word to the middle-aged man, Huang Guang left with the little bronze censer in hand. Watching Huang Guang leave, the middle-aged man tapped the money lightly in his hand, gloating inwardly. "Humph, no matter how hard you bargained, I still made 400 yuan off you. Sweet." However, if he ever realized those 400 yuan came at the cost of losing millions, he'd probably cough up 3 liters of blood in regret. Chapter 4: Golden Light Healing. When Huang Guang returned home with the small bronze censer, his father Huang Jinrong was preparing dinner. Seeing his son, the deep furrows on Huang Jinrong's forehead eased slightly as he forced a smile and said, "Xiao Guang, you're back. Just wait a bit longer. I'll fry 2 more dishes and we can eat." Seeing the worry etched on Huang Jinrong's face, Huang Guang knew he was anxious about his mother's condition and asked, "Dad, how's Mom doing now?" "That's right, we just need a suitable liver donor for the transplant surgery," Huang Jinrong said absent-mindedly. Right now, his mind was preoccupied with how to come up with such a hefty sum for the operation. Moreover, Huang was about to take her college entrance exams, another period requiring substantial funds, which left Huang Jinrong utterly drained. "Dad, don't worry about the money. I've already raised the funds." Huang Guang had sold the jade precisely to relieve his family's financial burdens, so naturally, he had to share this news. "Xia Guang, what are you saying? You've raised the money? Where did you get so much money? Huang Jinrong looked at Huang Guang with astonishment, yet also with concern, fearing his son might have taken the wrong path. Huang Guang then explained how he had cut jade from the rough stones left by his grandfather and sold it, showing his father the bank transaction messages on his phone. Although it sounded like something out of story to Huang Jinrong, the bank messages on Huang Guang's phone left him no choice but to believe it. It seems your grandfather did leave us something after all. Knowing Huang Guang now had 8 million, Huang Jinrong visibly relaxed. After the meal was prepared, Huang Guang accompanied Huang Jinrong to the hospital to share the good news with his mother and encourage her to focus on proper treatment. Upon arriving at the hospital, Huang Jinrong explained the situation to Huang Guang's mother, Wu Meizhen. Learning about Huang Guang's incredible fortune, Wu Meizhen's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. Initially, upon discovering her terminal illness, she had abandoned all hope, unwilling to bankrupt the family for her treatment or sacrifice her daughter's chance at college education. Now that circumstances had miraculously turned in their favor, sparing her life, Wu Meizhen was overwhelmed with relief. After all, even insignificant creatures cling dearly to life, let alone human beings. Mom, you concentrate on recovering now. Huang Guang sat beside the bed and grasped Wu Meizhen's hands firmly. Once you're cured, our whole family can finally enjoy a good life. Just as Huang Guang grasped Wu Meizhen's hand, the golden light in his eyes flashed again. A three-dimensional image of a human body appeared in his mind, and like a computer analyzing data, various indicators appeared next to each organ, some displaying as normal, others slightly below normal, and so on. However, the liver's condition was marked as severely poor, accompanied by a prompt. Treat? Yes/no. What's going on here? Could it be that the golden light in my eyes can also heal illnesses? How should I proceed? At this moment, Huang Guang's full attention was fixed on the golden light before him. Huang Guang knew that while liver cirrhosis could be treated with a transplant, the organ wasn't one's own. Even without rejection, the patient could live at most a little over a decade. If he could cure his mother's illness himself, there would be no need for such a stopgap surgery. Then, Huang Guang recalled the prompt and silently mouthed the word treat in his heart. Immediately, the faint golden radiance in his eyes surged into Wu Meizhen's body. As the golden light darted into Wu Meizhen's body, Huang Guang felt a sharp pain in his head and instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Just as Huang Guang fell, the faint golden light returned to his body, now noticeably dimmer than before, as if it had suffered severe exhaustion. Huang Guang's sudden fainting spell alarmed Wu Meizhen and Huang Jinrong, who immediately called for a doctor to examine him. After a thorough checkup, the doctor found nothing physically wrong with Huang Guang. The diagnosis was simple exhaustion. He just needed rest to regain consciousness. By 10 o'clock that night, Huang Guang gradually came to and found himself lying on a hospital bed. Huang Jinrong sat anxiously beside him, his face lighting up with relief when he saw his son awaken. "Xiao Guang, how are you feeling? Are you hurt anywhere?" he asked urgently. "Dad, I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you," Huang Guang replied, equally baffled at having fainted twice in one day. What exactly was this golden light? "Are you really okay?" Huang Jinrong still seemed somewhat uneasy. Huang Guang sat up from the bed, twisting his body slightly as he said, "Dad, look, I'm completely fine now. By the way, how's Mom? I'll go check on her." Huang Guang knew that his fainting spell must have worried Wu Meizhen greatly. Going to see her would reassure her, and at the same time, he could also check on her condition to see if his fainting had served some purpose after all. Seeing that Huang Guang truly appeared unharmed, Huang Jinrong nodded as well, deeply concerned about his wife. The two entered Wu Meizhen's hospital room where she lay awake. The moment she saw Huang Guang walk in, she immediately asked with concern, "Xiao Guang, are you all right now?" Her son had suddenly fainted. If Wu Meizhen could actually fall asleep now, she must have an extraordinarily large heart. "I'm fine now. Sorry for worrying you." Huang Guang walked over to Wu Meizhen's side. At that moment, Huang Guang also glimpsed the condition inside Wu Meizhen's body. The liver indicators still appeared extremely poor, but now there was an additional datum. It was in the process of recovery. Seeing this, Huang Guang instantly felt relieved. Simultaneously, he discovered another characteristic of the golden light. Once it had touched an object, he could see it again without needing further contact. Since the golden light is effective, there's no need to stay in the hospital any longer, and that surgery doesn't have to be performed either. However, I need to come up with a way to convince my parents to give up on the operation. Knowing their son was fine, Wu Meijin could finally rest peacefully. Dad, what do you think Mom's chances of success are if she goes through with the surgery? Huang Guang seized the opportunity to ask Huang Jinrong. The doctor said the success rate is quite high as long as the compatibility is good. Huang Jinrong didn't hide the truth from his son. I see. Have you ever considered trying a different treatment method, Dad? A different method? What do you mean? Huang Jinrong looked at Huang Guang with curiosity. In his mind, the best treatment for cirrhosis was a liver transplant. After all, there were plenty of precedents, and many such surgeries had been successful. Now that Huang Guang was suggesting an alternative treatment, Huang Jinrong couldn't help but feel puzzled. Medications from traditional Chinese medicine. Although liver transplants have a high success rate, I still hope Mom can live a long and healthy life. Though Huang Guang didn't explicitly mention that patients who underwent successful surgeries typically only had a decade or so left to live, he believed Huang Jinrong would understand his implication. Can traditional Chinese medicine actually help? Huang Jinrong asked. I don't know, but want to try. Huang Guang replied earnestly. Dad, before Mom undergoes surgery, I hope you'll give me some time to look into this. I have some money now, and I believe miracles can happen. Chapter 5. Why? Upon returning home, he had already arrived and was reading in her room. Perhaps disturbed by Huang Guang opening the door, she opened her door and looked at him saying, Brother, you're back? Yeah, sorry if I disturbed you. Huang Guang carefully closed the door behind him as he spoke apologetically. It's fine, then I'll go back to reading. Huang nodded. Keep working hard, Lil Sis. If you get into Capital University, your big brother will definitely give you a nice surprise. Huang Guang said with a beaming smile. Now that I have supernatural abilities at my disposal, as long as I use them wisely, wealth will surely pour in. Huang Yi is my sister, and naturally, I can't let her suffer. A surprise? What surprise? Huang Yi asked curiously. Study hard, you'll find out then. Huang Guang replied with a mysterious smile. Huang Yi nodded helplessly and returned to her room to continue studying. Watching Huang Yi leave, Huang Guang also returned to his room and gazed at the small bronze censer resting on his desk. The small bronze censer had 3 legs, measuring about 15 centimeters in diameter and 7 to 8 centimeters in height, with the inscription, made in the Xuanda era of the Great Ming stamped on the bottom. Of course, it was naturally a fake. At first glance, the censer appeared to be a single piece, but in Huang Guang's eyes, it was not so. At its base lay a tiny seam, inside which 3 silver coins were nestled. With treasure right before his eyes, Huang Guang was not one to hold back. He carried the small bronze censer to the storeroom. Originally, Huang Guang planned to cut open the censer that very night to retrieve the silver coins inside. But upon reflection, as it was already past 11 o'clock, the noise would undoubtedly be loud enough to disturb others. So, he could only take the censer back to his room and wait until the next morning to pry it open. Back in his room, Huang Guang took a shower and lay down on the bed, but he couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. Just a recent college graduate who had been an intern at a company, one moment he was lost and helpless over his mother's illness, unsure of what the future held, and the next, he had acquired a strange ability, earned more money than he could have in a lifetime, and might even be able to cure his mother's illness with this newfound power. No matter who it happened to, anyone in his shoes wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Right, the golden light in my eyes consumes both its own energy and my mental strength when used to heal someone. Huang Guang could clearly feel that the golden light within his eyes had weakened considerably. But if there were more golden light, maybe treating people wouldn't drain my mental strength as much. It seems I need to find more antiques to absorb their treasure's radiance. With this thought, Huang Guang, who had suddenly come into wealth and was initially adrift about his future, now found a clear path forward. He wanted to see just how far the golden light in his eyes could evolve. Lost in his thoughts, Huang Guang dozed off. The next morning, he got up and took the small bronze stove to the storeroom, ready to cut it open. After splitting the small bronze stove in half, he retrieved 3 silver coins from inside. Having been concealed within the bronze stove, the coins were exceptionally well preserved, their condition pristine. On one side, the coins bore the inscription Kwangtung Province Guangxu Yuanbao Treasury Standard Weight 1 tael, with Kwangtung Province at the top and Treasury Standard Weight 1 tael at the bottom. Manchu script flanked the sides, while in the center, Guangxu Yuanbao was stamped alongside several smaller Manchu characters. The reverse side featured an intricately coiled dragon pattern, along with the English inscription Kwangtung Province, in small standard type, with a monetary value in English below. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Clutching the 3 silver coins in his hand and filled with excitement, Huang Guang examined them carefully for a few minutes. Then, he returned to his room to research their value. Upon checking, Huang Guang's gaze at the silver coins changed. These 3 coins were worth approximately 5 million yuan. He also learned detailed information about them. These coins were minted using machines imported from the British Empire by Governor Zhang Xiangshui of Liangguang. Among all dragon-patterned silver coins, they boast the most exquisite craftsmanship, perfect engraving, and the strongest embossed relief. Never circulated and featuring unmatched anti-counterfeit measures unseen before or since, they hold immense collectible and aesthetic value. Another windfall, Huang Guang thought triumphantly to himself. After freshening up, he pocketed 1 silver coin and headed out. Due to his mother's illness, Huang Guang had taken several days off from his internship company. Now it was time to formally terminate his leave. If possible, he wished to continue working there. During his 2-month internship, he'd grown quite fond of female colleague and sensed reciprocal feelings. He hoped to return and rekindle their connection. Huang Guang's internship company was located in Wangcheng, a small advertising firm called Blue Sky Advertising Company Limited. The company had around 50 employees. Huang Guang worked there as a graphic designer, earning a monthly salary of roughly 3,000 yuan. Honestly, internships at small companies like this are exhausting. In this position, they practically expect you to master every design software and even know how to code. Huang Guang was only sticking around to gain some experience. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. Arriving at the company, he greeted his colleagues and, upon learning that Manager Wu was in the office, headed straight toward Manager Wu's room. When it came to Manager Wu, Huang Guang really didn't want to deal with him. This guy always found excuses to make employees work overtime without any pay, and he had this habit of sneakily eyeing the female staff members in the office, not to mention taking every opportunity to cop a feel. Since Manager Wu was overweight and suffered from male pattern baldness, people secretly called him the dirty old man. On his way to Manager Wu's office, Huang Guang looked around, hoping to spot that girl, but saw no sign of her. How strange. Could it be that Hanyu didn't come to work today? Huang Guang felt puzzled. By this time, he had reached Manager Wu's office, and Huang Guang resolved to ask a colleague about it after his meeting. Tap, tap, tap. Huang Guang knocked gently on the door. Hearing no response from within, he pushed it open and stepped inside. At this moment, the 2 people who had been entangled in the office immediately separated. Manager Wu sat on his executive chair, his face flushed with shame and anger as he stared at Huang Guang. Huang Guang, however, paid no attention to Manager Wu's devouring glare. Instead, he gazed sorrowfully at the girl standing beside Manager Wu, her back turned to him as she straightened her clothes. Though the girl hadn't faced him directly, Huang Guang was absolutely certain this was Hanyu, the girl he had feelings for. After straightening her clothes, Hanyu addressed Manager Wu. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Without so much as a glance at Huang Guang, Hanyu walked out of the office. "Xiao Huang, what brings you here today? Is your mother's condition better?" Though Manager Wu was seething inside, now wasn't the moment to vent his displeasure. But Huang Guang was drowning in grief, utterly deaf to Manager Wu's words. His mind could only circle around one terrible question. Why had this tragedy happened? Chapter 6. I quit. Huang Guang, what kind of attitude is this? I'm talking to you. Manager Wu, already fuming after Huang Guang had ruined his plans, completely lost it when the guy dared to ignore him. Manager Wu's roar snapped Huang Guang out of his grief-stricken state. He glared furiously at the man who had defiled his cherished memories. If not for the last shred of self-control warning him to stay composed, Huang Guang would have already punched that disgusting fat face. I heard you. I came to tell you, you fat pig, I quit. Like a pressure valve releasing, Huang Guang turned around and walked out the door. You. Manager Wu's face flushed purple with rage as he furiously threatened Huang Guang. Listen here, if you walk out now, don't expect to get a single cent. Keep that money for your own medicine. Huang Guang replied without even turning his head. As he walked past Hanyu, Huang Guang desperately wanted to turn his head to look at her, but he resisted the urge and hurriedly left the company. After Huang Guang left, Manager Wu stepped out of his office and said angrily, "Look at the kind of people we have. From now on, make sure to vet everyone we hire properly. We can't just let any trash in. Hanyu, come to my office for a moment. I have some things to ask you." Hanyu's face paled slightly, her expression conflicted, but in the end she stood up and walked towards Manager Wu's office. Once outside the company, Huang Guang suddenly felt a lump in his throat, tears threatening to fall. He quickly wiped his nose, forcing the tears back as he told himself, "Don't cry, Huang Guang. That kind of woman isn't worth your tears. You have money now and an incredible ability. You can have a better life, meet better girls in the future, be strong, and keep moving forward." After hypnotizing himself for a while, Huang Guang took a few deep breaths and headed toward the flower and bird market in Wangqing. He remembered there were a few antique shops there, just a place to sell the silver coins in his possession while keeping an eye out for any bargain finds. Huang Guang had initially hoped to stumble upon some bargains in these shops, but once inside, he quickly realized that uncovering hidden gems wasn't so straightforward. The prices tagged on authentic items immediately made him think twice. Even though he now had some money at his disposal, he certainly couldn't justify spending it on things that, in his view, served no practical purpose whatsoever. However, Huang Guang wasn't completely empty-handed. He managed to absorb wisps of precious aura from a few genuine antiques, causing the golden light within him to grow ever so slightly brighter. Huang Guang discovered that as long as it was an authentic antique, it possessed a certain aura of treasure, much like the silvery glow on the silver coins. For convenience, Huang Guang simply referred to them as treasure auras. Moreover, Huang Guang discovered that the preservation condition and age of antiques would stratify the aura they emitted. For instance, silver dollars radiated white light, while a slightly damaged snuff bottle he saw in the shop emitted only a faint gray glow. "Young man, anything catch your eye?" "Everything in my shop is of excellent quality," said a bespectacled man in his 30s, dressed in Tang-style attire, who approached Huang Guang with the demeanor of a pedantic scholar. Though the man appeared scholarly, he was quite cunning. By claiming everything in his shop was of excellent quality without specifying their authenticity, he left no room for accusations of dishonesty. Already aware that the shop contained few genuine items, Huang Guang wasn't fooled. Smiling, he replied, "Boss, I'm not here to buy. I'm here to sell. How much do you think this is worth?" With that, Huang Guang took out the silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the man. The man's eyes lit up momentarily at the sight of the silver coins in Huang Guang's hand, but he quickly assumed an indifferent expression. Taking the coins, he turned them over repeatedly for inspection. After a long while, he finally looked up and said in a tone of regret, "Young man, these are called Qing Dynasty Dragon coins, minted during the Guangxu era. Because they were produced in small quantities, they hold significant collectible value. Unfortunately, this particular coin appears too new, likely a counterfeit made for the market, though the craftsmanship is quite good. By the way, how much did you pay for it?" In the antique business, apart from items purchased through formal auction houses where prices are clearly marked, places like these antique shops naturally operate on the principle of buying low and selling high. Most ordinary people can't tell the difference, and when confronted with the man's half-truthful explanation, they'd likely be convinced the coin was fake. "Is it fake? That's really disappointing. I paid $500 for this." This shop owner was truly a scammer, so Huang Guang decided to tease him by saying this intentionally. Hearing that Huang Guang had bought the silver coin for just 500 yuan, the man's eyes flickered with both envy and delight, though he quickly masked it, saying, "Well, that's not too bad. You didn't lose too much. How about this? Even though this coin doesn't appear genuine, the craftsmanship is decent. You could say it's a decent piece of art. Tell you what, I'll give you 300 for it." Huang Guang thought to himself, asterisk, this guy's ruthless. Trying to buy a coin worth over 1,000,000 from me for just 300. What a greedy heart, asterisk. But aloud he said, "Nah, I think I'll pass. Even if it's fake, I kinda like this coin. 500 isn't much, after all." With that, Huang Guang took the silver coin from the man's hand. Watching Huang Guang retrieve the silver coin, the man's heart ached with reluctance, yet he couldn't show it on his face. He could only say, "Young man, this thing isn't of much use to you. Why not sell it to me? I could put it in my shop. Tell you what, I won't take a profit. I'll give you 500 for it." As he spoke, the man reached out to take the silver coin back from Huang Guang's hand. At that moment, however, Huang Guang slipped the coin into his pocket and said calmly, "Never mind. 500 isn't that much. It's fine." Then, Huang Guang turned to leave. This vendor wasn't honest, and he had no intention of selling the silver dollar to him. The man couldn't bear to watch over 1,000,000 yuan slip right through his fingers, so he hastily called out to Huang Guang, "Young man, I really do fancy that silver dollar. How about this? I'll offer 800, no, 1,000. What do you say?" Huang Guang turned his head, silent, merely gazing at the man with a faint smile. Seeing Huang Guang smile, the man suddenly realized he must have recognized the true value of the silver dollar. Recalling his earlier expression, the man's face broke into an awkward grin as he said, "So you're an expert, young master. That was quite embarrassing, wasn't it? It's fine." The man's words surprised Huang Guang slightly and actually raised his opinion of him. The fact that he could admit it so frankly proved he wasn't completely dishonest. "How much are you planning to sell this silver dollar for, young man?" the man asked with genuine sincerity. Though he now knew Huang Guang was aware the silver dollar was authentic, robbing him of the chance to profit over 1,000,000, purchasing the coin to earn a smaller margin still seemed worthwhile. Chapter 7. Shopping Spree. "Do you really want to buy it?" Huang Guang asked. "Yes, I'm very sincere about this," the man nodded. "Then name your price. If it's right, I'll sell you the silver dollars." Since this shop owner seemed genuine, Huang Guang decided to see if his offer was reasonable. If acceptable, he couldn't be bothered to look elsewhere. 1.2 million. The man quoted a price after some thought. The man's offer was quite fair. Huang Guang had checked online, and the prices he found were auction prices, which still needed to account for taxes and other fees. So, 120,000 yuan was indeed a reasonable price. All right, Huang Guang agreed readily. Next came the process of the boss transferring money to Huang Guang. While waiting for the funds to arrive, the boss asked, "Young man, I haven't even asked your name yet. I'm Chen Dalu, the owner here." Chen Dalu sensed something extraordinary about Huang Guang and felt inclined to befriend him. "My name is Huang Guang. If you'd like, Boss Chen, you can call me Xiao Guang or A Guang." Since Chen Dalu was now his financial backer, Huang Guang naturally treated him with extra courtesy. However, Chen Dalu didn't actually call him Xiao Guang or A Guang. Instead, he politely said, "Little brother Guang, I'm only a few years older than you. If it's all right with you, you could just call me Brother Chen." Boss Chen sounds too formal. Since Chen Dalu put it that way, Huang Guang had to show respect and started calling him Brother Chen. After that, Chen Dalu subtly asked about Huang Guang's family situation. But since this was only their first meeting, Huang Guang didn't reveal everything. He just gave vague replies. Soon enough, 1.2 million was deposited into Huang Guang's account. "Brother Chen, the money has arrived, and the amount is correct." After receiving the payment notification, Huang Guang thanked Chen Dalu and prepared to leave. "Everything's settled now, so I'll head off first." "Hold on a second, Xiao Guang. I can see you're very interested in antiques. Tomorrow, I plan to visit my mentor, an expert in this field. Would you like to come along?" Chen Dalu stopped Huang Guang and gazed at him hopefully. Huang Guang was initially going to decline, but after a moment's thought, he asked, "Brother Chen, does your mentor have a large collection of antiques?" Huang Guang's main goal now was to quickly strengthen the golden light in his eyes, so he could better treat his mother's illness. Perhaps meeting Chen Ji's elders would prove to be a valuable opportunity. Of course, the collections in my elder's place far exceed what's in my shop. Most importantly, Every piece is genuine, Chen Dalu said in a tempting tone. As for whether he feared Huang Guang might get any dishonest ideas, Chen Dalu didn't even bother considering it. He was confident no one in Wangcheng would dare lay a finger on his elder's belongings. Hearing that Chen Dalu's elder only kept authentic pieces, Huang Guang's eyes lit up. This was a perfect opportunity to gather precious energy. Without further hesitation, he nodded and said, "Then I'll wait for Brother Chen's message tomorrow." Huang Guang agreed, and Chen Dalu felt a surge of joy in his heart. After exchanging phone numbers, Huang Guang left. Not long after Huang Guang left Chen Dalu's shop, his phone received a WeChat message from Han Yu. Huang Guang hesitated for a long time before finally opening it. Before opening the message, Huang Guang had imagined Han Yu might explain herself, perhaps citing poor family circumstances or something similar. Such an explanation wouldn't have left him utterly despondent. But when he opened the message, there were only 3 words, "I'm sorry." Seeing those 3 words filled Huang Guang with deep disappointment. Yet, with matters having come to this, he decided there was nothing more to say. His relationship with Han Yu had reached its end. Huang Guang didn't reply, only hesitated before finally deleting Han Yu's WeChat and phone number. At this moment, he no longer wanted anything to do with her. After erasing Han Yu from his life, Huang Guang felt terribly depressed and needed an outlet. After some thought, Huang Guang came up with a coping method: retail therapy. Everything he couldn't afford before, he would buy now, channeling all his negative emotions into shopping. With this in mind, Huang Guang headed straight for the luxury fruit boutique. Back when I had no money, I could only gaze longingly at the prices of Apple phones and computers, but now I'm buying them all. "Sir, are you looking for a phone? We have the latest models in our store." A beautiful female sales assistant approached and said enthusiastically. Huang Guang, who had just suffered a setback, wasn't particularly fond of women at the moment. With an indifferent expression, he said, "Give me 2 each of the latest phones, tablets, and laptops." While indulging in his shopping spree, Huang Guang hadn't forgotten about his younger sister. Hearing Huang Guang say this, the female clerk's smile grew even brighter. Now she could earn a higher commission. "All right, let me explain." "No need. Just wrap it up. How much is the total?" Huang Guang cut her off. He was currently enjoying the thrill of shopping and had no interest in listening to her rambling. The clerk stopped fussing and promptly wrapped up the items for Huang Guang. "The total is 72,000, sir," the saleswoman said with a hint of excitement. Huang Guang nodded and handed over his card. After completing the payment, Huang Guang picked up his bag and left the boutique. Walking past an outdoor trash bin, he tossed in the piece of paper the saleswoman had given him along with the receipt, presumably bearing her phone number. Having just been hurt by a woman, Huang Guang had no interest in this girl who threw herself at him. Next, Huang Guang went to a clothing brand to get himself a new outfit and bought some clothes for his family. As for his sister's clothes, he'd let her pick them out herself. Money was no issue. After his shopping spree, Huang Guang was carrying numerous shopping bags. "I need to get myself a car," he thought. Huang Guang thought to himself, silently wondering what expression Han Yu would have when he drove up in front of her. After some consideration, Huang Guang hailed a taxi. "Driver, to the Porsche 4S store." Huang Guang gave the address. At the dealership, several models caught Huang Guang's eye. However, with only about 9 million left, buying multiple cars was possible, but driving them all alone was impractical. Besides, he needed to keep some cash as backup. Huang Guang hadn't lost his rationality yet. Soon, Huang Guang spotted a white Porsche Cayenne. With its spacious interior and high safety ratings, it was perfect for family road trips. After inquiring about the price, Huang Guang paid in full for the immediately available vehicle. Although he'd obtained his driver's license in college, he hadn't driven much. Handling the Cayenne, Huang Guang proceeded with cautious deliberation. When he finally managed to drive the car home, Huang Guang let out a long sigh of relief. After returning home and putting things away, Huang Guang went to the hospital again. Seeing that Wu Meijian's condition was still improving, he decided against continuing the golden light treatment for now, opting to wait until more golden light accumulated in his eyes before treating her again. Chapter 8: The Ancient. "Big bro, I noticed something different about you today." After Huang Yi returned, she looked at Huang Guang and said earnestly, "Think I've gotten more handsome?" Huang Guang joked with a smile. Seeing his younger sister instantly lifted his gloomy mood. "Wow, bro, is this an iPad you bought?" Huang Yi's attention was quickly drawn to the tablet in Huang Guang's hands. "Yeah, it's pretty handy to use." Huang Guang gave a nod in agreement. "Brother, where did you get the money for this?" Huang Yi's expression darkened. Their mother was still hospitalized, and they hadn't even gathered enough for her surgery yet. Yet here her brother was spending money on such useless things. Huang Yi couldn't help feeling angry. Seeing Huang Yi's expression, Huang Guang naturally knew what was on her mind and explained with a smile, "Don't worry, little sis. There's absolutely no issue with mom's surgery expenses, and life will only get better for us from now on. Trust me." Really? Though she knew Huang Guang would never lie to her, Huang Yi still couldn't help feeling a bit worried. "Don't worry, big brother's got it all covered," Huang Guang said with a reassuring smile. "By the way, go check your room. There's a surprise waiting for you." Huang Yi gave Huang Guang a puzzled glance before heading back to her room. After a few dozen seconds, Huang Guang heard Huang Yi let out a delighted scream from her room. Soon after, Huang Yi came running out holding 3 items, looking excitedly at Huang Guang and asking, "Brother, are all these really for me? What's in your room is naturally yours." Huang Guang replied with a smile and a nod. "Bro, you're the best." Huang Yi excitedly hugged Huang Guang, saying happily. Given their family's financial situation in the past, although Huang Yi never lacked basic necessities, she had never owned high-end branded items like these. Some of her classmates had these luxury goods, and while she pretended not to envy them, deep down she did. Now that she had them too, her joy was genuine. Huang Guang blushed furiously at his sister's sudden embrace, muttering, "Little sis, you're not a kid anymore. If someone sees you like this, they'll laugh at you. What's there to be afraid of? This is our home, and you're my brother. Who would laugh at me?" Huang Yi pouted playfully, her voice dripping with affectionate defiance. Huang Guang could only shake his head helplessly. "Bro, when I came back, I saw a luxury car parked right outside our place. Seriously, couldn't they have parked somewhere else? If someone scrapes it, they'll probably make us pay," Huang Yi said, her eyes gleaming at the mention of the fancy car, but then clouding over with worry at the thought of potential damage. "It's all right. Even if it gets scratched, they won't make us pay for it." Huang Guang gazed at Huang Yi with affection in his eyes. "Why? Is it someone you know?" Huang Yi still hadn't connected the dots to Huang Guang yet. "Either it belongs to an acquaintance of mine, or it's mine. Just picked it up today, all the paperwork sorted." Huang Guang wore a triumphant smile on his face. Around family, he saw no need to hold back. "Really?" Huang Yi's voice rose an octave higher. "Of course." Huang Guang nodded. Huang Yi froze for a few seconds after hearing this, then dashed outside. Huang Guang followed her out and saw Huang Yi circling the car, running her hands over it incessantly. "Little sis, want to go for a spin?" Huang Guang opened the car door and looked at Huang Yi. Before Huang Guang could finish speaking, Huang Yi had already climbed into the front passenger seat. "Brother, hurry up and get in. What are you waiting for?" she said to him. Huang Guang smiled helplessly and got into the car. "Bro, can you speed up a little? Look, even the cyclists are going faster than us," Huang Yi said, staring at the speedometer needle hovering at 30, utterly exasperated. Huang Guang chuckled awkwardly. "I haven't driven much, you know. Safer to go slow. Once I get the hang of it, I'll let you experience the thrill of speeding." "Fine, I'll ride with you another time then. I need to head back to school soon anyway. Why don't you drive me there?" Huang Yi couldn't bear how slow Huang Guang was driving and had lost all interest in the ride. When they arrived at the school, Huang Guang said to Huang Yi, "Study hard, little sister. If you get into Capital University, I'll give you a gift much better than a phone, something far more valuable. You'll have to work extra hard for it." Noticing her attention was entirely captivated by the phone, Huang Guang gave Huang Yi a gentle reminder, hoping she wouldn't get distracted by it. "Got it, big bro. I'll definitely stay focused," Huang Yi said resolutely, tearing her gaze away from the screen. After seeing Huang Yi off to school, Huang Guang drove back home. The next day, around 10 in the morning, Huang Guang received a call from Chun Dalu, summoning him to his shop. Huang Guang adjusted his outfit in the mirror, feeling quite pleased with his appearance, before pocketing the remaining 2 dragon coins and driving off towards Chun Dalu's shop. Chun Dalu waited outside his shop, and before long, A Porsche Cayenne rolled leisurely into view, coming to a stop right in front of his store. Then, he watched as Huang Guang stepped out of the car. Seeing Huang exit the vehicle, Chen Dao's confidence in his assessment of the man grew stronger. With a smile, he remarked, "Young Huang, that's quite a car you've got there. Not bad. By the way, I hope I'm not late. It's been a while since I last drove, so I didn't dare go too fast," Huang Guang said with a hint of embarrassment. Currently, Huang Guang was still getting familiar with driving, so he moved slowly. It had taken him half an hour to get here from home, and he was genuinely worried Chen Dao might have grown impatient waiting. "Not late at all. Not at all," Chen Dao replied with a smile. "If you're free now, little brother Guang, let's get going." Huang Guang nodded in agreement. Then, Huang Guang got into Chen Dao's car. As for Huang Guang's own car, it was parked outside Chen Dao's shop to be driven back later when they returned. Chen Dao's vehicle was a Bentley Bentayga that exuded luxury and prestige. Combined with the fact that Chen Dao was a far superior driver compared to Huang Guang, the ride was exceptionally smooth and steady. Half an hour later, Chen Dao's car left Wanqing County and drove for another half hour, arriving outside a small estate. After parking the car, Chen Dao led Huang Guang inside. Upon entering the estate, they saw a 60-something-year-old man dressed as a farmer, hoeing the ground in a vegetable garden. At the sight of the old man, Chen Dao immediately greeted him respectfully. "Uncle Gu, you're busy working." The old man raised his head and glanced at Chen Dao. "Xiao Lu, what brings you here today? Usually you don't even want to come over." Judging by the old man's tone, his relationship with Chen Dao must be quite close. "Uncle Gu, I'm just here to receive your guidance," Chen Dao said with a flattering smile. "By the way, I brought a young friend today. He's quite knowledgeable about antiques too. Hearing that you're a senior figure in the antique world, he wanted to meet you and exchange some insights." Upon hearing Chen Dao's words, the old man turned to look at Huang Guang. "Hello, Mr. Gulao, my name is Huang Guang. A pleasure to meet you," Huang Guang said politely. Come in then." The elderly man set his hoe aside, patted his hands clean, and headed inside. Chapter 9, The Invitation. After following the old man into the house, he invited Huang Guang and his companion to sit down before beginning to brew tea. Huang Guang scanned the old man's home, nothing more than an ordinary farmhouse, with no trace of antiques in sight. He couldn't help feeling puzzled. Hadn't Chen Dao claimed the old man's collection surpassed even the treasures in his shop? Yet now, not a single piece was visible. "Xiao Lu, out with it. Did you come across something special again?" The old man set the teapot on the stove to heat, his eyes fixed on Chen Dao as he posed a question. "Figures I couldn't slip anything past you." As he spoke, Chen Dao handed over the dragon coin he had acquired from Huang Guang to the old man. The old man took the dragon coin and examined it carefully before nodding at Chen Dao and saying, "Not bad. The preservation of this dragon coin is excellent. How much did you pay for it?" 1,200,000. Not too bad, Chen Dao said proudly. With this quality, if it were auctioned, it would fetch at least 1,500,000. You can make a tidy profit of several thousand." "Not bad." The old man spoke indifferently, his tone devoid of any praise. "By the way, who sold this dragon coin to you?" "It was Brother Xiaowang who sold it to me," Chen Dao said. The old man looked at Huang Guang again and said with a smile, "Young man, may I ask where this dragon coin came from?" "Honorable Mr. Gu, I took it out from a replica Schwanda censer," Huang Guang answered truthfully, seeing no need to hide anything now that the dragon coin was already extracted. Hearing this, the old man's eyes gleamed as he looked at Huang Guang and said, "If it was taken from a replica Schwanda censer, then there should be 3 in total." This time it was Huang Guang's turn to be astonished. "Mr. Gu, how did you know?" Chen Dao also looked curiously at Huang Guang and the old man. His eyes filled with envy as they rested on Huang Guang. 10 years ago, I heard from a collector friend about 3 perfectly preserved dragon coins hidden inside a replica Schwanda censer. That replica was crafted by his grandfather during the Destroy the Four Olds era to safeguard the 3 dragon coins he had collected. Unfortunately, his grandfather failed to protect the imitation censer. It was seized and eventually vanished without a trace. Never did I imagine I'd encounter it today. Young man, I wonder if you'd be interested in parting with the remaining 2 dragon coins. Believe me, my friend would certainly offer you a satisfying price. After all, for him, these 3 dragon coins hold extraordinary significance. The elderly man began to explain while fixing his gaze on Huang Guang. So this dragon coin has such a backstory. Since they're willing to pay, Huang Guang naturally agreed to sell. Since it originally belonged to your friend, Mr. Gu, it's only right to return it to its rightful owner. As for the price, let's follow what I charged Brother Chun, 1.2 million per coin. Straightforward. Then let me thank you on behalf of my friend, the old man said with a smile. By the way, my name is Gu Tianning. Friends call me Old Gu, so no need for formalities like Mr. Gu. Just call me Old Gu, and I'll call you Xiao Guang. Gu Tianning's impression of Huang Guang improved greatly after seeing how readily he agreed to part with the dragon coins. Initially, Gu Tianning had assumed Huang Guang was some wealthy heir or similar, but now it appeared he wasn't that at all. Rather, he was a young man with knowledge of antiques and extraordinary luck. Otherwise, how could he have acquired 3 dragon coins? Grandpa Gu, calling you Old Gu would be disrespectful. I'd rather address you as Grandpa Gu. Huang Guang wouldn't dream of calling Gu Tianning Old Gu. That would show far too little respect for his elders. Seeing Huang Guang's insistence, Gu Tianning didn't press him to use the informal address and instead shifted the topic. By the way, Xiao Guang, when can you bring those 2 dragon coins? I've already brought them with me. With that, Huang Guang produced the 2 dragon coins. Let me take a look. Gu Tianning took the dragon coins and examined them carefully, as he certainly didn't want to bring 2 counterfeit coins to his old friend. Little Huang, you're quite the sly one, hiding 2 of those dragon coins when you only sold me 1. Don't pull that stunt again next time. Whenever you get your hands on anything good, bring it to me first. We can always negotiate the price. Chun Dalo draped an arm over Huang Guang's shoulders with an ingratiating smile. Chun Dalo hadn't been able to get a word in edgewise until now. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Tianning examined the dragon coin, he finally had his chance to ingratiate himself with Huang Guang. Got it, don't worry. From now on, I'll show you all the good stuff first. Huang Guang realized there was no refusing him, so he nodded in agreement. Gu Tianning proved himself to be an expert, quickly confirming there were no issues with the dragon coins. Xiao Guang, give me your account number. I'll transfer the money, Gu Tianning said straightforwardly. Huang Guang didn't stand on ceremony either and directly recited his account details to Gu Tianning. Not long after, Huang Guang received a text message confirming the deposit of 2.4 million yuan. Seeing the string of numbers in his account, Huang Guang felt a bit dazed. It had only been a few days, yet he had gone from being a penniless lad to possessing wealth that others couldn't earn in several lifetimes. It truly felt like a dream. But soon, Huang Guang calmed himself. With his abilities, he could surely earn even more in the future. He needed to get used to it. Xiao Guang, you seem quite young. How did you become interested in antiques? Usually, young people your age are into high-tech gadgets, Gu Tianning asked with a smile. Would you like to hear the truth or a lie? After interacting with Gu Tianning for a while, Huang Guang had loosened up. What's the significance behind it? Gu Tianning asked curiously. The polite answer would be that I'm interested in the historical value antiques represent. But truthfully, I just want to make some money dealing with them. I used to be pretty poor, and I'm done living that way. Huang Guang spoke with complete sincerity. Haha, honest, very honest. I like that. Gu Tianning roared with laughter, clearly appreciating Huang Guang's straightforward nature. Grandpa Gu, Brother Chin mentioned your home is filled with antiques. I was hoping to broaden my horizons, but I haven't actually seen a single piece yet. Huang Guang finally voiced the real purpose of his visit. Brother Xiao Guang, Uncle Gu's antique collection is naturally abundant at home, but this place is just the old master's vacation retreat, not his actual residence. Chin Dalu explained to Huang Guang with a smile. Upon hearing Chan Dalu's explanation, Huang Guang couldn't help but roll his eyes and shoot him an annoyed glance. He hadn't expected to be fooled by this guy. It seemed his only opportunity now was with Gu Tianning. Xiao Guang, if you're interested in seeing the collection, you're welcome to come visit with me in a few days when I return home, Gu Tianning offered, noticing Huang Guang's keen interest in antiques. Thank you so much, Grandpa Gu. Never one to refuse an opportunity, Huang Guang readily accepted the invitation. Uncle Gu, let me go with you guys too, Chen Dalu quickly chimed in. Aren't you afraid your family will nag at you? Gu Tianying said with a laugh. I'll have to face them sooner or later anyway, Chindalu replied awkwardly, though his expression suggested he was quite apprehensive about seeing his family. Chapter 10, Male Companion. Huang Guang looked at Chindalu with curiosity, wondering how someone could be afraid to see their own family. From his demeanor, it didn't seem like anything truly irreconcilable, which made Huang Guang eager to know the reason. Seeing Huang Guang's gaze fixed on him, Chindalu said sheepishly, "Little Guang, my friend, I'll tell you about it in a few days." Given Chindalu's awkward expression, Huang Guang decided not to press any further. "Grandpa, I'm here." A silvery voice rang out from beyond the door. As the door opened, there appeared before the three men an absolute stunner, wearing a t-shirt and jeans, sporting a pair of white casual shoes, with a ponytail tied back atop a delicate oval face. Despite having no makeup, she radiated the vibrant energy unique to youthful girls, coupled with a figure that could make any man drool. The girl seemed puzzled by the two additional people in the room. Very few knew where her grandfather lived, so she wondered how two strangers had appeared. "This must be Xiaoya. I can't believe how much you've grown after all these years," Chindalu said with a smile upon seeing the young woman. Gu Anya gave Chindalu a strange look, her eyes filled with confusion. "Xiaoya, this is your uncle Chindalu from the mainland. He visited our home a few years ago. You must have met him before," Gu Tianying said with a smile as he introduced Chindalu to Gu Anya. Gu Anya looked Chindalu up and down, seemingly recollecting something. After a long pause, she finally said, "Oh, so you're that Chindalu I've heard about. The one who's been too afraid to go home for years because you're fleeing an arranged marriage. With how pretty that family girl is, she's more than good enough for you. Really can't fathom why you'd run away." Having said this, Gu Anya shifted her gaze to Huang Guang. Having his old wound exposed by Gu Anya, Chindalu wore an extremely awkward expression. "Brother Chun, why would you run away from a perfectly good marriage?" Huang Guang also looked curiously at Chindalu. The man appeared to be around 40 already. Why would anyone reject a marriage that came knocking at their door? Chindalu looked embarrassed, stammering and unwilling to give a reason. "What's with all this hesitation? That Miss Li has both beauty and figure. What's not good enough for you? I really don't get why you ran away from the wedding. You've ruined things for her, and she still hasn't married to this day." Gu Anya glared at Chindalu with exasperation. From her tone, it seemed she was quite close to that Miss Li. What does a little girl like you know? Adult matters are none of your concern." Chindalu tried hard to put on a patriarchal air, but it just came off as utterly unconvincing. I don't care about you anyway. I just feel bad for Miss Li, that's all." With that, Gu Anya turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Chindalu had no choice but to look at Gu Tianying, hoping he could help him out of this predicament. Originally, Gu Tianying was just enjoying the show and even wanted to see Chindalu suffer a bit. But when he saw the pleading look in Chindalu's eyes, as an elder, he felt obliged to step in. So he said, "Xiaoya, Uncle Dalu is your elder. How can you speak to an elder in such a tone?" Although Gu Ying said these words, his tone carried not the slightest hint of reproach toward Gu Anya. "An elder should act like an elder first. Why should I learn from him?" Gu Anya retorted righteously. However, since her grandfather had spoken up, she didn't want to linger on the topic any longer and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, who is he? Let me introduce you. He's a friend of your Uncle Lu, named Huang Guang, a very outstanding young man." Gu Tianying smiled at Gu Anya as he introduced Huang Guang. "Oh really?" Gu Anya's face was full of disbelief. Her dislike for Chun Lu extended to Huang Guang, making her instantly take a dislike to him too. Huang Guang cursed Chun Lu silently in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged as he modestly replied, "Grandpa Gu, you're too generous with your praise. There's still so much I need to learn." Already displeased with Huang Guang, his humble words sounded like boasting to Gu Anya, irritating her even more. She had initially planned to snap at him, but then an idea suddenly occurred to her. She flashed Huang Guang a dazzling smile and said, "Since my grandpa says you're such an outstanding young man, you must be decent enough. How about this? I have a party tonight, and I just happen to have no male companion. You can accompany me. By the way, what's your phone number? I'll contact you later." After Gu Anya finished saying what she wanted to say, not only could Huang Guang not react, but even Gu Tuning and Chun Delu were left staring at her in astonishment. "Grandpa, what are you all staring at? I just don't have a male companion. That's all. It doesn't mean anything else." Realizing that Huang Guang and the others had misunderstood, Gu Anya quickly explained. You young people should indeed interact more." Gu Anya's explanation didn't seem to change much, as Gu Tianying replied with a chuckle. Since there were no antiques here with Gu Tianying, and with Gu Anya present creating a slightly awkward atmosphere, Chun Dalu and Huang Guang stayed only a short while before excusing themselves and leaving. Before leaving, Huang Guang still gave his phone number to Gu Anya. "Little Guang, you're really something. In such a short time, you got a beauty asking for your number and wanting you to be her boyfriend. Impressive, truly impressive." Chun Dalu teased Huang Guang while driving. "Brother Chun, if you like her, I can let you have her." Huang Guang rolled his eyes. "Forget it. Someone as old as me can't handle that," Chun Dalu replied unhurriedly. "Brother Chun, what do you think that girl is really up to? Normally speaking, if she doesn't like you, she wouldn't treat me any better. But now she actually wants me to attend a gathering with her. That's definitely not normal." Huang Guang grew more suspicious the more he thought about it. "Maybe that girl really has taken a liking to you. Who knows?" Chun Dalu said with an indifferent expression. "Do you even believe what you just said?" Huang Guang curled his lips in disbelief. "Yeah, don't worry. That girl won't do you any harm. At most, she might just play a trick on you. It'll be fine." Chun Dalu replied with a laugh. Chun Dalu's words did put Huang Guang somewhat at ease, but since his current predicament was entirely Chen's fault, he responded resentfully. "Brother Chun, this whole mess started because of you. You owe me some compensation." "Little Guang, you know my situation," Chun Dalu replied with a pained expression, fully aware he was to blame. "Everything in my shop are knockoffs. You wouldn't want them anyway. Don't make this hard for me. Actually, that girl's not bad. Pretty face, nice figure. You're not losing out here. Just drive already." With that, Huang Guang leaned back in his seat, refusing to look at Chun Dalu or continue the conversation. As the car moved, his mind wandered to whether he should attend that evening's gathering with Gu Anya, and how much caution he'd need to exercise if he did. Chapter 11: Human Shield. Upon returning home, Huang Guang immediately turned on his computer to search for etiquette tips for social gatherings. After all, this would be his first time attending such an event, and he didn't want to embarrass himself. While browsing online materials, Huang Guang suddenly realized something remarkable. He could remember every single detail of what he'd read with perfect clarity, including even the website URLs.
To test this further, he pulled out one of Huang Yi's high school textbooks. After reading just a few pages, he confirmed his astonishing ability. He could recall every word verbatim at incredible speed.
It seems this is the effect of the golden light in my eyes. Huang Guang quickly realized this was another ability granted by the golden radiance. If I'd had this power back in high school, I wouldn't have struggled so hard with studying. Recalling the grueling academic battles of his high school years, which felt like climbing a mountain of knives, Huang Guang couldn't help but sigh deeply. Determined not to waste this newfound ability, Huang Guang resolved to go out and buy several books on antiques to study intently. With the golden light in his eyes, he knew his path would inevitably cross with antiques frequently. While the golden glow's ability to identify genuine artifacts would naturally protect him from losses, absorbing more knowledge about antiquities would make bluffing others considerably easier when needed. At the appointed time with Gu Anya, Huang Guang had already devoured 5 books on antiques. Originally, he just wanted to arm himself with some flashy knowledge to impress, but to his surprise, he quickly became fascinated by the diverse world of antiquities. From then on, Huang Guang's motivation for collecting antiques gained another layer: genuine fondness. Dressed in the designer outfit he had splurged tens of thousands on earlier, Huang Guang drove to the rendezvous point with Gu Anya. Gu Anya was already waiting at the agreed location. When Huang Guang caught sight of her, he couldn't help but feel struck by her stunning beauty. Clad in a black, low-cut evening gown, she bloomed like a radiant rose, exuding a mature charm that surpassed her morning appearance. Yet, whether it was youthful vigor or sophisticated allure, both were simply facets of Gu Anya's captivating charm. "Nice car." Gu Anya got into the passenger seat and remarked mildly. "Not bad. Huang Guang replied. By the way, you're dressed so formally today. What kind of gathering is it? Originally, Huang Guang had assumed Gu Anya's so-called gathering was just a casual hangout with friends. But seeing her now, he suddenly realized he might have been mistaken. If it were just an ordinary gathering, would she really need to wear such an extravagant evening gown? Moreover, the venue was Crown Imperial Hotel, the finest in Wangxing. Clearly, this was no ordinary event. Dressed in her evening gown, exuding a mature allure, Gu Anya curled her lips into a faint smile. Oh, it's just a regular gathering. I assume you've been to one before. Since Huang Guang was Chen Dao's friend, and she'd seen the car he drove, Gu Anya naturally assumed he came from a wealthy family, the type who'd surely attended such gatherings before. That's why she'd remarked that Huang Guang must have experienced this kind of party. Sorry, but I actually haven't. This counts as my first real party attendance. Huang Guang wasn't lying. From childhood till now, he'd genuinely never participated in any gatherings, not even class reunions. Firstly, having just graduated, everyone was preoccupied with job hunting. Secondly, he'd truly never received any party invitations before. Is that so? All right then. Gu Anya clearly didn't believe a single word of what Huang Guang said. Since Gu Anya didn't believe him, Huang Guang couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, she'd already made up her mind. The more he explained, the more she'd think he was hiding something. Saying nothing was the best approach. The only reason he'd agreed to accompany Gu Anya to this gathering in the first place was out of respect for Tianyi and Gu. Next time, Huang Guang couldn't be bothered to have anything to do with her, even if she really was a knockout. Gu Anya was stunning. Whether smiling or expressionless, she made men's hearts flutter. Still, since she clearly had no liking for him, he wasn't going to grovel for her favor. Before long, the car pulled into the hotel parking lot. As soon as it stopped, Gu Anya opened the door and got out. Watching her swaying, alluring figure, Huang Guang couldn't help but swallow hard despite his discomfort. After all, appreciation for beauty is universal. As a man, even if he disliked her internally, he couldn't resist Gu Anya's physical charm on a primal level. Though Huang Guang strongly considered driving away and leaving Gu Anya stranded, he quickly dismissed the thought. Having made a promise only to abandon her alone would be unworthy of a real man. With that thought, Huang Guang stepped out of the car and followed Gu Anya. Initially maintaining some distance between them, Gu Anya suddenly closed the gap when they reached the lobby entrance, slipping her arm through his and pressing her body against his side. What are you doing? Huang Guang stiffened at Gu Anya's sudden gesture, his voice tense. With Gu Anya pressed against him, Huang Guang could feel the softness of her body and the fragrance emanating from her, enough to set his inexperienced heart racing. You're my escort. Holding arms is basic etiquette. Even if you've never been to a party, you've seen it on TV, right? Sensing his unease, Gu Anya began believing this truly was Huang Guang's first social event. Well, but there's no need to cling this close. Huang Guang struggled slightly. However, Gu Anya held on tightly, and Huang Guang couldn't break free for the moment. Moreover, he accidentally touched a place he shouldn't have, which frightened him into instantly stopping his movements. Gu Anya gave Huang Guang a puzzled look. Noticing his flushed face, she began to question her previous assumptions about him, and whispered in his ear, "There's something I need to tell you first. The people attending today's gathering are all wealthy heirs from Wangxing. You probably know what these second-generation rich kids are like. They look down on everyone. If you've attended such events before, that's one thing. But if it's your first time, someone might try to pick a fight with you. So you'd better control your temper and not stoop to their level." "All right, I understand. Once we're inside, I'll just stay in a corner and ignore them," Huang Guang replied with a headache. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have come. Then, a sudden realization flashed through his mind, and he glared at Gu Anya indignantly. "You're not planning to use me as your fake boyfriend to act as your shield, are you? Yeah, you're not stupid either. Since we've come this far, you might as well come inside with me." Gu Anya's face broke into a triumphant smile. "You?" Watching her smug expression, Huang Guang burned with indignation. He was just friends with Chindalu, yet he was being punished by association. This woman was too vicious. He absolutely couldn't let this continue. He had to take initiative. Suddenly, Huang Guang wrapped his right arm around Gu Anya's slender waist and pulled forcefully, pressing their bodies tightly together. Chapter 12. The Love Rival Appears. What are you doing? Gu Anya never expected Huang Guang to be bold enough to wrap his arm around her waist, and she immediately struggled to break free. This time, it was Huang Guang's turn to tighten his grip and prevent her from escaping, whispering, "Didn't you say you wanted me to play your boyfriend? This way it looks more convincing. Don't worry, I'll play the part to the very end." Watching Gu Anya fluster, Huang Guang felt a surge of satisfaction. "If you dug this pit to trap me, I won't let you off easy. I'll drag you down with me. Let go already." Gu Anya hissed. "If the rich heirs inside see us like this, they'll make sure you pay for it. Ever since you dragged me here as your shield, those guys were bound to see me as a thorn in their side. If that's the case, then let the storm rage even fiercer." Huang Guang spoke with newfound boldness rising from his chest. Just a bunch of rich second-generation heirs? Now that his extraordinary ability had reawakened, why should he fear them? With that, Huang Guang wrapped his arm around Gu Anya and strode into the grand hall. Gu Anya no longer resisted. For the young men and women gathered, there were all heirs of wealthy families in Wangcheng who recognized her. If she didn't play along now, the act would fall apart. As the pair entered, the crowd turned their gazes toward them, greeting Gu Anya with nods and smiles. Gu Anya responded to the greetings with practiced ease, guiding them toward a quiet corner of the hall. Gu Anya, due to both the Gu family's status and her own striking beauty, was quite a celebrity in Wangcheng's high society. Naturally, her every move sparked discussions among the elite, let alone such a move that practically declared to outsiders she had a boyfriend. Gu Anya actually has a male companion now. This is huge news. Who is that guy? I don't think I've ever seen him around Wangcheng before. Judging by his appearance, I'd bet he's just been dragged along by Gu Anya as a shield. After all, young master one has been relentlessly pursuing her, and she's never given him the time of day. This could very well be her way of drawing a line with one. I don't know if he's actually stupid or what, daring to compete with young master when over a woman, truly audacious to the extreme. The gossiping voices around weren't loud, clearly showing some wariness toward Gu Anya, afraid of being overheard. Feeling the weight of everyone's gazes, Huang Guang suddenly realized that playing the role of shield today might not be so straightforward. He asked, "Even though I'm just your fake boyfriend right now, judging by their expressions, I look like a complete idiot. What's really going on here?" Gu Anya knew she couldn't keep Huang Guang in the dark any longer. She lowered her voice and explained, "The one hosting this gathering is Shun One, the heir of Tianhe Group. He's also one of my persistent suitors. That guy is shameless. No matter how I reject him, he sticks to me like glue. It's driving me crazy. I didn't even want to come to this gathering, but our families have some business ties, so I couldn't outright refuse him. That's why I dragged you along. Let's put on a convincing act and make him give up for good." Gu Anya's words made Huang Guang involuntarily furrow his brows. Though Gu Anya seemed indifferent to Tianhe Group, Huang Guang couldn't afford to be. Tianhe Group ranked among the top 10 listed companies in Xingzhou province, with assets reportedly exceeding 10 billion. Reaching such heights spoke volumes about the Shun family's influence. As the Shun family heir, Shun Wen naturally held sway in Wangcheng, commanding respect wherever he went. "What's wrong, scared?" Noticing the change in Huang Guang's expression, Gu Anya spoke with a hint of disdain. "Scared? If I were scared, I wouldn't have come here with you." Huang Guang picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, and continued, "I'm just worried about how we'll keep up this act once everyone thinks we're a couple." The golden light granted Huang Guang some supernatural abilities, and it seemed to have subtly altered his personality as well. "Are you worried we might take a fake performance too seriously?" Gu Anya stared at Huang Guang. "Not at all. I'm just afraid you might pester me endlessly afterward." Huang Guang curled his lips. Though Gu Anya was beautiful, her temperament was unbearable. He was genuinely starting to fear her. "As if anyone would pester you." Gu Anya rolled her eyes. As the two were bickering, several figures appeared at the entrance of the hall, instantly sparking excitement among the men and women present, who began greeting the newcomers. "Wen Xiao, I brought a box of premium Cuban cigars today. We should enjoy them together later." Wen Xiao, I've recently acquired a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Would you like to come and appraise it? Wen Xiao, I heard a jewelry shop has received a high-quality piece of jade. Shall we go take a look when you're free? The center of everyone's eager greetings and attempts to forge connections was a man dressed in an impeccable business suit, tall, handsome, and exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. From the way the young elites addressed him, one could deduce that this was Huang Guang's current romantic rival, Shen Wen, the crown prince of Tiana Group. Standing there, Shunwen smiled as he acknowledged the men and women around him, all the while scanning the hall with his eyes, searching for his target. Soon, Shunwen spotted Gu Anya and Huang Guang engaged in an intimate conversation in a corner of the hall. Initially, seeing Gu Anya had filled Shunwen with excitement, but the sight of Huang Guang being so close to her caused his expression to darken momentarily. However, Shunwen was a man of considerable composure. After regaining his usual demeanor, he strode confidently toward the pair. As Shunwen approached Gu Anya and Huang Guang, the guests in the hall watched with eager anticipation, curious to see how the unfolding scene would play out. Anya, you're here. Shunwen's face broke into a damp smile as he spoke in his magnetic voice. By the way, who is this? His name is Huang Guang. My boyfriend. I came today specifically to tell you that I have a boyfriend now. So stop bothering me from now on. Gu Anya finished speaking by wrapping her arms around Huang Guang and even planted a kiss on his cheek. Gu Anya's intimate gesture left everyone in the hall stunned. Only someone like Gu Anya would dare kiss another man right in front of someone who was pursuing her. Gu Anya, how could you do this? You know very well my brother is chasing after you. How could you act like this? A young man who bore some resemblance to Shun when looked at Gu Anya with indignation as he spoke. Xiao Wu, how dare you speak to Anya like that? Apologize now. Shunwen glared at the young man and said coldly. The young man ducked his head slightly and reluctantly muttered, sorry. A forced apology means nothing to me. And let me make one thing clear. It's not that your brother is pursuing me. I'm already his woman. Whoever Gu Anya chooses to love is none of your damn business. Gu Anya retorted icily, fixing Shunwen's younger brother with a domineering glare. Chapter 13, The Antique Appraiser. Shun Wu's face turned livid with rage, but Gu Anya was not one of those women he could bully at will. Swallowing his anger, he fell silent. Anya, don't be angry. My younger brother doesn't know any better. I'll make sure to properly teach him a lesson when we get back. Even when his own younger brother was being berated, Shunwen remained smiling, even shifting all the blame onto his brother, proof that his scheming ran deep. For a young man in his 20s to possess such shrewdness was truly unsettling. He really needs to be taught a lesson, or he'll suffer for it later. Huang Guang chimed in at this point. Though his identity as her boyfriend was fake, the way these two brothers were treating him like thin air instantly put Huang Guang in a foul mood. Plus, as Gu Anya's boyfriend, staying silent now would make people suspicious. Huang Guang's words nearly made Shun Wu grind his teeth to dust. If Gu Anya had said such things, he could tolerate it grudgingly given her status. But for this nobody who popped out of nowhere to also look down on him, that was more than Shun Wu could stomach. Just as Shun Wu was about to show Huang Guang what he was made of, Shunwen patted his brother's shoulder and said to Huang Guang, Brother Huang, you're absolutely right. By the way, I see you carry yourself with remarkable dignity and talent. May I ask where you're currently employed? I'm an antique appraiser. Huang Guang pondered for a moment before answering. Being newly unemployed, though he had some savings, it was nothing compared to Shun Wen's wealth. The only thing he could possibly impress with was his expertise in antique appraisal. An antique appraiser? Upon hearing Huang Guang identify himself as an antique appraiser, Shun Wen's gaze towards him immediately shifted noticeably. Yes, brother Shun, if you have any antiques you're unsure about, I can take a look for you, Huang Guang said with a faint smile. I'll take you up on that when the opportunity arises. Shunwen nodded before preparing to leave. Throughout their conversation, the two had maintained eye contact. Notably, Huang Guang hadn't shown any hint of avoidance under Shunwen's gaze, remaining perfectly composed. Clear proof this Huang Guang was no ordinary man. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, Oh, isn't this little Huang? What brings you here? Soon the owner of the voice appeared, none other than Manager Wu from Huang Guang's former company, who now stared at Huang Guang with astonishment. Though Manager Wu wore an expression of surprise, Huang Guang could see nothing but malice beneath his facade. Standing beside Manager Wu, Shun Wu looked on with barely concealed glee, eagerly anticipating how Huang Guang could possibly continue his act. Just moments ago, while Shun Wu had been pondering ways to exact revenge on Huang Guang, Manager Wu approached and revealed Huang Guang's former status as an ordinary employee at his company. Armed with this knowledge, Shun Wu immediately devised his plan to publicly unmask Huang Guang and humiliate him. Once exposed, not only would Huang Guang be disgraced, but even Gu Anya would be dragged into the scandal. Such a two-for-one opportunity was exactly the kind of scheme Shun Wu would jump at. Shen Wu had guessed correctly. Manager Wu's words instantly drew everyone's gazes in the hall toward Huang Guang. "Manager Wu, what brings you here?" Huang Guang looked at Manager Wu with equal surprise, though his tone carried unmistakable disdain. "Manager Wu and I have some business dealings, so I invited him here," Shen Wu said with a smug expression as he looked at Huang Guang. "By the way, I heard from Manager Wu that you used to be one of his employees. I wonder if that's true." Then, Shen Wu briefly introduced Manager Wu, explaining that he was merely the manager of a small company. His intention was to embarrass Huang Guang. "Since you just claimed to be an antique appraiser, let's hear how you ended up as an ordinary employee at such a small firm." After Shun Wu finished speaking, everyone in the hall looked at Huang Guang with expressions of anticipating a good show. Gu Anya's face changed slightly. She had no idea about Huang Guang's background. And now, with Manager Wu becoming an unexpected variable, things had become complicated. However, Gu Anya also wanted to see how Huang Guang would respond. Shun Wu discreetly gave Shun Wu an approving look. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Huang Guang finally spoke. His voice was somewhat low, tinged with bitterness and indignation. "It's true. I did work at Manager Wu's company before, but my real purpose was to get closer to a girl named Han Yu, whom I admired. At first, I believed she would be my lifelong partner. But when I witnessed the shameful scene between her and Manager Wu in the office, my heart shattered. So I left the company. Later, I met Anya. From the moment I saw her, my heart felt as if it had been healed. I knew then my life belonged to her." With affectionate eyes, Huang Guang glanced at Gu Anya, who cooperatively took his hand. Huang Guang continued, "Well then, I should actually thank Manager Wu. If it weren't for him, I might never have met my true love. Of course, if anyone doubts this, you can ask Manager Wu directly to verify whether this actually happened." As soon as Huang Guang finished speaking, several girls in the hall looked at him with sparkling eyes. After all, what girl wouldn't want a man who cherishes her like that? Naturally, Gu Anya's perfect cooperation added to the effect. In fact, one of the girls couldn't help asking, "Old Wu, is what he said true?" Manager Wu didn't answer. His face turned grim, realizing his attempt to ingratiate himself with the Shun family had backfired spectacularly. Huang Guang had checkmated him and completely turned the tables. Romance between men and women is a natural thing, Brother Huang. Just look forward. Shunwen spoke up to help his brother and Manager Wu out of their awkward situation. With your expertise in appraising antiques, I'm sure you'll thrive. By the way, I originally planned to confess to Miss Gu today, but since Brother Huang is here, I won't compete with you anymore. So let's skip straight to the next segment, antique appreciation. Brother Huang, this is your chance to shine. An antique appreciation session? I can't miss that. Huang Guang's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing about this part of the gathering. His attendance tonight might just yield some rewards after all. In that case, I'll head over first. Shinwen nodded at Huang Guang and the others with a smile before making his way to the main stage in the hall, where a display platform was set up, presumably for showcasing the antiques. That was quite a performance, but do you actually know anything about antiques? After Shunwen left, Gu Anya whispered softly into Huang Guang's ear. Even if I don't, do you think these rich second-generation kids would know anything about antiques? Huang Guang said with a disdainful expression, not believing for a moment that the spoiled heirs in this hall would have any interest in ancient artifacts. Most of them might not, but Shunwen is different. The Shun family owns jewelry businesses, and Shunwen serves as executive director of Shunsher Jewelry. Moreover, He's quite knowledgeable about antiques. My grandfather once said that among the younger generation, his understanding of antiquities is top tier. Gu Anya explained seriously. Chapter 14. Re-encounter with the Schwanda censor. As if to prove Gu Anya's words, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed slightly. A spotlight descended directly above the podium, illuminating an antique display stand placed on it. At this moment, Shunwen smiled warmly and addressed the crowd in a clear voice, behaving as though nothing unusual had just happened. Today, all of you have come here bringing treasures you've collected. Let's broaden our horizons together and appreciate them. As soon as Shunwen finished speaking, a rather short man with prematurely aged features and an awkwardly dyed head of red hair stood up and said, "Young Master One, I acquired something a while ago. Would you please take a look for me?" With that, the red-haired man took out a box and walked toward the podium. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the box in the red-haired man's hands, including Huang Guang, who was curious to know what exactly was inside it. The red-haired man seemed to relish the attention, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Placing the box on the display table, he opened it to reveal a bronze mirror lying inside, its surface reflecting cold glimmers under the lights. "Mr. Li, if I'm not mistaken, this bronze mirror dates back to the Warring States period. Look, the surface depicts 4 fierce tigers, each in a different pose, a typical motif of Warring States bronze mirrors, believed to ward off evil spirits and protect homes. Observe how pristine the bronze mirror remains, with traces of patina still visible on the knob and edges, quite rare for artifacts of this kind. As for its value, I'd estimate it around 60,000, Shunwen remarked without hesitation, a smile on his face as he stepped onto the stage and examined the mirror. Red-haired Li Xiao raised a thumb at Shunwen and said, "Master Shun, you're absolutely right. I had Master Wu from Jingmajai take a look, and he said exactly the same thing as you. There's still so much I need to learn." "Master Wu is the real expert," Shunwen replied modestly. "Master One, no need for modesty. We're well aware of your capabilities." "That's right, Master One. Even if Master Wu might make a misjudgment, you never would." Next, the rich second-generation heirs took turns presenting their collections for Shunwen's expert appraisal. Shunwen meticulously evaluated each piece, providing detailed commentary and estimated values. It was evident he possessed some genuinely remarkable items in his own collection. The group of affluent young heirs promptly showered him with flattering praises, leaving Shunwen thoroughly intoxicated by their admiration. However, Huang Guang was somewhat disappointed. He had originally thought there would be some valuable treasures at this appraisal event, but the items brought out by those wealthy second-generation heirs were, in his eyes, just a bunch of worthless junk. Though they were genuine antiques, the amount of treasure energy they contained was pitifully low. When Huang Guang seized the opportunity to absorb them, he didn't notice any increase in the golden glow in his eyes at all. Total trash. Huang Guang cursed silently in his heart, though it wasn't clear whether he was referring to the antiques or their owners. "This is so boring. Maybe we should leave early," Huang Guang whispered softly to Guanya. "Let's take another look. Shunwen's treasures haven't been displayed yet. There might be surprises," Guanya also said softly. Huang Guang's expressions just now had all been noticed by Guanya. She saw the disdain in his eyes, clearly showing no regard for those antiques. A thought naturally arose in Gu Anya's mind. Could Huang Guang actually be an antique appraiser? That's why she stopped Huang Guang, to see if he truly had real skill. Even if Huang Guang turned out to be incapable and embarrassed himself, it would serve him right for daring to hug her earlier. At that moment, the red-haired young Master Li spoke up to Shunwen. "Young Master Wen, we've all brought out our items. It's your turn to impress us. Every time we see your collection, we gain new insights." Red-haired Li Xiao might sport an arrogant crimson hairstyle, but when it comes to sucking up, he doesn't lag behind others. "All right then, I'll make a fool of myself." Shunwen, thoroughly flattered by the praise, agreed immediately. Shunwen clapped his hands, and soon a tall, beautiful woman in a cheongsam walked onto the stage, carrying a half-meter tall case, which she placed atop the display podium. The woman was quite beautiful, but at this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the box. Shunwen walked up to the display platform and opened the box, revealing a brown incense burner. At the sight of this incense burner, Huang Guang's eyes couldn't help but light up. After all, his whole life had changed because of a fake Xuanda-style incense burner. Shen Wen's incense burner was brown in color, with a solid and full-bodied form. It featured a pair of soaring handles, plum blossom relief carvings, a flat base with 3 legs, and stood about 8 centimeters tall, exuding an elegant and dignified aura. Although the rich kids present didn't have deep knowledge of antiques, just by looking at this incense burner's appearance, it was clear this burner wasn't on the same level as their scrap metal trinkets. I believe everyone should recognize what this is precisely. It's the Ming Xuanda censer, Shen Wen announced with visible pleasure watching their expressions. I acquired it from a tomb raider, excavated from a Ming dynasty tomb. Feel free to come up and examine it. Nothing thrilled him more than this moment. After Shen Wen's invitation, the affluent young heirs began encircling the display platform one by one, taking turns to admire the showcased Xuanda censer in orderly procession. Huang Guang naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and joined them for closer inspection. A bunch of rich kids couldn't tell what was what, but their flattery never stopped. There are many counterfeit Xuanda censers on the market. Even during the Ming dynasty itself, there were imitations, though those civilian copies were quite crude, made with mixed metals. But this Xuanda censer is crafted with exquisite materials, superb casting technique, and unparalleled artistic form. A true masterpiece, a genuine treasure. In the 3rd year of the Xuanda era, 30,000 caddies of wind-polished copper were imported from Siam. Censers made from this copper had bottoms gleaming like gold, but due to the soft, brittle nature of the metal, the walls were thin and light, making them prone to damage and hard to preserve. By the mid-Ming period, the bases were thickened with added brass components. This method both reduced costs and improved the feel. The bottom of this Xuanda censer shines just like gold. Exquisite, simply exquisite. Master one, does that guy still have any good pieces in his collection? I like to buy a few treasures too. The flattery from the crowd made Shen Wen's smile grow increasingly smug. He reveled in this feeling of being enveloped in admiration. Why else would he have organized this treasure appraisal event to flaunt himself? However, when his gaze fell upon Huang Guang and Gu Anya, his expression visibly darkened. Originally, his Wanli-era Xuanda censer, purchased for $1 million from tomb raiders, had made him the center of attention. Yet Huang Guang and his companion hadn't even glanced at it, absorbed instead in conversation in a quiet corner. Gu Anya was the woman he coveted. Now she was chatting intimately with another man, utterly unacceptable. You fucking bastard. How dare you hit on my woman? I'll make sure you regret this. Chapter 15. A slap that rings loud. A flash of resentment crossed Shen Wen's eyes as he raised his voice towards Huang Guang. Brother Huang, I wonder what insights you might have regarding my Xuanda censer? Aren't you supposed to be an antique appraiser? Well then, let's see what you have to say. If your answer doesn't measure up, just wait. I'll tear you down until you're utterly humiliated. Shen Wen's words instantly drew everyone's attention to Huang Guang, and they began echoing his sentiments. Everyone knew Shen Wen had designs on Guanya. Now that Huang Guang had suddenly appeared, Shen Wen would undoubtedly target him, and they all knew which side to take. You've all made excellent points. I'll pass. Huang Guang declined after some consideration. His attendance at this gathering was already a trap set by Guanya. As the heir to Tianhe Group, Shen Wen wasn't someone Huang Guang wanted to provoke over this matter. However, although Huang Guang didn't want to provoke Shen Wen, extracting himself from the situation now wouldn't be so easy. Huang Guang, we're all just amateurs here, but you're a professional antique appraiser. Why don't you share your expert opinion and enlighten us? Exactly. A real man charges forward courageously. How can you shrink back when faced with challenges? Is he perhaps just a fraud? Seeing Huang Guang actually refuse Shen Wen, the group of wealthy heirs immediately sided with Shen Wen and began trying to provoke Huang Guang into action. All right then, since you insist on hearing my opinion, I'll say a few words. Please forgive me if any of my observations prove incorrect. Though Huang Guang had no desire to provoke Shen Wen, with the challenge brought right to his doorstep, he had no choice but to respond. Brother Huang, The floor is yours. Shunwen maintained a smile as he looked at Huang Guang, but his tone carried an unmistakable edge of intimidation. Huang Guang gave a slight nod and slowly approached the display platform. He carefully examined the Schwanda sensor upon it. After several minutes, he finally raised his head and said, "This incense burner is indeed an antique, but it's not an official Schwanda Year 3 Imperial sensor. Rather, it's an early Qing Dynasty replica." Just moments ago, while examining the Schwanda incense burner, Huang Guang had already recognized it as a replica. Now he was merely putting on a show for Shunwen and the others to see. Huang Guang's words weren't spoken loudly, yet they struck like thunder, causing everyone in the hall to change expressions. Even Shunwen's smiling face froze. But those young heirs had been praising the Schwanda burner as genuine just moments ago. Now Huang Guang was calling it fake. This was a direct slap to their faces. One by one, they began arguing back. "Kid, if you don't know what you're talking about, then keep quiet. This Schwanda burner perfectly matches the characteristics of the third year of Schwanda period in both material and overall design. Your claim that it's an early Qing replica is absolute nonsense. Do you actually think anything taken from a Ming Dynasty tomb could be fake? You're just bitter that young master when got his hands on such a valuable item. So you're making baseless accusations. If you've got real proof, then show it." The rich second-generation heirs argued back and forth, while Shunwen remained stone-faced, his thoughts impossible to read. Originally, Shunwen had intended to humiliate Huang Guang. But when Huang Guang declared the Schwanda sensor was a replica, it completely derailed Shunwen's carefully laid plans. "Everyone, quiet down and let me say a few words," Shunwen said with a cold expression. After the crowd fell silent, he looked at Huang Guang and asked, "Brother Huang, you claim this Schwanda sensor is an early Qing Dynasty imitation. Do you have any evidence?" "Of course, I wouldn't speak without proof. After all, there's a tenfold difference in value between a genuine Schwanda-era sensor and an early Qing Dynasty imitation." Since Shunwen was practically offering his face to be slapped, Huang Guang naturally wouldn't refuse the opportunity. As you all should know, authentic Schwanda sensors were made with cyclone-smelted copper, refined 12 times. The finished bronze sensors have a translucent, warm luster with an overall elegant and substantial style. While early Qing imitations retain the substantial appearance, they lack the genuine article's elegance. Moreover, due to material limitations, replicas can't achieve the same texture as Schwanda sensors, so they employ decorative techniques like gold sprinkling, gilding, inlaying, and carving to adorn the surface for aesthetic appeal. The sensor's base may shine like gold, but that isn't its polished, natural color. It's achieved through gold sprinkling craftsmanship. However, this craftsmanship is truly masterful, with clever disguises that make it appear as though it's been polished. If an ordinary person weren't paying close attention, they'd never notice. The most crucial detail lies in the plum blossom relief on the stove's body. The Ming Dynasty's rendering of plum branches tends to be more realistic, with fuller lines, while the Qing Dynasty's depiction leans towards artistic conception, with finer strokes. The plum blossom relief on this stove features slightly slender branches. A careful observation reveals the distinction. After Huang Guang finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the previously indignant, rich second-generation heirs all darkened. Moreover, Shunwen examined the Schwanda sensor even more meticulously, and soon his expression turned grim, as if he had just lost his father. He had some reputation in the antiquities circle, and the plum blossom details Huang Guang mentioned were indeed something he knew about. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, there was really no way to refute Huang Guang. If he had to blame someone, it could only be the grave robber who claimed this sensor was dug out from a Ming Dynasty tomb. Without scrutinizing it carefully, he had fallen for the deception. The disparity in value between a genuine and fake Schwanda sensor could be set aside for now, but misjudging this piece had undoubtedly cost him face. These rich second-generation heirs had all come for him, and now that he had misjudged the artifact, his standing in their eyes had noticeably slipped. This deepened Shunwen's resentment toward Huang Guang. Originally, those heirs had hoped Shunwen would refute Huang Guang's claims, but from the expression on Shunwen's face, They could already tell Huang Guang was right. The Xuanda incense burner was indeed a Qing dynasty replica. Now, those heirs squirmed uncomfortably. After all, they had been defending Shunwen earlier, and this slap in the face from Huang Guang didn't just land on Shunwen. It stung their own cheeks too, leaving them no room to dodge the humiliation. Shunwen stood frozen for a long moment. Though he desperately refused to admit defeat to Huang Guang in his heart, his character ran deep, a hypocrite at his core. To maintain his gentlemanly facade, he forced a smile and said, "Brother Huang, I really must thank you. Had it not been for you, I might never have noticed this Xuanda burner was a replica. Your discerning eye is truly impressive. I'm in awe. Brother Shun, there's no need to be too hard on yourself. After all, antique collecting is just your hobby. Being able to reach this level is already quite impressive. With a bit more effort, you can do even better. Keep it up." Having just humiliated Shunwen and getting to show off in front of him, Huang Guang was in an exceptionally good mood. Smiling, he walked toward Guanya. Huang Guang might have been in high spirits, but Shunwen was in the worst possible mood imaginable. He clenched his fists tightly, struggling to contain his fury. Chapter 16. How much? After putting Shunwen in his place, Huang Guang and Gu Anya left. Sitting in the car, Gu Anya studied Huang Guang and said, "Who knew you really are an antique appraiser? No wonder Grandpa praised you as outstanding. Turns out he wasn't wrong at all." Though Gu Anya disliked Shunwen, she couldn't deny he had real skill in antiques. That Huang Guang could make Shunwen lose face in this field proved just how capable he truly was. "Yeah, by the way, I still don't know what you do." Caught off guard by Gu Anya's compliment, Huang Guang grew momentarily flustered, quickly changing the subject to ease his discomfort. "I'm a fourth-year student at Wangqing University. I'll take you for a tour around our campus sometime," Gu Anya replied with a smile. "No, I'd better not," Huang Guang quickly replied. After just clashing with the heir of Tiana Group at that gathering, who knew what might happen if he went to her campus? Without a second thought, Huang Guang declined. What kind of man are you? Turning down an invitation from such a beautiful girl? I despise you." Gu Anya pouted her lips slightly, speaking in a coquettish tone. She was considered the campus belle, whether at school or outside. No guy had ever refused her invitations. Yet Huang Guang had dismissed hers outright, which left Gu Anya feeling somewhat displeased. Ever heard the saying, "Beauty is a curse"? Huang Guang spoke very bluntly, clearly implying that being with Gu Anya would bring lots of trouble. However, Gu Anya completely misinterpreted Huang Guang's words, taking them as a compliment about her beauty. "You're quite the smooth talker. By the way, don't be fooled by Shunwen's refined appearance. He's actually full of mischief. Since you've made him lose face this time, he definitely won't let it slide. But don't worry, if anything happens, just call me. I'll handle it for you." With that, Gu Anya patted her chest in assurance. Originally, Gu Anya had only intended to tease Huang Guang to embarrass him a little. She never expected it would instead provoke Shunwen against Huang Guang, which was never her intention. She truly didn't want to put Huang Guang in danger. "All right, I'll leave it all to you then," Huang Guang nodded. "But you need to be careful too. Watch out that Shunwen doesn't swallow you whole in one bite." From the moment Huang Guang stepped into the hall, he was prepared to face retaliation. Having made his decision back then, he felt no regret now. Dreaming of messing with me? Fat chance. I'm a third-ranked dark arts practitioner," Gu Anya retorted, shaking her tiny fist at Huang Guang. Then, after sending Gu Anya back to school, Huang Guang drove home. In the luxurious suite of Crown Emperor Hotel, Shun Wenjung sat on a large sofa with a grim expression, while Shen Wu occupied another couch nearby. Manager Wu stood before them, not even daring to breathe loudly, as the atmosphere grew intensely oppressive. "Old Wu, tell us exactly what's going on with this Huang Guang," Shen Wu addressed Manager Wu. As Shun Wenjing's younger brother, Shen Wu naturally understood what was brewing in his elder brother's mind at this moment. "His name is Huang Guang, an intern at our company." Manager Wu immediately nodded and bowed, pouring out everything he knew in one go. "Nothing left out?" Shen Wu looked at Manager Wu. "No, nothing at all." Manager Wu shook his head like a rattle drum, terrified that Shen Wu might not believe him. "Fine. Give me Han Yu's phone number, then you can leave," Shen Wu said indifferently. Manager Wu quickly provided Han Yu's phone number and WeChat ID. With a wave of Shun Wen's hand, Manager Wu obediently left the room like a well-trained lapdog. Brother, why do you want that woman's contact info? Shen Wu couldn't quite grasp Shen Wen's intention. Shen Wen smiled faintly. If Manager Wu isn't mistaken, Huang Guang is either highly knowledgeable about antiques or something extraordinary happened to him during those days. Once we clarify this, handling Huang Guang will be simple. As for this Hanyu woman, she's our key. Doesn't Huang Guang fancy her? Then we'll just gift her to him. But now that Huang Guang is with Gu Anya, would he still pay attention to Hanyu? The woman who hurt him? Shen Wu voiced his concern. Do you really think he and Gu Anya are a couple? Don't worry. Huang Guang will definitely take the bait. Shen Wen didn't believe for a second that Gu Anya and Huang Guang were together. Even if Huang Guang appeared outstanding, judging by his understanding of Gu Anya, he was certain they weren't in a relationship now. Moreover, if Hanyu actually contacted Huang Guang, he would undoubtedly respond. Bro, you're amazing. Shen Wu gave Shen Wen a thumbs up. Go make the arrangements, Shen Wen said impassively. Shen Wu nodded and left the room. After Shen Wu departed, Shen Wen stood up, holding a glass of red wine as he walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the scenery outside, he seemed lost in thought. When Huang Guang returned home, his younger sister was still out studying, while his father remained at the hospital, keeping their mother company. Looks like I'll need to bring Mom home from the hospital sooner rather than later. Besides, if I want my abilities to grow, I'll need to absorb the precious essence from antiques, and that's not something I can do just staying at home. Looks like I'll have to call my older brother back. Huang Guang lay on his bed, beginning to ponder his next steps. Since heaven had granted him this ability, he couldn't let it go to waste. Now that he had money, he could call his older brother back from working away from home to start some business together. This way, there would be someone to look after things when he wasn't around, and the family wouldn't have to stay separated. No sooner had the thought occurred to him than Huang Guang took out his phone and called his brother. Little brother, what's up? Huang Cheng's voice sounded slightly weary as the call connected. Nothing much. Just wanted to ask how you're doing over there, Huang Guang inquired. Not bad. Just a bit exhausted from working overtime these days, Huang Cheng said. By the way, how's Mom doing with her illness? Bro, don't worry. I've already figured out a way to deal with Mom's illness, Huang Guang quickly reassured. Bro, why don't you come back? Working away from home isn't a long-term solution. I've managed to save up some money now. I can invest in you to start your own business. Being your own boss is always better than working for someone else. Did you make money? Huang Cheng's voice was tinged with both surprise and concern. But you just graduated. You haven't gone down the wrong path, have you? Brother, don't worry. Everything's above board, Huang Guang said with a smile. That's good. Huang Cheng felt relieved after Huang Guang's reply. By the way, how much did you make? Over 10 million, but we've spent about 2 million. So there's still over 9 million left, Huang Guang calculated before answering with the figure. Huang Cheng fell silent for a moment on the other end. After half a minute, his voice suddenly rose an octave as he exclaimed, How much? Huang Guang had no choice but to repeat himself. Chapter 17, Brother's Debt. Are you telling the truth? Huang Cheng still couldn't quite believe it. Bro, why would I lie to you about this? Huang Guang felt a bit helpless. There was no way around it. Just a few days ago, he had been a penniless kid, and now here, he was as a multi-millionaire. Who would believe that? Really? Then can you lend me 200,000 first? Huang Cheng's voice carried a sense of urgency. Bro, I don't mind lending you the money, but can I ask what it's for? Huang Guang found it odd that Huang Cheng would ask to borrow such a large sum right away. Huang Cheng initially hesitated, but under Huang Guang's persistent questioning, he finally spilled the truth. Turns out, last Sunday, Huang Cheng and his girlfriend were out for a relaxing ride on their e-bike when they accidentally bumped into a luxury car. The owner demanded 200,000 in compensation and even made Huang Cheng sign an IOU. Overwhelmed by the situation, Huang Cheng hadn't been able to eat properly for days. Originally, Huang Cheng was already deeply worried about his mother's illness, and now with the additional burden of 200,000 in debt, he felt utterly hopeless. Fortunately, Huang Guang brought him some good news at this critical moment. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known what to do. Bro, you have a girlfriend? After hearing Huang Cheng's story, Huang Guang's focus unexpectedly shifted to his brother having a girlfriend. Yeah, we've been together for 6 months. Her name is Wu Wan. She's in my class. When mentioning his girlfriend, Huang Cheng's tone carried a hint of shyness. After exchanging a few words with his brother, Huang Guang shifted the topic back to the main issue. Bro, I'll come over tomorrow to help you settle this matter, and then we'll head home together. You should bring your girlfriend to meet mom and dad too. They'll be thrilled to know you've found someone. Maybe it's better if you transfer the money to me, and I'll handle it. Those guys don't seem like decent people, and I don't want you getting involved. Huang Cheng thought of his creditors and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Don't worry, everything's fine. All right, I'll hang up now. See you tomorrow. With that, Huang Guang ended the call. Huang Guang spoke with such confidence precisely because of Chen Dalu. From the conversation between Chen Dalu and Gu Tianying, it was evident that both men held no ordinary status. Since Chen Dalu was willing to befriend him, he figured asking for a small favor shouldn't pose any problem. After hanging up Huang Cheng's call, Huang Guang immediately dialed Chen Dalu. Little Guang, calling me so late, missing me already? Let me tell you, brother here is strictly into the ladies. Chen Dalu joked over the phone. By the way, how's it going with that girl? Ugh, don't even mention it. That chick was just using me as a shield. Huang Guang recounted the day's events. That girl's always been like that. Don't take it to heart, Chen Dalu chuckled. As for that Shinwen guy, I'll have a word with old man Shin. He won't dare cause trouble. It's fine. As long as he doesn't cross my line, I'd actually love to play along with him. Ever since acquiring that mysterious energy, Huang Guang's confidence had grown exponentially. I've got your back, Chen Dalu replied. By the way, what did you need me for? You didn't call just to chat, did you? Well, there's a small matter I'd like your help with, Brother Chen. Do you have any connections in Tianhe City? Huang Guang then recounted the whole situation with his brother. Is that all? Tomorrow I'll go with you to Tianhe City. Let's see who's being so arrogant. Chen Dalu's tone made it clear someone was going to regret their actions the next day. Then I'll thank you, Brother Chen. Between us brothers, no need for such formalities. After finishing the phone call with Chen Dalu, Huang Guang glanced at the time and realized it was nearly his younger sister's study session dismissal time. He drove straight to the vicinity of her school. After waiting over 10 minutes, Huang Guang checked his watch again. It was past 10 o'clock now, about time for his sister's evening self-study to end. Sure enough, students soon began emerging from the school in twos and threes. After exiting the school, Huang Yi spotted Huang Guang's car and immediately pulled her companion over. Huang Yi's friend was a pretty girl about the same height as her, with a bob haircut and large eyes that made her look like the girl next door. Brother, this is my best friend Wei Shirue. Huang Yi introduced his companion to Huang Guang. Wei Shirue lowered her head shyly, not daring to look directly at Huang Guang. Get in the car, I'll drive you home, Huang Guang said with a smile. Huang Yi led Wei Shirue into the car, while Huang Guang started the engine. The two girls whispered and giggled softly in the back seat. After dropping Wei Shirue at her home, she stepped out of the car and bowed politely to Huang Guang, saying thank you. On the way home, Huang Guang glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Huang Yi playing with her phone. He said, Xiao Yi, your college entrance exams are coming up soon. You should really cut back on phone time. I'll just send 2 more messages to Shirue, then I'll stop. Huang Yi replied absent-mindedly without looking up. All right, but make sure you don't overdo it. Studying comes first, Huang Guang continued. By the way, I need to go out tomorrow and probably won't be able to pick you up in the evening. Be careful on your way home. Brother, where are you going? Huang Yi looked up, her voice tinged with concern. I'm going to Tianhe City to handle some business, and I'll bring Big Brother back with me. I might not be home often from now on, so having Big Brother around will give me some peace of mind. Huang Guang didn't tell Huang Yi about Huang Cheng's situation. Oh, then be careful on your way, brother. After saying this, Huang Yi glanced at her phone once more before slipping it back into her pocket. After returning home, Huang Yi went straight to her room to continue studying, while Huang Guang took a shower and went to bed. At 6:30 the next morning, Huang Guang woke up. As soon as he woke up, Huang Guang felt refreshed and brimming with energy. Ever since acquiring that mysterious energy, Huang Guang noticed daily changes. His spirit improved, his body grew stronger, and his physical strength increased significantly. Huang Guang secretly tested it out. He could effortlessly lift the household gas cylinder with just one hand. Moreover, his reflexes became sharper too. Even in rhythm-based mobile games set to the fastest speed, His eyes and hands coordinated perfectly without any strain. Huang Guang understood that this transformation was entirely brought about by that mysterious energy and had come to accept it with equanimity. After Huang Guang completed a set of calisthenics, Huang Yi also woke up. After seeing her off to school, Huang Guang received a phone call from Chen Dalu. "Little Guang, I've already booked the plane tickets. Flight at 10 o'clock. Come to my shop later." "Brother Chun, this is my affair. I should be the one buying the tickets. How can I let you spend money like this?" Chen Dalu agreed to help, and Huang Guang was already grateful to him. Now that he even bought the plane ticket, Huang Guang felt truly embarrassed. Chapter 18. Scared Silly. "We're like brothers. Your brother's my brother too. How could I possibly not help with his matter?" "Don't speak like an outsider," Chen Dalu said heartily over the phone. "All right, no more nonsense. Hurry over here. Don't miss your flight." With that, Chen Dalu hung up. Hearing the other party hang up the phone, Huang Guang could only shake his head helplessly. This favor had to be repaid to Chen Dalu somehow. Half an hour later, Huang Guang and Chen Dalu were on their way to the airport together. Upon arriving at the airport, Chen Dalu went to collect the tickets while Huang Guang looked around curiously. It was his first time ever setting foot in an airport, and everything inside felt fresh and novel to him. Once Chen Dalu got the tickets, Huang Guang was about to find a seat in the waiting area when Chen Dalu unexpectedly pulled him aside to another location. "Brother Xiao Guang, we bought first-class tickets. No need to wait in the regular lounge. Here there are sofas, TVs, drinks, and snacks. Later, when boarding, the ground staff will notify and escort us for priority boarding." Chen Dalu glanced at Huang Guang's expression and immediately knew it was his first time flying, so he explained with a smile. "The feeling of having money sure is nice," Huang Guang remarked as he sank into the sofa, watching the scene in the ordinary waiting area outside. "Of course money is good. Why else would so many people rack their brains trying to make it?" Chen Dalu said earnestly. Sigh. Thinking about his brother's situation, Huang Guang couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Don't worry, your brother's matter isn't too serious. It'll be resolved soon," Chen Dalu comforted Huang Guang. When boarding time arrived, an attractive ground staff member came to gently remind them it was time to board, then escorted them to their first-class seats. The first-class cabin had only 8 spacious seats, each providing ample comfort for passengers. After Huang Guang and his companion boarded, 3 more people, 2 men and a woman, joined them, leaving the first-class cabin not entirely full. Before the plane took off, the flight attendant crouched beside Huang Guang and fastened his seatbelt for him. Once the aircraft was airborne, Chen Dalu ordered drinks and shared them with Huang Guang. 3 hours later, the plane landed safely at Tianhe City's airport. As Huang Guang and his companion stepped out of the airport, a sleek, elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a smooth stop right in front of them. The driver got out of the car and walked over to Chen Dalu, bowing slightly as he said, "Third young master, please get in." "Away, long time no see." Chen Dalu patted the driver on the shoulder and stepped into the car. Huang Guang, meanwhile, was stunned. First, he hadn't expected Chen Dalu to be some kind of third young master. Second, this driver, away, in Huang Guang's perception, seemed like a leopard crouched in the grass, poised to strike, radiating danger. "Brother Xiao Guang, get in." Noticing Huang Guang frozen in place, Chen Dalu called out to him. "Oh right." Huang Guang finally snapped out of it and got into the car. Only after Huang Guang got in did Wei walk to the driver's seat and start the car. Once inside, Huang Guang kept staring at Chen Dalu, so intently it made him uncomfortable. With a bitter smile, Chen Dalu said, "Little Guang, I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to stare at me like that. If you have questions, just ask." "Brother Chen, what exactly is your background?" Huang Guang asked bluntly. "My surname is Chen, given name Dalu. I'm the owner of Jigu Zhai. Of course, I'm also the 3rd son of the Chen family, which is why Wei calls me third young master." Chen Dalu offered an explanation that somehow didn't explain anything at all. "Brother Chen, don't give me such an evasive answer. Why not just tell me everything straight?" Huang Guang looked at Chen Dalu helplessly. "It's that Chen family from the capital," Chen Dalu replied with equal resignation, as if mentioning the Chen family pained him somewhat. "The Chen family from the capital?" Huang Guang first froze in surprise, then suddenly understood. His eyes widened as he stared at Chen Dalu and asked, "You mean that Chen family?" "Yes, it's the Chen family you're thinking of," Chen Dalu nodded. "Really?" Huang Guang scrutinized Chen Dalu skeptically. "But no matter how I look at you, I just can't connect you to that Chen family." The Chen family, Huang Guang knew, was a colossal presence in the capital, with influence spanning both military and political circles, as well as the business world. The Chen Corporation was a multinational giant, ranking among the top 10 on the global rich list. "Well, can't be helped. Maybe I'm just that unique," Chen Dalu said nonchalantly, propping his cheek with one hand. "Who would have thought I'd make friends with such a big shot? Scared the hell out of me." Huang Guang patted his chest, feigning fright with his words, yet his expression showed neither fear nor restraint. Chen Dalu's admiration for Huang Guang grew upon seeing his reaction. He'd worried Huang Guang might change after learning his identity, but finding him just as before put Chen at ease. "Away, how's that matter I asked you to handle yesterday coming along?" Chen Dalu inquired of his driver. "It's already taken care of. They can come anytime," Away replied in an even tone. "Wait, let's pick up brother Huang Cheng first, then we'll have them come over," Chen Dalu said seriously. "I really want to see who's bold enough to play such tricks." "Yes," Away responded bluntly with a single sentence. "Brother Chen, thank you," Huang Guang said sincerely. "Between brothers, no need for such formalities," Chen Dalu nodded. "Give brother Huang Cheng a call. Let's go pick him up and settle this matter together." Huang Guang made a phone call to Huang Cheng. "Bro, I've arrived at Tina City. Wait outside the factory for now. We'll be there soon." "Oh, and bring sister-in-law along too." "All right, got it." After finalizing the arrangement, Huang Guang hung up and told Awei the location of Huang Cheng's factory. Awei drove straight to the factory. 20 minutes later, when the car pulled up outside the factory, Huang Guang saw his older brother standing with a young woman, occasionally glancing into the distance. The girl wasn't strikingly beautiful, but had an earthy, honest appearance, likely his brother's girlfriend, Wu Wan. Once the car halted in front of the pair, Huang Cheng held Wu Wan back a few steps, putting distance between them and the vehicle. Huang Guang opened the car door and smiled at Huang Cheng and his wife, saying, "Brother, sister-in-law, please get in." The sudden appearance of a luxury car stopping beside them had left Huang Cheng momentarily stunned. What astonished him even more was seeing his younger brother sitting inside. Huang Cheng stood there frozen, unable to react immediately. After a long pause, he finally exclaimed, "Xiao Guang." "Right, brother, don't tell me you don't recognize me anymore." Huang Guang responded with a helpless chuckle. "You?" Huang Cheng found himself momentarily speechless. "Come on, big brother, hurry up and get in the car. It's quite hot under this sun," Huang Guang urged. Under Huang Guang's urging, Huang Cheng took Wu Wan's hand and got into the car. Chapter 19, Apologies Useless. Huang Cheng and Wu Wan got into the car, feeling somewhat restrained as they didn't know Chen Dalu and weren't sure how to strike up a conversation with Huang Guang, making the atmosphere a little awkward. Being perceptive by nature, Chen Dalu noticed this right away and said to Huang Guang with a smile, "Brother Guang, why don't you introduce us?" Huang Guang quickly proceeded to introduce both parties. After the introductions, Chen Dalu warmly turned to Huang Cheng and said, "Brother Cheng, don't worry. I'll help you resolve this matter soon." "Thank you, Brother Chen," Huang Cheng said gratefully. "We're like family, no need to be so formal." Chen Dalu said with a cheerful smile, "You must be thirsty after standing under the sun just now. Here's an ice-cold beer to quench your thirst. And for the missus, a bottle of soda." With that, Chen Dalu took a bottle of beer and a bottle of soda from the car fridge and handed them to Huang Cheng and Wu Wan. Huang Cheng and Wu Wan hastily received them with both hands. Although Chen Dalu treated both of them with great hospitality, they also realized that Chen Dalu's identity was absolutely extraordinary. Even if they tried to treat him normally, they simply couldn't. Half an hour later, the car came to a stop outside the Sofitel Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Tina City. Huang Guang wasn't familiar with Sofitel's reputation. In his eyes, the hotel looked quite luxurious. But for Huang Cheng, who had worked in Tina City for several years, His face was filled with astonishment. He had heard about Sofitel's fame many times from his co-workers, how staying one night in their most extravagant suite would cost them years of wages, or how if you wanted certain services, the women available were all top tier, rumored to be students from art schools. Before getting involved with Wu Wan, Huang Chung had once fantasized about staying in the most luxurious suite of the Sofitel Hotel with a beautiful girl by his side. Little did he know that today his dream would come true, though the woman beside him would be Wu Wan. "Chung, let's get out of the car," Chindalu said with a smile to the slightly dazed Huang Chung. Over the past half hour, thanks to Chun Dalu's deliberate efforts to befriend him, Huang Chung had grown quite familiar with the man. "Right, Brother Chun." Huang Chung snapped out of his trance and stepped out of the vehicle. Huang Guang and his companions entered the grand lobby. Aside from Chun Dalu and Wei, the other three members of Huang Guang's group found themselves captivated by the shimmering, magnificent crystal chandelier overhead. The soft, graceful halo of light refracted through its thousands of translucent crystals. The floral designs woven into the flooring subtly incorporated the French national fleur-de-lis alongside the city flower of Tianhe, while all other decorative elements exuded an unmistakably French aesthetic. Noticing Huang Guang's party entering, a poised female front office manager in professional attire approached with a courteous smile. She bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Chun, your reserved suite is ready. Please follow me." Chindalu gave a slight nod. In that moment, an air of authority he hadn't shown before seemed to emanate from him. Guided by the manager, the group arrived at the presidential suite. "Mr. Chun, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to let us know." The lobby manager finished speaking and then left, gently closing the door behind him. "Wow, Xiaoguang, this place is huge, even bigger than our home." Huang Chung couldn't help exclaiming as he took in the French-decorated presidential suite. Wu Wan, meanwhile, stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, mesmerized by the view of Tianhe City below. She had never seen the city from such a height before. "In the future, you could own a home even larger than this. Trust me." Chindalu looked at Huang Chung and spoke earnestly. "If only it were real." Huang Chung responded absent-mindedly, while excitedly looking around, never believing he could actually live in such a luxurious house. "Wait here for a moment. I'll have someone call those people over to settle this matter." Chindalu spoke while glancing at Wei. Wei nodded in agreement, took out his phone, and made a call. Before long, several men arrived at the presidential suite. "Wei Ji, they're here," said a tall man around 30 years old with a crew cut, looking at Wei with respect. "Good. Xiangzi, this is third young master Chun, and these three are the young master's friends." Wei nodded at the man and introduced Chindalu and Huang Guang to him. "Greetings, third young master." "Hello, Guangji, Chengji." Xiangzi politely greeted Huang Guang and the others. Meanwhile, the men following Xiangzi saw that the people they had previously been trying to extort were actually connected to someone far beyond their reach. They couldn't help but tremble, knowing that such powerful figures could crush them as easily as stepping on an ant. "All right, deal with this matter. Can't you see we're all here?" Chindalu said coolly. Normally, he wouldn't have anything to do with petty gangsters like them. It was only for Huang Guang's sake that he'd personally come to handle this affair. "I heard Mr. Huang hit your car and owes you 200,000 yuan. Is that right?" Wei glanced coldly at the men behind Xiangzi as he spoke. The men exchanged glances, and one quickly shook his head, saying, No, it's nothing. We accidentally bumped into Mr. Huang. We should compensate him 200,000. The other men quickly nodded in agreement, murmuring their assent. Huang Chung wore a baffled expression after hearing the man's words. Clearly, he had crashed into their car. So how had it suddenly turned into them crashing into him, and now offering him 200,000 yuan in compensation? "What the hell is going on with you guys?" Xiangzi said angrily, glaring at the men behind him. And no, nothing really, just a little misunderstanding with Mr. Huang. The man who had spoken earlier stammered. "Are you sure?" Xiangzi stared at him. "Yes. That's right," the man said with a pitiful expression as he addressed Huang Chung. "Mr. Huang, it was truly a misunderstanding that day, and regarding the accident, we sincerely wish to compensate you. We hope you can accept our apology." Watching this guy groveling for forgiveness, Huang Cheng felt the world had changed too quickly. Just 2 days ago, this same man had been threatening him fiercely, saying if Huang didn't repay the debt, he'd kidnap Wu Wan and sell her off. Now here he was begging pathetically for mercy. The turnaround was quite satisfying, really. At this moment, Huang Cheng's mindset underwent a transformation. If apologies worked, what would we need the police for? Huang Cheng delivered this particularly striking line. If it had been 1 minute earlier, Huang Cheng might have accepted his apology, but now his mind had changed. He didn't want to let these guys off so easily. Huang Guang stared at his brother in surprise. He hadn't expected his elder brother to say something like that. He had thought he would accept the apology. Wu Wan was also looking at her boyfriend in bewilderment. Chapter 20, Late Night Snack. Then, Mr. Huang, what would you like us to do? The man speaking knew this wasn't the time to call the shots. Better to swallow his pride and submit. Kneel down, apologize 10 times, and we'll consider the matter settled, Huang Cheng said to the man. These past few days, these guys have really put me through hell, so of course they deserve some punishment. Although the man had backed down, he hesitated a bit when it came to kneeling in public. Do as you're told and kneel. Who asked you to stir up so much trouble? Xiangzi glared fiercely at the man and his companions. Yes, yes. At Xiangzi's words, the men immediately knelt before Huang Cheng, saying, Mr. Huang, we were wrong about what happened before. We caused you and your family a great deal of trouble, and we sincerely apologize to you here. Don't ever do this kind of thing again, just go. Since the person had already knelt down, Huang Cheng didn't want to push matters to the extreme. Thank Mr. Huang, Xiangzi urged from behind. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Thank you, Mr. Huang. The men chimed in hurriedly. Get lost already. You waiting for third young master to invite you to dinner. Xiangzi gave the men a few kicks in the rear. The men quickly left. Third young master, Mr. Huang, my ignorant younger brothers have offended you. I, Huang Cheng, sincerely apologize to you both. As he spoke, Huang Cheng bowed an apology to Chen Dalu and Huang Cheng. Although this incident wasn't his doing, as their elder brother, he had to take some responsibility for what happened. That's enough. This matter has nothing to do with you. Just make sure to keep better control of your men in the future, Chen Dalu said indifferently. This Huang Cheng has some connection with Wei, and Chen Dalu doesn't really want to make things difficult for him either. Understood. Third young master. Huang Cheng nodded earnestly. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Chen Dalu nodded. After Huang Cheng left, that imposing aura about Chen Dalu instantly dissipated, reverting back to his usual self as the antique shop owner. Brother Xiao Wang, now that everything's settled, you're not in a hurry to leave, are you? Chen Dalu approached Huang Guang and spoke. Huang Guang knew there must be something behind Chen Dalu's question, so he smiled and said, the old man should still be staying for a few more days before heading home. I'm just a free man for now. If you have something to say, just go ahead. Actually, it's nothing major. It's just that there's an antique trading fair tomorrow. Would you come with me? Chen Dalu quickly added. Ah, another treasure appraisal event? The previous antique appraisal event had already gotten Huang Guang into trouble with a certain Shenwan, and now here was another appraisal event. Huang Guang could only offer a bitter smile. Don't worry, Chen Dalu said with a smile, knowing exactly what was on Huang Guang's mind. This antique trade fair is nothing like what that Shun family youngster put together. It's far more sophisticated. There'll be plenty of genuine treasures there, but spotting them depends on one's expertise. With you by my side, I feel reassured. Are there really good finds there? At the mention of valuables, Huang Guang's eyes lit up. It couldn't be helped. To strengthen the golden light in his eyes, he needed to absorb the treasure chi from antiques. Do you think I'd drag you along if there weren't any good stuff? Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Chen Dalu thumped his chest in earnest assurance. All right then, Huang Guang nodded. Okay, we're staying in the presidential suite. There are plenty of places to relax inside. Let's all enjoy ourselves properly. Chen Dalu draped his arms around Huang Guang and Huang Cheng as he spoke. It must be said that the service at Tiana City's most luxurious hotel truly lives up to its reputation. As guests of the presidential suite, the treatment they received was beyond compare. Everything from world-class brands to French cuisine prepared by top chefs. Though Huang Guang and the others weren't accustomed to Western food, it was all part of the experience. In the end, they still filled their stomachs at a late-night food stall. Brother Chun, I'm telling you, let's skip that Western food from now on. Sure, it tastes alright, but it just doesn't fill you up. Doesn't compare at all to these late-night snacks. Now this is real sustenance. Huang Guang grabbed another skewer in one hand and took a swig of beer with the other, looking utterly content as he grinned at Chindalu. While Western dishes might look presentable and taste decent, the portions were always too small for a grown man with Huang Guang's appetite. Only these meat skewers and beers from the night market stall could truly satisfy. You're damn right. Look at how these juicy skewers are grilled to perfection, tasty, filling, and oh so satisfying. Huang Chung immediately chimed in to back up his little brother. Truth be told, I don't particularly enjoy Western cuisine either, Chindalu said between bites. But when the hotel offers that service, why shouldn't we indulge? After all, we've already paid for it. Besides, he added with a smirk, weren't you both thrilled enough to take pictures and post them on moments when we had Western food? There's no helping it. It's our first time trying this. Of course we gotta take pictures for keepsakes, Huang Guang said with a laugh. Huang Chung kept nodding while munching on skewers, not wasting a single second. Actually, it's my first time eating this too, Chindalu shamelessly admitted. Yeah, right. Huang Guang gave Chindalu a look of disdain. As the third young master of the Chun family, if Chindalu claimed this was his first time eating Western food, Huang Guang simply wouldn't believe it. Hee, let's drink up. Chindalu raised his bottle and said. Just as Huang Guang raised his bottle, a figure suddenly bumped into him. Huang Guang instinctively reached out and caught the figure that had collided with him, preventing them from falling. Then, Huang Guang realized who he was holding. It turned out to be the daughter of a late-night snack stall owner, a delicate-looking girl of about 18 or 19. At this moment, the girl was looking at Huang Guang with a shy blush on her face. Sorry about that. Huang Guang quickly withdrew his hand and said somewhat awkwardly, I'm sorry. The girl lowered her head and spoke softly. Having said that, the girl turned to leave. But a hand suddenly reached over, grabbing the girl's wrist. Hey there, pretty. Don't rush off. Have a drink with Big Brother before you go. The speaker was a man in his 30s, shaved head, thick gold chain around his neck, arms covered in dragon and phoenix tattoos. He was clearly drunk, which explained his shameless harassment of the young girl. Sir, I'm sorry. I don't drink, the girl stammered, trying to pull her hand free. She'd only come to help her parents during her break, never expecting something like this would happen. Now she was at a complete loss for what to do. The night snack stall owner also noticed what was happening and quickly put down his work, walking over with an apologetic smile. Big brother, my little sister here is still a student. She doesn't drink. How about I drink with you instead? In business, harmony brings wealth. Though the man was clearly in the wrong, the stall owner still had to keep smiling and smooth things over. Chapter 21, Not a Bad Person. Who the hell asked you to drink? Listen up. If your daughter doesn't drink with me today, I'll make sure you learn that when Brother June speaks, no one refuses. The bald man glared menacingly at the stall owner. Old man, don't be blind. If you make our Brother June unhappy, you can forget about keeping this shop open. It's just a drink. We're not asking your daughter to do anything inappropriate. What's the big deal? We're doing you a favor by inviting your daughter to drink. Don't reject our goodwill. As Brother June finished speaking, his companions also started making a racket. The late-night snack stall owner and his daughter were both startled. The girl looked at her father and said, Dad, maybe I should just drink after all. The girl was very understanding. She feared that her actions might ruin her father's business. So even if she really couldn't drink, she had no choice but to make this decision. However, what kind of father would let his daughter suffer like this? The stall owner shielded his daughter behind him and said to the man, Brother June, my daughter really can't drink. How about this? Tonight's meal is on me. Upon hearing this, Brother June immediately stood up, leaning so close to the stall owner their faces nearly touched, and growled coldly. Old man, are you saying I can't afford to pay? I'm a freeloader. Here you go. Junji took out a wad of cash from his pocket and slapped it against the boss's face rhythmically, shouting, Think I got no money? Think I got no money? Free my ass. The wad of cash was thick enough to make a crisp, slapping sound as it hit the boss's face, whose cheeks instantly flushed red. No, don't hit my dad. I'll drink it. Seeing her father being beaten, the girl cried out and reached out to push Junji away. You think I give a damn about you? Get lost. Brother June gave the girl a shove, sending her stumbling backward. The girl, in her panic, had no choice but to close her eyes. At that moment, she felt a strong hand steadying her, preventing her from falling. Opening her eyes, she saw that the person supporting her was none other than Huang Guang, the same man she had accidentally collided with earlier. Huang Guang first smiled at the girl, then released her. Grabbing an empty liquor bottle, he strode over to Brother June. Without a word, he swung the bottle at Brother June's bald head, knocking him to the ground. While kicking him relentlessly, Huang Guang shouted, "Think money makes you special? That give you the right to do whatever you want to bully others? Who gave you that right, God?" Jun Ji's companion saw that Junge had been hit and immediately grabbed a beer bottle, aiming to strike Huang Guang. At that moment, Awei suddenly acted quickly, 3 punches and 2 kicks, and took down Jun Ji's 5 companions to the ground. He looked so effortless, as if he had just finished a meal and casually stretched his limbs. While Jun Ji's companions were falling to the ground, Huang Guang continued stomping his foot, and every kick landed squarely on Jun Ji's face. There was no way around it. Junge reminded Huang Guang of someone he deeply despised, Manager Wu. Both Junge and Manager Wu relied on their wealth to bully others without restraint. So Huang Guang vented all his pent-up fury on Junge. Poor Junge had truly suffered an undeserved misfortune. Big brother, stop hitting me. Please stop. I know I was wrong. I admit my mistake." Brother June crouched on the ground, curling into a defensive ball while shielding his vital areas, continuously begging for mercy. Wrong? Now you know you're wrong? There's a saying, if apologies worked, what would we need the police for? Huang Guang continued delivering kick after kick to Brother June's body. If you're going to be a bad guy, then see it through to the end. What's this sudden remorse about? Big brother, please stop kicking. I'm not really a bad person. I was just drunk earlier. My mind was muddled. All trace of Brother June's former ferocious bravado had completely evaporated. Not a bad person? Then why the tattoos? Not a bad person? Then why shave your head bald? Not a bad person? Then why wear that massive gold chain? Huang Guang kept up both his verbal and physical assault, just for pretending to be a villain while claiming you're not one, yet doing exactly what villains do. That alone deserves a beating. Brother June clutched his head, feeling like he was about to vomit blood from frustration. The reason this guy was beating him up was so absurd, yet somehow utterly irrefutable. "All right, little brother, stop hitting him. Any more, and you might really hurt him," Huang Chengzheng said, stepping forward to intervene. He genuinely feared Huang Guang might end up seriously injuring June. If he gets hurt, so be it. A spineless bully like him deserves a proper lesson, one he'll remember for the rest of his life. Chen Dalu chimed in, equally disgusted by June's cowardly behavior of preying on the weak. Sir, maybe just let it go," the late-night snack stall owner pleaded, terrified that if Huang Guang accidentally went too far, his little shop would be finished. "Miss, what do you say?" Since the victim herself had spoken up to stop the fight, Huang Guang had no choice but to give her some face. Forget it, the girl never expected Huang Guang to consult her opinion. After a stunned pause, she replied softly. Seeing the kind-hearted girl's reaction, Huang Guang could only smile wryly before turning back to Junji with an icy tone. "You hear that? This young lady doesn't want to pursue it, otherwise I'd have beaten you to death. Now get the hell out of here." "Thank you, boss," Junji said weakly as he struggled to rise from the ground. "Shouldn't you be thanking the young lady instead of me?" Huang Guang gave June another kick. Thank you for your generosity, miss, for not holding my mistakes against me," June said obediently. There was no other option. The situation was clear. Their side was no match in a fight. Better to swallow his pride and surrender. "Get out of here. And remember, don't let me catch you bullying anyone again, or I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life needing help to wipe your own ass." Brother June nodded repeatedly and left with his companions. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to leave the money behind. He was genuinely afraid Huang Guang would beat him up again over this matter. "Young man, I really can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do." The late-night snack shop owner expressed his gratitude to Huang Guang after Brother June and his group had left. "Boss, You really shouldn't indulge that kind of people. Even if we weren't here, you could have called the police. I'm sure Uncle Policeman would have dealt with them properly. We live in a society ruled by law now. Those scum can't just behave however they want. Yes, yes. The boss nodded hurriedly. Hey man, you're pretty tough, but you just hit someone. I think you'd better leave quickly, otherwise when Uncle Policeman arrives, you'll be the one getting taken away. A late-night diner nearby kindly reminded Huang Guang, having noticed someone had already called the police. Chapter 22. Kindred Spirits. Thanks. Huang Guang nodded at the person who spoke before glancing at Shindalu. This was Chundalu's turf, after all, and causing trouble for him wouldn't be ideal. So, he needed to see what Chundalu thought about the situation. Relax, we haven't even finished eating yet. Who cares about leaving now? Chundalu motioned for Huang Guang to sit back down and keep eating. By the way, Brother Guang, that was pretty satisfying earlier, huh? Though if you ask me, a few well-placed kicks to his little buddy would have been even better. Huang Guang rolled his eyes. Chundalu really had no sense of moderation, but damn if he didn't appreciate the sentiment. Everyone remained, continuing to enjoy their late-night snack. Within minutes, a police car pulled up. Four officers emerged from the vehicle. Two middle-aged constables in their 40s and two auxiliary officers in their 20s. One constable approached the busy owner with an auxiliary officer and asked directly, "Are you the owner?" The night snack shop owner quickly nodded. "Did someone really get into a fight here just now?" The officer continued asking. "This is what happened." The night snack shop owner then recounted the entire incident. "Is that person still here?" The officer's implication was clear. He was thinking of Huang Guang. The boss hesitated for a moment, then told the officers Huang Guang's whereabouts. Earlier, Huang Guang had already instructed him. If the police came, the boss should simply tell the truth. The officer nodded to the boss, then walked toward Huang Guang and the others with the auxiliary police officer who had been taking notes all along. Meanwhile, the police officers and auxiliary officers had also learned about the incident from other guests and were now heading toward Huang Guang and the others. "Are you the one who assaulted someone earlier?" The officer who had just questioned the shop owner walked up to Huang Guang and spoke while looking at him. "Indeed, I was the one who hit him. I trust you're already aware of the circumstances. Shouldn't such scoundrels be taught a lesson?" Huang Guang replied indifferently, continuing to eat while seated. "Sir, we are currently enforcing the law. Please cooperate with our investigation," the officer said, his expression turning cold as he observed Huang Guang's demeanor. This was a police officer representing law enforcement on duty. Here was a man who had committed assault yet behaved with such nonchalance. The officer couldn't help but feel displeased. "I've been fully cooperative all along, otherwise I wouldn't have waited here for you," Huang Guang said calmly. "Glad you're cooperating. Then please come with us to the police station," the officer said, struggling to suppress his anger. "This gentleman helped us. He hasn't done anything wrong. Why are you taking him to the police station?" The shop owner's daughter bravely stood up and addressed the officers. Huang Guang had helped her earlier, and now that he was about to be taken away by the police, the young woman naturally felt compelled to speak up for him. "Little girl, no matter what the reason, hitting someone violates the law. The officer wouldn't abandon their duty of law enforcement just because of a girl's words." Officer He well said, "Hitting someone does violate the law. Since I also hit someone earlier, take me along as well." Ah Wei calmly interjected. From the way he addressed the officer, it was clear Ah Wei knew this policeman. Officer He glanced at Ah Wei, and his expression immediately stiffened. "Mr. Hua, fancy meeting you here." Officer He forced a smile, while thinking to himself that this police call had been a complete waste of time. "Yes, just having a late-night snack with friends. I got involved earlier too. If you're making arrests, you'll have to take both of us." Ah Wei looked straight at Officer He. Officer He thought to himself, "Who would dare arrest you? The moment I took you in, I'd probably get a call on my phone before even reaching the station. Chew me out, force me to apologize to you, and then make me escort you back with full respect. Arrest you? I'm not that stupid." "Haha, Mr. Hua, you've got quite the sense of humor. Someone like that totally deserve a lesson." "Don't worry, sir. We'll track down the troublemaker and hold him for 2 weeks to teach him some reflection." Officer He laughed, putting on his most diplomatic tone. "All right then, Officer He, you can go ahead with your business." Ah Wei nodded to Officer He. "Very well. I won't disturb Mr. Hua's meal any longer," Officer He said with a smile before getting into the car with his colleague and driving off. After the police car left, silence fell among the four people inside it. Hey, brother, who exactly were those people just now? A community policing assistant couldn't hold back any longer and finally asked. Of course he's a big shot, officer, he replied. You must know about the Chun group. That Huaguowei just now was one of their key figures in charge of the conglomerate security operations. For someone of his stature to be accompanying others for late-night snacks here, do you think those people could be ordinary? So what do we do now? The auxiliary officer pressed. Naturally, we go back and close the case. Did you seriously think we'd actually arrest them? Officer, he said with a hint of resignation. With their status hanging over us, they're completely untouchable. Besides, no matter how you look at it, they were acting out of chivalry, stepping in to right a wrong and do a good deed. There's no way to pin anything on them. Better to leave them be and build goodwill instead. Huang Guang and the others were preparing to leave now. With all the commotion caused by that bald-headed military brother and the police officers, none of them had any appetite left for late-night snacks. How much do we owe, boss? Huaguowei waved toward the proprietor. No, there's no need. You gentlemen have already helped me so much today. How could I possibly accept your money? The owner rushed to say. Had it not been for Huaguowei and the others' intervention earlier, his business would have been ruined. How could he bring himself to take their money now? Paying for meals is only proper. You're running a small business, boss, so skipping the bill is out of the question. Also, if that troublemaker dares to come back, just give me a call. Huaguowei handed the owner 500 yuan before giving him his business card. With that, the group departed. The next day, Huaguowei drove Huang Guang and Chun Dalu toward the outskirts of Tiana City. Meanwhile, Huang Chung and Wu Wan, accompanied by people Chun Dalu arranged, enjoyed themselves touring Tiana City properly. After driving about half an hour toward the suburbs, the car stopped in front of a villa with large iron gates. Several luxury vehicles were already parked outside: Mercedes, Ferraris, and Bentleys. Though Huang Guang owned a Porsche Cayenne, these luxury cars still filled him with envy. At that moment, the gate swung open, revealing two burly men. Observing their appearance and movements, Huang Guang instinctively glanced at Huaguowei. They all carried the same aura. A sudden curiosity arose in his heart about the true identity of this villa's owner. The two men also glanced at Huaguowei, sensing the aura of a fellow martial artist. One of them inquired, "Third young master Chun, who are these two?" Although the man asked who Huang Guang and Huaguowei were, it was clear they only cared about Huaguowei. Chapter 23. The Auction. Chun Dalu smiled and said, "This is my driver Away, and this is my friend Huang Guang." The two men nodded. Everyone coming here was someone of status, and bringing a bodyguard or two was perfectly acceptable. Then, one of them stayed behind while the other led Chun Dalu and the other two inside, saying as they walked, "Third young master Chun, Mr. Wang is chatting in the living room. Please follow me." Walking inward was a 6-meter wide gravel path. On the left side stood an enormous swimming pool, easily covering 100 square meters or more. About 10 meters ahead stood a grand European-style villa, at whose entrance were parked 3 Bugatti Veyrons in different colors. Wow, Bugattis, 3 of them. That's ridiculously cool. The sight of the 3 Bugattis nearly made Huang Guang drool. Old Wang still loves his cars, and showing off as much as ever. These 3 cars combined must be worth close to 100 million. Chun Dalu, coming from a wealthy family himself, wasn't particularly astonished by the luxury vehicles. If only I could drive one of these someday, that'd be the dream. Huang Guang couldn't tear his gaze away from the 3 cars. The guy didn't speak, merely giving a somewhat disdainful smile. In his eyes, Huang Guang was just an ordinary person. Even if he was Chun Dalu's friend, dreaming of driving a Bugatti was simply laughable. Though the man's look irritated Huang Guang slightly, he quickly dismissed it after some thought. The level of this place was currently beyond his reach anyway. Moreover, the guy was just an underling. Why stoop to his level? Still, he couldn't help feeling intensely envious. Right now, his entire net worth might barely cover a few of those car wheels, while whoever could afford these 3 luxury vehicles must possess wealth far exceeding their combined value. Huang Guang grew genuinely curious about the mysterious owner behind this place. Entering the villa's grand hall, The man bowed respectfully to a middle-aged gentleman seated on the sofa and announced, "Boss, third young master Chun has arrived." "Old third, I thought you wouldn't come. Come sit over here quickly." The middle-aged man addressed Chindalu with warm familiarity. "Brother Wong, you know me, I've always had a soft spot for these things. How could I possibly miss such an opportunity?" Chindalu replied, while taking a seat beside fifth brother, then addressed the others in the hall. "Gentlemen, rest assured, though I'm quite close with Brother Wong, I won't seek special privileges. I'll compete with everyone fairly." "You're too modest, third young master," the gathering responded. "The character of third young master and Mr. Wong is absolutely impeccable." The crowd in the hall quickly responded in agreement. Seeing Huang Guang's unease, Chun Dalu waved him over and said, "Little Guang, come join us here." Mr. Wong glanced curiously at Huang Guang. He'd never seen Chindalu show such warm courtesy toward anyone before. "Brother Wong, you don't mind if I invite little Guang to sit with us, do you?" Chindalu looked toward Mr. Wong. "Not at all," Mr. Wong replied with a smile. Huang Guang took a seat beside Chindalu and surveyed the spacious hall. The area was quite large, occupying nearly 150 square meters, with lavish decor. A projector hung beside the chandelier overhead, and a square screen frame was mounted on the wall ahead. There were about 10 people sitting in the hall, most of them over 40 years old, except for one rather handsome young man in his 20s who was whispering intimately with a strikingly attractive, curvaceous woman beside him. Originally, no one paid much attention to Huang Guang, but now that they saw him sitting with Chindalu, everyone couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Especially the young man, whose gaze at Huang Guang carried a hint of provocation. Huang Guang felt utterly bewildered. He didn't even know this guy. Was there really any need to challenge him like this? Chindalu turned his head slightly towards Huang Guang and whispered, "Brother Guang, most people here are experts in the field. From the looks of it, they don't think much of you. You'll need to really show them what you've got in a moment." "Don't worry, I'll definitely make them open their eyes wide," Huang Guang replied earnestly. "By the way, Brother Chun, who's that young man over there? He seems to have a problem with me." "That's Fong Hua, the only son of the Fong family. 23 years old, loves being the center of attention." Hua Guowei murmured quietly into Huang Guang's ear. "The reason he dislikes you is because you stole his thunder earlier." Hearing Hua Guowei's explanation, Huang Guang was left speechless. These rich second-generation kids, could they really be this petty? Chindalu patted Huang Guang's shoulder with a beaming smile. At this moment, Mr. Wong stood up from the sofa and said with a smile, "Since almost everyone is here, let's begin. Ah Bing, go tell the Liu brothers to bring the items up." One of Mr. Wong's bodyguards left the hall, and soon 2 men in their 30s entered. Both were of medium height, bore a striking resemblance to each other, and carried a large chest between them. Chindalu whispered to Huang Guang, "Xiao Guang, those are the Liu brothers. They make a living by tomb raiding and are quite renowned in that line of work. Brother Wong has a passion for collecting too, which is why he organizes these underground auctions. It lets his friends indulge their interests while he picks out items he fancies, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So bold and open about it. Aren't they afraid of being caught?" Huang Guang knew that underground workers refer to tomb raiders. At the last treasure appraisal event hosted by Shunwan, Shen mentioned that his censer was newly unearthed, but it was just talk. The tomb raiders themselves hadn't shown up. Now, at this auction, even grave robbers were making an appearance, which genuinely surprised Huang Guang. Chindalu gave a nonchalant smile and whispered, "Xiao Guang, Brother Wong's status is no less than mine, and everyone here is standing. So you can be sure no one's coming to arrest anyone. All right, enough talk. Let's see what other treasures they've dug up." The Liu brothers stepped into the hall, opened their case, and first placed a pair of Famille Rose ceramic palace-made figurines on the center table. The Liu brothers slowly rotated a pair of porcelain palace-made figurines under the light and said, "This time we got a bit lucky. While digging up a Qing Dynasty grave, we accidentally discovered another tomb beneath it, a Han Dynasty burial. We managed to retrieve some treasures from there too. We'll set aside the Han Dynasty items for now and first examine these Qing porcelain palace-made figurines. The starting bid is 80,000. Not many people attended the auction today, and given their various backgrounds, Everyone remained quite calm about this first item, which wasn't anything particularly remarkable. Chundalu, knowing Huang Guang had never participated in such an auction before, explained to him, "In these private auctions, it all comes down to the buyer's discerning eye. If you spot something genuine, you bid, highest offer takes it. Of course, if you end up with a fake, that's on you for not being sharp enough." Chapter 24. A genuine body with a fake base. As Huang Guang was speaking in Chundalu, someone had already gone up to examine the pair of palace-made figurines, and the bid had already reached 120,000 yuan. After all, this pair of palace-made figurines could fetch at least 500,000 if placed in a legitimate auction house. Huang Guang nodded at Chundalu and stepped up to the display platform as well, examining the pair of palace-maiden figurines resting atop it. After putting on a show of examining them, Huang Guang absorbed a surge of green energy from the pair of palace maiden figurines and sensed the golden light in his eyes growing stronger by about 1/10. After determining the authenticity of the ornamental pieces, Huang Guang returned and nodded in agreement with Chundalu. However, Chundalu showed little interest in the ornaments and refrained from bidding. Mr. Wang also didn't place any bids, merely exchanging simple jargon with Chundalu, terms like unfinished edges and glaze repairs. Fortunately, Huang Guang had devoured several antique books beforehand, or else he wouldn't have understood a word. After several rounds of bidding, Feng Hua won the palace-made figurine for 500,000 yuan. Judging by his demeanor, spending 500,000 in one go seemed as effortless as spending 5 yuan for him. The beauty beside him then planted a fragrant kiss on his cheek. Feng Hua placed his hand on the woman's perky backside, giving it a squeeze, then shot Huang Guang a provocative glance. Huang Guang was speechless, silently noting to himself just how recklessly these rich second-generation heirs treated their money. At this moment, the Liu brothers presented the second item, a gold-inlaid jade cup, approximately 12 centimeters tall, gently placing on the display stand as they announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is an ancient Han Dynasty jade cup with golden feet. The starting bid is 800,000, and those interested may come up for a closer look." As soon as the Liu brothers finished speaking, nearly everyone rushed forward to examine the golden-inlaid jade cup, indicating this piece must hold extraordinary value. Huang Guang naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity, and more than that, he had a gut feeling this golden-inlaid jade cup would grant him considerable energy. After waiting a while, Huang Guang finally got a close-up view of the golden-footed cup. This golden-footed cup takes a cylindrical form with a tall stem, featuring tube-drilled circular perforations. The exterior walls are divided into 5 sections. The first and fifth sections share identical decorations, carved with double-lined cloud scroll patterns and interconnected cloud motifs. The second and fourth sections bear matching designs of incised cloud patterns. The third section resembles the first and fifth. Each decorative band is separated by double incised circles, crafted with meticulous regularity, fluid engraving, and perfect symmetry, truly exquisite. Han Dynasty Antique Jade Golden-Footed Cup. As Huang Guang received this message, he also absorbed a stream of purple treasure chi from the golden-footed cup. Instantly, he felt the golden light in his eyes surge dramatically, nearly restoring to its original intensity. After returning to sit beside Chundalu, Huang Guang murmured softly, "Brother Chun, this golden-footed cup is genuine. Judging by both the carving technique and cloud patterns, its Han Dynasty craftsmanship exceptionally beautiful." Huang Guang truly cherished this ancient jade-footed golden cup, for it had gifted him such abundant golden radiance energy. This golden goblet is currently valued at 4 million on the market. If the price is right, you could buy it and bring it to my shop. We could turn a small profit on the difference, Chundalu said with a grin. With that, Chundalu made the first offer, 2 million. Huang Guang stared at Chundalu, utterly perplexed. He simply couldn't understand why the third young master of the Qin family would take such keen interest in earning mere tens or hundreds of thousands in price differences. However, Chundalu's 2 million was quickly surpassed by others. After all, everyone present was highly interested in that golden tripod cup. Ultimately, when Chundalu raised the bid to 3.9 million, there were hardly any competitors left. The attendees were all shrewd individuals who understood auction prices perfectly well. Chundalu's bid of 3.9 million had already approached the maximum valuation for this tripod cup, and further bidding would bring little benefit. 3,900,000 going once, 3,900,000 going twice. The Liu brothers called out while scanning the crowd, hoping someone else would place a bid. 4,300,000. That Feng Hua fellow finally threw in his offer at this moment. Chundalu shot Feng Hua a resentful glare, while Feng Hua responded with an arrogant smile and a curt nod. Damn, this guy is truly despicable. 3,900,000 was already Chundalu's limit. Not that he lacked the funds, but he refused to engage in money-losing deals. It's fine, let him have it. When the chance comes, I'll make sure he pays dearly for it. Huang Guang didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill toward Feng Hua either. Seeing that Chundalu no longer intended to bid against him, Feng Hua's face broke into a smug grin. Sure, it cost him an extra few $100,000, but the feeling of crushing everyone else was absolutely worth it. However, Feng Hua's triumph lasted mere seconds before another sky-high bid came crashing down. 5 million. The bid came from Mr. Wang, who was seated next to Chundalu. Brother Wang, 5 million. Isn't that a bit too much? Chundalu turned his head and whispered into Mr. Wang's ear. I like it. Mr. Wang smiled at Chundalu. Seeing that Mr. Wang made the bid, Feng Hua was quite displeased, but he refrained from raising the price further. Thus, the golden-footed cup was secured by Mr. Wang in the auction. Subsequently, the Liu brothers auctioned off 5 or 6 more items, none with high prices, each fetching a few $100,000. Chundalu also won a Han Dynasty jade plate, grinning from ear to ear, as reselling it could earn him a tidy profit of over 100,000. Soon after, the Liu brothers presented a monochrome porcelain vase on the display stand. Qing Dynasty Yongzheng period monochrome glaze imitation roux-ware hexagonal vase, starting bid 3 million. Feel free to come up for a closer look if interested. This porcelain vase is in far better condition than that gold-footed cup from before, standing over 60 centimeters tall, significantly taller than the gold-footed cup. The appearance of this porcelain vase made Chundalu visibly restless. He whispered quietly into Huang Guang's ear. 6 months ago, at a legitimate auction, a similar porcelain vase fetched 11 million yuan. It's truly a rare collectible. What if it's fake? Huang Guang murmured in response. Though all previous items had been genuine, Huang Guang couldn't shake the feeling that counterfeit goods would appear at this auction. If it's a fake, then the buyer just had bad luck. This porcelain vase couldn't really be counterfeit, could it? Chundalu said, while looking at Huang Guang. Hard to say. I was just speculating. We'd have to examine it up close to know for sure, Huang Guang replied earnestly. With that, Huang Guang walked toward the display stand. After a short while, it was finally Huang Guang's turn to inspect the piece. Huang Guang's hand made contact with the porcelain vase, yet no energy was absorbed. Instead, a piece of information emerged: man-made counterfeit, authentic vessel body, false base. Damn, it's actually fake. These two brothers are downright despicable, mixing a real vase body with a fake base and daring to ask for 3 million. That's pure robbery. Huang Guang glared at the seemingly honest Liu brothers and cursed them silently in his heart. Had it not been for his special ability, he would have fallen right into their trap. Chapter 25. The Sword of Unyielding Valor. And that bunch of people who thought they could get a bargain had already started bidding, with the price quickly rising to 5 million. It seems you haven't managed to win a single bid. Just as Huang Guang was preparing to leave, a voice laced with disdain rang out beside him. Huang Guang turned to look and saw that the speaker was none other than Feng Hua. This rich second-generation heir had already secured 2 or 3 items during the earlier auctions, while Huang Guang hadn't won a single one. Now that he'd spotted Huang Guang, of course he had to provoke him. Huang Guang's eyes darted around as a sudden idea struck him. I hadn't been interested in the previous items, but this porcelain vase is quite nice. I like it. By the way, how many pieces have you already bid on? You wouldn't compete with me for this one, would you? Whoever complains about having too many good things, and I happen to like this vase too, I intend to acquire it. Let's see who has what it takes. Seeing Huang Guang respond, Fang Hua felt his competitive spirit ignite. Huang Guang nodded in acknowledgement before returning to Chun Dalu's side. Brother Xiao Wang, what? 6 million. Before Chun Dalu could even finish his question, Huang Guang immediately named a price. As soon as Huang Guang finished calling his price, Fang Hua immediately countered like a call-and-response folk song. 6.5 million. Huang Guang noticed many eyes fixed on the porcelain vase, so he didn't rush to raise the bid. Instead, he turned to Chindalu and said, "Let's play a little game." With that, he even winked at Chindalu. Chindalu raised an eyebrow, then quickly regained his composure, though his mind was racing. From Huang Guang's words, he'd realized the porcelain vase was a counterfeit. None of these seasoned experts had noticed, yet Huang Guang had spotted it. His eye for talent had truly served him well this time. While Huang Guang and Chun Dalu exchanged words, the vase's bid price climbed another few hundred thousand, reaching 7.2 million. 8 million. Seeing that the price increase was relatively modest, Huang Guang decided to stir things up with a bold move. After placing his bid, he shot a glance at Fang Hua. Provoked by Huang Guang's move, Fang Hua immediately bid without hesitation 9 million. 10 million. Before the Liu brothers could even echo Fang Hua's bid, Huang Guang raised the price directly to 10 million. After Huang Guang raised the price to 10 million, almost everyone present gave up on bidding, turning their gazes toward him instead. Chindalu also turned his gaze toward Huang Guang, his eyes filled with astonishment. Wasn't this just a little game? Did things need to escalate this much? Under the gaze of the crowd, Huang Guang maintained his usual calm smile, but his heart began to race. A voice inside him was screaming, "Asterisk, keep raising the bid. Fang Hua, keep going higher. Asterisk." Originally, when Huang Guang raised the bid to 10 million, Fang Hua had already begun hesitating whether to continue increasing the price. Yet upon seeing Huang Guang's smug expression, his face flushed with anger and he shouted, 11 million. Hearing Fang Hua call out this price, Huang Guang's heart instantly settled, though he deliberately put on an expression of hesitation, wanting to speak up but not daring to. After a moment of apparent consideration, he said, "Young Master Fang, since you fancy it, I'll yield it to you." Seeing that Huang Guang wouldn't raise the bid further, Fang Hua's face immediately lit up with a triumphant smile. "Much obliged," he said with a chuckle. With no further bids, the Liu brothers officially announced that Fang Hua had won the porcelain vase. Brother Xiao Wang, 10 million. There was no need to play so boldly. If he hadn't raised the bid earlier, wouldn't you have ended up buying that vase? Chun Dalu whispered in Huang Guang's ear, eyeing Fang Hua's smug expression with unease. "I was genuinely scared earlier. Keep in mind my entire net worth is just over 9 million. If he hadn't raised the bid, I would have had to borrow money from you, Brother Chun. Thankfully, he did. If I weren't so disgusted by him, wild horses couldn't have dragged me into doing this." Huang Guang wore a look of lingering fear on his face. "Was that bottle really fake?" Chun Dalu asked. "Yeah, the vase body is genuine, but it has a fake base. Whoever buys it is getting scammed," Huang Guang remarked. Chun Dalu discreetly gave Huang Guang a thumbs up. By this point, the Liu brothers didn't have many items left to sell. The final auction pieces were a heavily rusted short sword and a badly damaged wooden box measuring about 1 foot wide and half a foot tall. These two items were taken from a Han Dynasty tomb. Since they were found together, we're auctioning them as a bundle. 100,000 yuan for the set. Most of those present were experts in the field, and these two items held little to no value. Yet the Liu brothers were asking for 100,000 yuan for them, so the crowd barely had any interest in taking a closer look. "Brother Chun, I'm going up to take a look." While others showed little interest in the two items, Huang Guang felt an unusual intuition. These pieces were anything but ordinary. What's there to see? Even with my limited expertise, I can tell they're just worthless junk. "Don't waste your time," Chun Dalu said, echoing the crowd's dismissive attitude toward the two items. "I'll just take a look. It's good to broaden one's horizons," Huang Guang replied with a smile as he made his way toward the display. Originally, the Liu brothers thought no one would bid on these last two items of theirs, regretting that they had set the price too high. But when they saw Huang Guang approaching, Smiles immediately appeared on their faces. Little brother, these two items were placed in the main chamber of a Han Dynasty tomb. Definitely good pieces. Otherwise, we wouldn't have set the price at 100,000 yuan, the Liu brothers whispered to Huang Guang. Let me take a look, but 100,000 is really a bit steep. If you lower the price a little, I might consider it, Huang Guang said, his eyes flickering with thought. The Liu brothers exchanged glances and said, Little brother, how about this? If no one else bids against you, we'll refund you 50,000 after the auction ends. Deal, Huang Guang nodded. All right, let me examine them first. Please, the Liu brothers quickly nodded in agreement. Huang Guang first reached for the heavily rusted short sword. The moment his hand touched the blade, he immediately saw a golden radiance emanate from it, which was then absorbed by the golden light in his eyes. After absorbing the golden light from the sword, Huang Guang instantly felt an extraordinary sense of comfort wash over his entire body. When this exhilarating sensation subsided, Huang Guang felt the golden light in his eyes surge to an unprecedented intensity. He estimated that the golden glow from the sword had directly tripled the radiance in his vision. Then, Huang Guang was stunned by the information that flooded his mind. Only 3 words appeared: fish intestine sword. Even those without any knowledge of history ought to recognize the name fish intestine sword. It is one of ancient China's 10 famous swords, wielded by the assassin Zhuan Zhu to slay King Liao of Wu, a sword of unmatched courage and resolve. Never did he expect to hold this ancient sword in his hands. Huang Guang was momentarily stunned. Chapter 26: Heavenly Silkworm Thread. Huang Guang struggled to compose himself, reluctantly setting down the rust-covered fish intestine sword with great reluctance before shifting his gaze to the severely damaged rosewood box. Just as Huang Guang reached out to take the wooden box, another piece of information surfaced in his mind. A damaged rosewood box containing a sheet of paper made from heavenly silkworm silk. What's going on? Huang Guang was dumbfounded once again, as he hadn't even touched the box yet, but had already received information about it. However, Huang Guang quickly realized that this must be a new ability gained after the golden light grew stronger. Paper made from heavenly silkworm silk, just by the name, it sounded incredibly valuable. There's no way I'm letting these slip through my fingers. Knowing both items were extraordinary, Huang Guang resolved in his heart to acquire them at any cost. Huang Guang returned to Chun Dalu and immediately called out a base price, 100,000. Because the appearance of these two items was truly unsightly, no one competed with Huang Guang in the bidding. Fang Hua had initially intended to bid, but recalling how Huang Guang had just played him, he worried that if he ended up spending a fortune on 2 worthless objects, he'd become the laughingstock of the crowd, so he chose not to bid either. Thus, Huang Guang acquired both items for just 100,000. Of course, when paying the Liu brothers again, Huang Guang only needed to fork over 50,000 yuan. When the Liu brothers announced that the 2 items had been sold to him, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Huang Guang's face. After all, spending just 50,000 yuan to acquire the legendary ancient sword Fish Intestine, one of China's top 10 famous blades, along with that seemingly remarkable sheet of paper, made it impossible not to feel delighted. Qindala noticed Huang Guang's smiling expression and couldn't help but wonder, could those 2 pieces of junk actually be precious treasures? After Huang Guang secured the 2 items, the auction concluded. Successful bidders proceeded to settle their payments with the Liu brothers and collect their purchases. With Mr. Wang present, there wasn't even the slightest possibility of anyone daring to renege on payment. After collecting the payment, the Liu brothers left first. The remaining people could stay to have a meal with Mr. Wang if they wished, or they could leave early if they didn't want to. Given Mr. Wang's status, naturally everyone wanted to stay and build connections with him. Given Chun Dalu's relationship with Mr. Wang, they obviously wouldn't leave so soon either, which left an impatient Huang Guang, eager to witness the official unveiling of the 2 items, feeling quite helpless. Xiao Guang, having this meal with Brother Wang would hardly be a loss for you, Chun Dalu said with a laugh, noticing Huang Guang's distracted expression. As Chun Dalu's words fell, a dozen beautiful women with similar figures and heights, dressed in cheongsams, came out carrying trays of dishes. Soon, several covered plates were placed in front of each person. Brother Chun, this Brother Wang is really fortunate. So many beauties at home, Huang Guang remarked, not paying attention to the plates before him. You've got it wrong, Xiao Guang. These beauties were all hired by Brother Wang from various schools just to serve dishes during the auction. Each girl gets paid 10,000 yuan. Of course, if they're willing to interact with the auction attendees, that's beyond Brother Wang's control. Chun Dalu didn't even glance at the women, instead gulping as he stared at the plates in front of him. After all the dishes were served, Mr. Wang smiled and said, "Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. Let's start eating." As soon as Mr. Wang finished speaking, Chin Dalu unceremoniously lifted the lid, and a wave of fragrant aroma immediately wafted out. Breathing in the aroma, Chun Dalu's face instantly broke into an expression of utter satisfaction. "Xiao Guang, hurry up and eat. This pangolin stewed with ginseng and astragalus contains astragalus root, cotinopsis, pork, yam, longan, safflower, and angelica, extremely nourishing. There's also turtle soup and braised wild Chinese giant salamander, all absolutely exquisite delicacies," Chin Dalu said to Huang Guang before starting to eat enthusiastically, his face filled with a satisfied expression. Huang Guang thought to himself that since he couldn't leave right now anyway, he began eating heartily as well. Surprisingly, the taste was incredibly delicious, lifting Huang Guang's mood. Staying behind hadn't been for nothing. Everyone kept praising the dish's deliciousness, and Mr. Wang's smile grew even brighter. After finishing the meal, everyone went their separate ways. Fang Hua came up to Huang Guang before leaving, showing off. "It seems I've gained more than you at this auction." "Is that so?" "I don't think so," Huang Guang replied with a smile. "What do you mean? Don't tell me the items you want are more valuable than mine." Fang Hua's expression changed. "No," Huang Guang shook his head, "but that hexagonal porcelain vase you bought earlier seems a bit off. That's why I stopped bidding. It sounds like sour grapes to me. When none of those experts before doubted its authenticity, why should I believe what you say?" Fang Hua's heart sank, but he still put on a tough front. "If I were you, I'd have a professional take another careful look. Then you'd know for sure whether it's real or fake," Huang Guang said indifferently, uninterested in arguing further. "Oh, and one more thing. Pay close attention to the base." Huang Guang's words made Fang Hua's expression flicker with uncertainty. He desperately didn't want to believe him, but that confident look on Huang Guang's face made him start doubting. "Mr. Wu, could you take another careful look for me?" Fang Hua turned to the man in his 40s standing beside him. At his age, Fang Hua didn't know much about antiques. Of course, he'd bring an expert to help him identify items when attending such underground auctions, and the Mr. Wu beside him was exactly that helper. When Mr. Wu heard Huang Guang's words earlier, his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly picked up the vase again to examine it carefully, even taking out a magnifying glass, paying special attention to the base that Huang Guang had mentioned. Several minutes later, Mr. Wu slowly raised his head, his face full of bitterness. Seeing Mr. Wu's expression, Fang Hua felt a terrible premonition and immediately pressed. "Mr. Wu, what's really going on?" "Alas, young Master Fang, I must admit, I've truly misjudged this time. The hexagonal porcelain vase's body is undoubtedly genuine, but its base was a later addition. The craftsmanship of the forgery was exceptionally skillful. Because the main body was almost entirely authentic, nearly everyone overlooked the base. This was my oversight. Young Master Fang, the fault is mine this time, and I'll return your fee." With these words, Mr. Wu clasped his hands toward Huang Guang in a gesture of acknowledgement before taking his leave. Mr. Wu had spent decades navigating the antiquities trade. While not quite a pillar of the industry, he was still considered an expert-level connoisseur. Yet today, it took a young man's reminder for him to realize he'd been fooled. Moreover, his misjudgment had cost his employer such a substantial sum that Mr. Wu found it unbearable to remain any longer out of sheer shame. Chapter 27. Doing good needs no thanks. After Mr. Wu left, Fang Hua looked utterly dejected, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. "Young Master Fang, I was just doing a good deed. No need to thank me." Seeing Fang Hua's state, Huang Guang dealt him another crushing blow. "Fang Hua, who had been disheartened moments ago, suddenly turned furious and roared at Huang Guang. It was you. You deliberately sabotaged me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have bought this worthless trash. Chen Dalu then stepped in to support his friend. Giving Fang Hua a disdainful glance, he said, Fang Hua, you should know the rules of this trade, right? If you bought junk, you can only blame your own poor judgment. How can you pin the blame on others? If your mental resilience is this weak, you'd better quit the antique business. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might burst a blood vessel sooner or later. You all, I'll remember you. Knowing he couldn't provoke Chen Dalu, Fang Hua left with those threatening words before departing. Ah, another spoiled rich kid offended. Huang Guang shook his head as he watched Fang Hua leave, though it seemed he was somewhat getting used to such encounters. Don't mind him. He's just a good-for-nothing rich second generation. So what if we upset him? It's not like he can actually do anything about it. Chen Dalu brushed it off dismissively. To him, what really mattered were the treasures Huang Guang had. By the way, can you show us those goodies now? What goodies? Huang Guang feigned ignorance with a puzzled expression. Keep pretending. Chen Dalu shot Huang Guang a disdainful look. I know you too well. If those two items were worthless, you definitely wouldn't have spent 100 grand to bid for them. They refunded me 50,000, Huang Guang emphasized. Fine, 50 grand it is. Now stop teasing me already. Chen Dalu kept urging impatiently. He really couldn't stand being kept in suspense like this. Watching Chen Dalu's antsy expression, Huang Guang chuckled. Brother Chen, have you heard of the fish intestine sword? Of course I know about the fish gut sword. It's one of the 10 famous swords of ancient times, Chen Dalu said with an expression that screamed, Don't insult my intelligence. Good. Then you'll recognize this as the fish gut sword. As he spoke, Huang Guang handed the rusted blade to Chen Dalu. The fish gut sword? Chen Dalu glanced at the corroded weapon in his hand, then back at Huang Guang. Buddy, this joke isn't funny in the slightest. You asked me to tell you, but now that I have, you refuse to believe me. Don't blame me for that. Huang Guang shrugged helplessly. Truth be told, if not for his supernatural ability, he wouldn't have believed this rusty relic was the legendary fish gut sword either. Is it really the fish intestine sword? Chen Dalu examined the short sword in his hand, somewhat convinced. If you want to know if it's real, just remove the rust, Huang Guang said. Chen Dalu was no longer in a hurry to leave now. He went back to ask Mr. Wang for tools to start removing the rust. Kid, how sure are you? Mr. Wang asked, looking at Huang Guang with a hint of surprise in his eyes. 100% sure, Huang Guang replied with absolute confidence. Mr. Wang gave Huang Guang a meaningful glance, but said nothing more, turning instead to watch Chen Dalu remove the rust. Meanwhile, Huang Guang moved aside to dismantle the rosewood box. The box was already quite damaged, and since Huang Guang knew exactly where the paper made of celestial silk was hidden, he quickly retrieved it. When Huang Guang pulled out the celestial silk paper, it was no larger than a fingernail. A golden glow, no less radiant than that of the fish intestine sword, was absorbed by the golden light in Huang Guang's eyes. Slowly unfolding the Tianqin paper, what was originally the size of a fingernail had now expanded to the dimensions of an A4 sheet. Even more astonishingly, the paper bore no creases or folds. Huang Guang ran his fingers over it, discovering it was covered densely with tiny script and some lines that looked like a map. However, now wasn't the time to scrutinize what was written on the paper. Huang Guang folded the Tianqin paper back into a smaller size and tucked it into his pocket. After over an hour, Chen Dalu's voice rang out in excitement. Guang, Guang, fish intestine, it really is the fish intestine sword. Chen Dalu walked out excitedly, holding a gleaming, handleless dagger. Mr. Wang also stepped out with a look of astonishment, gazing at Huang Guang. Initially, he had thought Huang Guang was just a loudmouth, completely unaware that the rusty sword would turn out to be the legendary fish intestine sword. I told you it was the fish intestine sword, but you didn't believe me. Huang Guang had known all along what the sword was, so his expression remained unsurprised. Chen Dalu didn't say anything, merely stroking the short sword in his hand with a foolish grin. Xiao Huang, I'm sorry. I thought you were a scammer earlier. Mr. Wang sincerely apologized to Huang Guang. Mr. Wang's genuine apology instantly raised Huang Guang's favorable impression of him. With a smile, He responded, "Brother Wang, you're too kind. If I were in your shoes, I'd think the same way. So, I completely understand." "Xiao Guang, how did you know this is the fish intestine sword?" Chun Dalu asked as he handed the sword to Huang Guang. A gut feeling. Huang Guang naturally wouldn't tell Chun Dalu about his supernatural ability. Huang Guang gazed at the fish intestine sword in his hand, approximately 1 foot long, about 2 centimeters wide, cylindrical in shape, with 2 characters inscribed at one end that he didn't recognize. Though the blade lacked a sharp edge, it shimmered with a cold gleam. "Are these 2 characters fish intestine?" Huang Guang asked. "That's right. There might be other characters I wouldn't recognize, but these 2, I studied them specifically. Absolutely no mistake," Chun Dalu declared, thumping his chest for emphasis. Huang Guang gave Chun Dalu a thumbs up. To have specifically studied those 2 characters, this Chun Dalu truly was an odd fellow. "You're the one who deserves praise. You must know the fish intestine sword is one of China's 10 famous ancient swords. With this sword as proof, the story of Zhuan Zhu must be true. This is incredibly valuable for historical research," Chun Dalu said excitedly. "However, I'm not interested in studying history. I just love collecting artifacts. So, little Guang, give me a friendly price, won't you?" From Chun Dalu's expression, it was clear how much he adored the fish intestine sword. "Little Guang, although we've only just met, you acquired this fish intestine sword from my auction. I think you should give me a fair chance too." "Money is no issue at all. Nothing is," Mr. Wang chimed in. "Oh, by the way, my name is Wang Hong." "Brother Wang, how could you try to snatch this from me?" Seeing Wang Hong stepping in as a rival bidder, Chun Dalu shot him a fierce glare before turning back to Huang Guang with an appeal to their bond. "Little Guang, we're good brothers, right? You always said you'd share the best finds with me first." Chapter 28 Shares. Lao San, that's not how you should put it. Friendship is one thing, business is another. You and Xiao Wang may share a close bond, but in business, the highest bidder wins. You can't just cut me out, Wang Hong retorted defiantly. "Brother Wang, so you're determined to go head-to-head with me on this," Chun Dalu said, rolling up his sleeves as if preparing for a fight. "So what if I am?" Wang Hong fired back without hesitation. Then the 2 of them stood off against each other like fighting cocks. Seeing the 2 in such a stance, Huang Guang was at a loss. He hadn't even mentioned selling the fish intestine sword yet, so why were they already at each other's throats? After standing off for quite a while, the 2 suddenly burst into laughter together. "Brother Wang, when you see something good, you're just like before, not willing to concede an inch at all. You know, different. It seems the 2 of them really get along well, playing this kind of trick often enough without any qualms." "Xiao Guang, tell us how you plan to sell this fish intestine sword," Chun Dalu said to Huang Guang with a smile. "Brother Chun, just name the price. I have no idea how much this is worth anyway," Huang Guang said casually. To him, antiques without that treasure aura held little value. Chun Dalu and Wang Hong exchanged glances, neither quite sure how much to offer. After all, this was the legendary Yu Chong sword, right before their eyes, a priceless treasure for historical research. Finally, it was Chun Dalu who spoke up. "Brother Xiao Wang, I really can't put a price on this fish gut sword. How about this? I'll exchange it for 200 million yuan in cash, plus a 5% stake in the Chun Group. What do you think?" "I'll offer 300 million in cash, plus 5% of my Wang Group shares," Wang Hong declared without backing down. "I bid 400 million. I'll offer 500 million. The 2 of them glared at each other, once more like fighting cocks. Upon hearing the prices offered by Chun Dalu and Wang, Huang Guang felt as though none of it was quite real. Those hundreds of millions, in Huang Guang's eyes, he could earn them with time. But shares in the Chun Group and the Wang Group, no amount of money could buy those. Huang Guang understood that in corporations like the Chun families, all the shares were tightly held within the family. For outsiders to acquire even a little was simply impossible. After their brief argument, Chun Dalu noticed Huang Guang standing there dazed and assumed he was dissatisfied with the offer. So Chun Dalu spoke up. "Brother, if you're unhappy with the price, no problem. Just say what you have in mind." Only then did Huang Guang snap out of it. Shaking his head, he said, No, it's not that. I just think your offer is too high. A sword, even if it's one of the 10 famous ancient swords, can't possibly be worth this much money." At Huang Guang's words, Chun Dalu and Wang Hong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother Xiao Wang, for an ancient sword like the fish-gut sword, to say it's worth a fortune would be an understatement. It's truly priceless. Using money to measure its value is almost sacrilegious. If I offer any less, I'm afraid my conscience won't rest easy, Chen Dalu said earnestly. His passion for antiques was genuine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened a small antique shop after leaving home. But to me, it's just a sword. How about this? Brother Chun, don't raise your offer any further. Let's just proceed with the price you initially mentioned. Suddenly faced with such a vast sum, Huang Guang felt a bit uneasy and preferred settling for less to ease his mind. Besides, wasn't there still that 5% stake in the Chen Group? Even if he couldn't earn money in the future, those shares would ensure he never had to worry about food or clothing. Brother Xiao Wang, won't you reconsider your choice? Our Wang Group is no less impressive than their Chun Corporation. Though Huang Guang had already made his decision, Wang Hong still attempted one last persuasion. Hearing Huang Guang was willing to sell the fish intestine sword to him, Chen Dalu was overjoyed. But when Wang Hong attempted to poach the deal right under his nose, he quickly interjected, Xiao Guang, don't listen to him. Stay true to your word. Rest assured, I stand by my promises, Huang Guang nodded firmly. Brother Wang, next time I come across something good, you'll be the first person I call. Though Huang Guang knew Wang Hong wasn't the petty type, he was still happy to use a simple pledge to strengthen their bond. After all, the most valuable aspect of antiques to him was their lingering treasure aura. Getting another chance to utilize it would be ideal. Really? Then I'll thank you in advance. Despite having known Huang Guang only briefly, Wang Hong had a gut feeling that there was something extraordinary about him. Regardless of whether he'd acquire any antiques in the future, he wanted Huang Guang as a friend. Xiao Guang, you're really not being considerate enough. You should have thought of me first, Chun Dalu quickly interjected, his expression resembling someone trying to win favor over Wang Hong. However, Huang Guang wasn't about to indulge him. With a serious expression, he said, in that case, I'll sell the fish gut sword to Brother Wang. Next time I have something good, you'll be the first to know. That sounds like a good proposal. Wang Hong nodded in agreement, backing up Huang Guang. Good my ass, I don't agree with this, Chen Dalu retorted, clutching the fish gut sword tightly in his arms. I'll transfer the money to you right now. As for the shares, I'll draw up a contract as soon as we get back. It's all right, no need to rush. I was just joking. This time, it was Huang Guang's turn to feel embarrassed. By the way, Lao San, your father's 80th birthday is coming up in a few days. Still not planning to go back, Wang Hong said with his arm around Chun Dalu's shoulder. No, it's time to face things. Running away won't solve anything. Wang Hong's words made Chun Dalu's expression instantly darken, as if all the joy from obtaining the fish intestine sword had completely vanished. I really don't know what you're afraid of. Sister Lee is actually quite nice. Pretty, great figure, and most importantly, your childhood sweetheart. I truly don't understand why you're running away, Wang Hong said. I'm not saying she's bad, I just couldn't immediately adjust to the change in identity. But over these years, I've come to realize that running away isn't a solution. This is something I have to face. Chun Dalu spoke, his gaze growing resolute. Then we'll meet again when the time comes. Wang Hong patted Chun Dalu's shoulder, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. Why do I get the feeling you're up to no good, like you're just waiting to watch some drama unfold? Chen Dalu eyed Wang Hong with suspicion. Wang Hong hurriedly raised 3 fingers in a solemn pledge. Chun Dalu still didn't quite trust this troublemaker friend of his. While Chen Dalu and the other were fooling around, Huang Guang stood aside in a daze, having just received a text message, one from a person he had chosen to forget but couldn't erase from his memories. Where are you? Can we meet once more? The sender was none other than Hanyu. Chapter 29. The 9 Needles of Revival. Bro, how the hell did that Huang Guang get connected with the Chun family? Young Master Chun himself actually went to our old man and told him to warn us against messing with Huang Guang. What the hell's going on here? Shen Wu's face was twisted in irritation. The Tiana group of the Shun family ranked among the top corporations in Wangsheng, but compared to a behemoth like the Chun group, it barely registered. Therefore, when Chun Dalu spoke, the Shun family had no choice but to listen. Shenwen's face was also dark with displeasure. Initially, he had assumed Huang Guang was just an ordinary person, but now this third young Master Chun had appeared, completely disrupting all his plans. It infuriated him, yet there was little he could do about it. "Brother, what should we do now?" Seeing that Shenwen remained silent, Shen Wu asked again. After thinking for a moment, Shenwen darkened his face and said, "Cancel the other plans. Continue with Han Yu's part. Once we get our hands on the video of Huang Guang and Han Yu alone together, won't Huang Guang have to comply? As long as we don't harm him, that Shindalu won't be able to do anything to us." A sinister grin also appeared on Shen Wu's face as he said excitedly, "All right, I'll contact Han Yu right away." After reading Han Yu's text message, Huang Guang hesitated for several minutes, torn between replying or not. In the end, he made up his mind and sent her a reply. "What's up?" As she sent the text, Han Yu's heart was conflicted. On one hand, she hoped Huang Guang wouldn't reply. She didn't want to deceive and hurt him again. On the other hand, she secretly wished he would respond, both to satisfy her petty vanity and to claim Manager Wu's promised 100,000 yuan reward. Seeing Huang Guang's reply, Han Yu hesitated before finally editing and sending the message she prepared earlier. "There are things I need to say to you face to face. Can we meet?" Huang Guang still couldn't bring himself to be cruel, so he sent a reply. "I'm out in Wanqing right now. Let's meet again after I return." "Okay, thank you." After sending the message, Han Yu felt a wave of unease in her heart. Did he agree? Seeing Han Yu finish sending the message, Manager Wu immediately asked. Han Yu nodded without speaking. "Excellent. You've done well. Once this is settled, I'll definitely keep my promise." Manager Wu's face lit up with excitement as he took out his phone to report to Shen Wu, then suddenly turned back to ask one more question. "Did he say when he'd meet with you?" "He said he's not in Wancheng right now and would contact me after returning," Han Yu replied quietly. "Okay, no problem." Manager Wu nodded, then picked up the phone to make a call to Shen Wu. "Brother, your prediction was spot on. Huang Guang actually agreed to meet Han Yu." Shen Wu exclaimed excitedly to Shenwen after receiving Manager Wu's call. Shenwen nodded and said in a low voice, "We mustn't let Huang Guang catch wind of this, or all our efforts will be wasted. Don't worry, brother. As long as that Han Yu cooperates properly, there won't be any accidents," Shen Wu assured him. "Then have that bald Wu make sure that woman understands the stakes," Shenwen said before taking a sip of red wine. After leaving Wang Hong's place, Chen Dala noticed something off about Huang Guang's expression and asked, "Buddy, what's wrong? You don't seem too happy." "Nothing," Huang Guang replied distractedly. Chen Dala didn't press further and instead shifted the topic to the sandalwood box Huang Guang had acquired. "By the way, you still have that sandalwood box, right? Any treasures inside?" Huang Guang hadn't even figured out what that piece of heavenly silk paper in the box was yet, so he decided not to mention it to Chendalu for now. "Brother Chun, managing to get my hands on the fish intestine sword alone was a stroke of incredible luck. You really think I'm some kind of lucky charm?" "That makes sense." Chendalu pondered for a moment before resuming his caressing of the fish gut sword in his hand. Since acquiring this sword, it had never left Chun Dalu's grasp. Huang Guang hesitated briefly before asking, "Brother Chun, when are we heading back to Wancheng?" "Whenever you want to return," Chun Dala murmured without lifting his head. "The sooner, the better." Huang Guang said this partly because Han Yu had messaged him, and partly because he was still worried about his mother, who remained in the hospital. "All right, then we'll return to Wancheng tomorrow." "Away. Help us make the arrangements in a bit." "Yes, third young master." Back at the hotel, Huang Cheng and Wu Wan had also returned. Judging by the expressions on their faces, they must have had a wonderful time that day. Hearing Huang Guang mention they would return to Wancheng tomorrow, Huang Cheng grew somewhat excited. After all, it had been several months since he last went home. Meanwhile, Wu Wan's face flushed with bashfulness. This would be her first visit to her boyfriend's family, so her heart was naturally anything but calm. Huang Cheng accompanied Wu Wan to their room to talk. Chen Dalu went to find a safe place for the fishgut sword. Huang Guang suddenly found himself alone, so he returned to his room to study the contents written on that heavenly silkworm paper. After taking out the heavenly silkworm paper, Huang Guang didn't immediately examine its contents. Instead, he carefully studied the material of the paper itself. This heavenly silkworm paper was extremely thin, allowing one to clearly see objects through it. Moreover, Huang Guang tried tearing the paper with all his strength, but couldn't make the slightest mark on it. Heavenly silkworm paper. Could this be the legendary paper made from heavenly silkworm silk, impervious to water and fire? A thought flashed through Huang Guang's mind. However, after scrutinizing it for a long time, he found no evidence to confirm his suspicion. So, he set this aside and began studying the inscriptions on the paper instead. Yet, after Huang Guang had read and memorized every word on the paper, he still couldn't recognize a single character. The script was identical to the fish belly inscription on that fish intestine sword. Although Huang Guang couldn't read the characters on it, he had a feeling that they must record something extraordinary. With this thought, Huang Guang carefully put away the Tianqian paper and began searching online for information about these characters. Having memorized the appearance of the characters on the paper, he no longer needed the physical document, better to avoid others discovering it. Huang Guang remembered Chandela mentioning that the script was called Great Seal Script. After searching online, he actually found an online converter. What a convenient shortcut, saving him from having to study the script professionally like Chundalu had done. When Huang Guang converted the opening 4 characters on the celestial silkworm paper in a standard script, his eyes instantly widened. Rejuvenation 9 needles. This is a secret manual, definitely a secret manual. Huang Guang nearly shouted in excitement. A set of acupuncture techniques written on celestial silkworm paper, impervious to water and fire, absolutely proved the extraordinary nature of this technique. Chapter 30. Just 1 needle will do. Next, Huang Guang began translating the characters one by one. 2 hours later, Huang Guang finally managed to transcribe the entire contents of the life-returning 9 needles technique. The 9 returning heaven needles is indeed an ancient acupuncture method. This set consists of 9 distinct needle techniques, each capable of producing immediate effects upon application. Particularly remarkable is the 9th technique, renowned for literally raising the dead. It can cure any stubborn ailment with just a single treatment. Even moderate diseases like cancer can be healed needle by needle. However, this set of Return to Heaven 9 needles requires its corresponding technique, Return to Heaven 9 methods, to achieve the best results. Unfortunately, the Tianqian paper did not record the Return to Heaven 9 methods. Of course, Huang Guang had another gain. He realized that this Tianqian paper documenting the Return to Heaven 9 needles was likely a page from a certain book. The lines on it depicted a diagram of human meridians and acupuncture points, as well as a map marked with some place names, though Huang Guang didn't recognize any of them. In the end, he barely managed to spot one familiar name, Liubo Mountain. Yet, despite seeing this familiar place name, Huang Guang remained utterly perplexed because Liubo Mountain was a legendary, immortal mountain. Finding it in reality seemed nearly impossible. Just as Huang Guang was preparing to thoroughly study the meridian and acupoint chart of the human body, Huang Cheng knocked on the door, calling him out for dinner. Left with no choice, Huang Guang had to halt his research. As for why Huang Guang wasn't studying the map, it was simply because there was no way for him to even begin. The next day, Huang Guang, Chen Dalu, and the other 2 flew back to Wangcheng by plane. Huang Cheng and Wu Wan, who were flying for the first time, were very much like Huang Guang during his maiden flight, overflowing with excitement. Huang Guang, having flown once before, had already grown accustomed to it and no longer felt that first-time exhilaration. Upon returning to Wangcheng, Chen Dalu parted ways with Huang Guang and the other 2. He headed back to his own shop to prepare gifts for the old master. Knowing both his parents were at the hospital, Huang Guang directly took Huang Cheng and Wu Wan there. Seeing her eldest son return with a girlfriend in tow, Wu Meizhen was overjoyed. She took Wu Wan's hand and immediately began showering her with affectionate words. Huang Guang also took the opportunity to check her condition and noticed that her liver had improved slightly compared to a couple of days ago. "Dad, how's Mom doing?" Huang Cheng asked from the side at this moment. "I think your mom seems to have gotten slightly better these past few days," Huang Jianrong said, a hint of joy appearing on his face. "Dad, maybe we should go back." Huang Guang suddenly spoke up. I met an old Chinese medicine practitioner earlier who taught me some acupuncture techniques. He claimed they might have therapeutic effects on cancer. Should we try them? Huang Guang's words left Huang Jianrong and Huang Cheng staring at him with strange expressions. Brother, Mom's illness isn't just a cold or fever that can be treated with a few needles. I think we should arrange for her surgery as soon as possible. Huang Cheng was the first to object, clearly not believing in any acupuncture treatment. That's right, Xiao Guang. This concerns your mother's life? It's no joking matter. Huang Jinrong also didn't dare to gamble with his wife's life by letting his son perform experiments. Dad, brother, I would never joke about Mom's life. You should know that even if the surgery goes perfectly, it would only give Mom an extra 10 years or so. But if we use acupuncture combined with traditional Chinese medicine to fundamentally cure her liver condition, Mom's health could fully recover. Living to 100 wouldn't be a problem. Since we have this option, why not give it a try? Huang Guang looked at his father and brother, speaking with utmost seriousness. Xiao Guang, how confident are you? Huang Jianrong looked at Huang Guang. 80%. Huang Guang worried that saying 100% might sound too arrogant, so he settled for 80. The crucial point is, even if the acupuncture technique doesn't work, it won't have any negative impact on Mom's condition. If that happens, we can proceed with the surgery. I have money now. I can send Mom to a better hospital, so there's no need to worry. Huang Jinrong exchanged a glance with Huang Cheng, who nodded slightly. Xiao Guang, let's hope everything you're saying is true. She's my mother too. Why on earth would I do anything to hurt her? Huang Guang countered. After reaching a consensus, Huang Jianrong went to inform Wu Meizhen. Wonderful. I've nearly grown mold staying in this hospital. Going home will be truly wonderful. Moreover, I believe in my son. He'll definitely cure me. Wu Meizhen looked at Huang Guang with eyes full of encouragement. Mom, I swear I'll cure you, Huang Guang said with absolute sincerity. They proceeded to complete Wu Meizhen's discharge formalities, and soon the entire family returned home. After returning home, Huang Guang went out to buy silver needles. Though the return to life 9 needles technique requires the accompanying return to life 9 methods to achieve optimal results, Huang Guang thought about the golden light in his eyes. What if he used this golden glow to substitute for the return to life 9 methods? On the way, Huang Guang sent a message to Hanyu. I've returned to Wangcheng. Hanyu, who had been waiting for Huang Guang's text message, didn't reply immediately after seeing it. Instead, she waited a few minutes before sending Huang Guang a response. Let's meet tonight at 8 p.m. at Boss Wang's midnight snack shop. Hope you can make it. See you at 8. After sending another message, Huang Guang went to a large pharmacy and bought a set of silver needles. Time is of the essence right now, so I'll have to make do with these standard silver needles for now. But in the future, I must get my hands on a set of those renowned antique needles to carry with me at all times, to practice as an unlicensed physician. After buying the silver needles, Huang Guang drove home. Little Guang, I've caught a cold these past few days, and my nose is a bit blocked. Could you give me a couple of acupuncture treatments? Upon returning home, Huang Cheng saw Huang Guang holding the silver needles and made the request. To be honest, what Huang Guang said was utterly unbelievable. Although he had chosen to believe him, Huang Cheng still couldn't set his mind at ease. He wanted to test his ability. Just 1 needle will do, not 2. Huang Guang swiftly took out a silver needle and pricked it into the left side of Huang Cheng's nose bridge, then gently manipulated it with an unusual technique. For this needle, Huang Guang didn't utilize the golden light. He merely relied on his own strength. The rejuvenation technique also required practitioners to generate physical force to execute certain methods. Now, due to the golden light in his eyes, Huang Guang's body had grown stronger, enabling him to employ the simpler techniques from the 9 needles of rejuvenation, using his own power. A minute later, Huang Guang removed a silver needle that had been inserted into his face. Xiao Guang, what did you do? Huang Cheng looked at Huang Guang in astonishment. He had clearly seen the needle piercing his own face just now, yet hadn't felt the slightest sensation of being pricked. That's why he was so shocked. Brother, didn't you ask me to give you acupuncture? I've already done it, Huang Guang said with a smile. Done. Why didn't I feel even the slightest prick from the needle? Huang Guang still looked completely bewildered. Chapter 31, The Meeting. Brother, how do you want to experience acupuncture? Skilled acupuncture techniques involve inserting needles into acupoints with special methods, so you shouldn't feel much. Now, can you check if you still have nasal congestion? Huang Guang said as he put away the silver needles. Huang Cheng took several deep breaths, marveling at how completely clear his nose now felt. The earlier stuffiness and labored breathing had completely vanished. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Huang Guang. It's really gone. Does this mean that from now on, for things like colds or fevers, we won't need to go to the hospital? Just have you give me a couple of needles? I just performed a simple acupuncture technique, Huang Guang said earnestly. For minor ailments, it can cure the illness with a single needle. But for serious diseases, it becomes more complicated. Not only does the acupuncture method grow intricate, but it must also be paired with restorative herbal treatments. Acupuncture is simply the crystallized wisdom of ancient medical practice, not some mystical divine art. At that moment, Huang Cheng looked at Huang Guang and felt a strange perception, as if he were emitting a radiant light, one capable of delivering salvation to all. All right, I'll go check on Mom now. With that, Huang Guang entered his mother's room. After Huang Guang left, Huang Cheng shook his head, wondering why he had felt that way. Mom, how are you feeling? Huang Guang asked with a smile as he entered Wu Meijian's room. It feels so good to be home. Wu Meijian sat on the bed, running her hands over the blankets as she spoke emotionally. It seemed she had truly been scared by her hospital stay. Mom, lie down. Let me try giving you an acupuncture treatment, Huang Guang said directly. He eagerly wanted to test his idea, what effect combining the golden light with acupuncture might produce. Originally, the golden light possessed healing properties, but when used directly, there was simply no way to control its outflow. Last time, Huang Guang had fainted. This time, he attempted to regulate the flow of golden light using acupuncture. Wu Meijian turned over and lay on the bed, exposing her back. Huang Guang took out 3 silver needles of varying lengths, then focused his consciousness to connect with the golden light in his eyes. The golden rays were like mischievous children, each one refusing to obey at first. But since the golden light in his eyes ultimately belonged to him, it was like how parents eventually make their children behave. The golden rays finally complied obediently. They separated into 3 fine threads, as thin as hairs, which then entered the 3 silver needles. Using the technique from the heaven-restoring 9 needles, Huang Guang swiftly inserted the 3 silver needles into an acupoint connected to the liver. The 3 strands of golden light followed the meridian and entered Wu Meijian's diseased liver. Last time, Huang Guang had fainted and missed how the golden light worked its healing. But this time, he saw it clearly. The golden light slithered like a snake, devouring the damaged liver cells bite by bite before stimulating the growth of fresh, healthy cells. However, with each batch of newly generated liver cells, a portion of the golden light was consumed. After the golden light completely disappeared, Huang Guang withdrew the 3 silver needles. At this moment, Huang Guang observed that Wu Meijian's liver condition had improved from extremely poor to just poor. Huang Guang estimated that it would take 5 more acupuncture sessions to completely cure Wu Meijian's liver cancer. Originally, Huang Guang had wanted to use more of the golden light, but it couldn't be summoned again. It only conveyed a message that it needed to rest. In this situation, Huang Guang had no choice but to give up. He would wait for the golden light to recover before treating his mother again. After placing the 3 silver needles, Huang Guang turned to Wu Meijian and asked, Mom, how do you feel now? What is it? Is it over? Wu Meijian had actually fallen asleep during the treatment, sleeping quite soundly. Yes, the acupuncture is finished. How are you feeling now? Huang Guang asked again. Wu Meijian carefully assessed how her body felt, then exclaimed with an expression of joyous surprise, Wonderful, simply wonderful. I haven't felt this good since falling ill. Am I cured already? Mom, recovery doesn't happen that quickly, but it's true your condition has improved significantly. Still, you mustn't overexert yourself. We'll need to continue the medicinal therapy and administer a few more acupuncture sessions for full recovery. Seeing his acupuncture prove effective, Huang Guang immediately brimmed with newfound confidence. Truly marvelous. I must go tell your father about this. Excited, Wu Meijin got out of bed and headed outside. Upon hearing the news, both Huang Jianrong and Huang Cheng were equally overjoyed. Ah Cheng, go to the market and buy some good dishes. We'll have a proper family meal to celebrate, Huang Jianrong said cheerfully. All right. Huang Cheng immediately took Wu Wan out to buy groceries. The dinner was sumptuous, and the family gathered around the table, sharing warmth and joy. At this moment, Huang Guang felt that everything he had done was worth it. When the time agreed upon with Han Yu arrived, Huang Guang headed out in his car. No matter what, this matter needed to be properly resolved once and for all. After driving to the late-night snack shop and parking his car, Huang Guang spotted Han Yu standing by the roadside. She was wearing a white dress, and the river breeze had tousled her hair, making her look fragile and pitiable. As Huang Guang saw Han Yu, she caught sight of him as well. Seeing Huang Guang step out of the luxury car, she couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret. If only she hadn't been tempted by that bald, fat man, perhaps she could have been sitting in that car too. But now that things had come to this, she might as well push forward for her own sake. Han Yu smiled at Huang Guang. What did you want to talk to me about? Huang Guang asked as he approached Han Yu. Now that you're here, let's chat over some food, Han Yu said. I ate before coming here. Then have a few drinks with me. After some thought, Huang Guang agreed. I got fired. Han Yu suddenly spoke up after downing a drink. Why? Huang Guang looked at Han Yu in surprise. I don't know either. Han Yu shook her head. I know that incident made you disappointed in me. But I had no choice. My family situation isn't good right now. My younger brother is about to start college when we need money most. I just had to. As she spoke, Han Yu downed another glass of wine. Huang Guang said nothing, simply drinking another glass along with her. I know how you truly felt about me, yet I did such things. It's my fault. Now, this is what I deserve. It's just retribution. As Han Yu spoke, she suddenly burst into tears. It's all right. You can always find another job. At least you've gotten away from that old bastard, haven't you? Seeing Han Yu cry, Huang Guang's heart softened. Don't worry, I'll help you. Thank you. Han Yu nodded repeatedly. After sharing several bottles of wine, Huang Guang suddenly felt dizzy and passed out. Seeing Huang Guang faint, Han Yu wasn't surprised, but simply looked at him and softly whispered with deep remorse, I'm sorry. Chapter 32. Disgruntled Guanya. Han Yu drove over in a car and helped Huang Guang inside. She then brought Huang Guang to a pre-booked hotel room where Shun Wen and the others had prepared everything in advance, waiting for the live broadcast to begin. Han Yu placed Huang Guang on the bed, then picked up a glass of water that had been prepared in the room earlier. She knew this water contained a drug that would make Huang Guang lose himself. Supporting Huang Guang, Han Yu poured the drug water into his mouth. After Huang Guang swallowed the water, Han Yu hesitated for a moment before moving closer to him, preparing to remove his clothes. However, Huang Guang suddenly reached out and grabbed Han Yu's wrist, opening his eyes with complete clarity, not a trace of lost consciousness in his gaze. You, why aren't you? Seeing Huang Guang showing no effect from the drug at all, Han Yu instantly panicked. What's going on? Why is he completely unaffected? Shen Wu, who had been monitoring the situation, stared in disbelief as Huang Guang remained entirely unharmed. What? Shun Wen was equally startled, but quickly regained his composure. It seems I still underestimated him. Go tell that fatty Wu not to mention our names, or he'll never set foot in Wangqing again. Got it. Shen Wu nodded and went to make the call. Huang Guang, what kind of person are you really? Shen Wen fell into silence. I'm fine. You must be very disappointed, aren't you? Huang Guang looked coldly at Han Yu. Tell me, why did you do this to me? No, I never thought. For a moment, Han Yu was at a loss for words, because she knew that no matter how much she explained, Huang Guang would never believe her again. I'm sorry, manager who made me do all these things. Please tell him that if he wants to deal with me, Huang Guang, he should come to me openly instead of using these underhanded tricks. Having said that, Huang Guang left the room without looking back. Huang Guang had only blacked out briefly before regaining consciousness. When he came to, he noticed Han Yu was driving, so he pretended to stay unconscious to see what she was up to. Though Huang Guang truly wanted to slap Han Yu, who had repeatedly hurt him, he ultimately held back, thinking she wasn't even worth the effort. After Huang Guang left, Hanyu sat on the floor of the room, utterly broken, and wept bitterly. Instead of heading straight home after leaving the hotel, Huang Guang took his own car for a leisurely drive along the riverbank to clear his mind. He had been in high spirits earlier in the day, but the incident that just transpired left him feeling deeply frustrated. No way, this isn't over. That fat Wu dared to scheme against me. Just you wait. Huang Guang slapped the steering wheel angrily in his car, his mind made up. Then, Huang Guang parked the car, got out, and leaned against it facing the riverbank as he pondered how to get back at Manager Wu. Got it. Since this fat Wu is such a lecher, I'll make it so he can only look but never touch. Let him stew in his own frustration. Huang Guang suddenly hit upon the perfect revenge scheme. With those 9 revival needles of his, Huang Guang could just give him one little prick, and the guy would be completely cut off from women for life. For a lecher like him, that would be pure torment. Thinking about Manager Wu facing beautiful girls, yet unable to get aroused, Huang Guang couldn't help but flash a smile on his face. Huang Guang. Suddenly, Huang Guang heard a female voice calling his name and turned to look. Owing to the darkness, he couldn't clearly see the girl's face at first, but she delightedly exclaimed, "Huang Guang, it really is you." At this moment, Huang Guang finally recognized who the other person was. "Gu Anya, what are you doing here? What's wrong? Is this your place? Can't I come?" Gu Anya pouted. "No, I just thought it was quite a coincidence," Huang Guang replied nonchalantly. Having just been hurt by that woman Hanyu, and now running into this young mistress, Huang Guang had no time to deal with her. "It's quite a coincidence. My classmates and I were eating when I spotted someone who looked like you from a distance, so I came over to check. Turns out it really is you." Gu Anya, oblivious to Huang Guang's low spirits, continued chatting excitedly. "Yeah, I just came out to grab some stuff." Now that Huang Guang had figured out how to retaliate against Manager Wu, he needed to make a plan, how to actually stick that needle into the man's skin. "Oh, right, I won't disturb your meal then. I'll head off first." With that, Huang Guang opened the car door and got in. Watching Huang Guang drive off into the distance, Gu Anya wore an utterly baffled expression. She simply couldn't figure it out. Why would any guy act like this? She knew she was attractive, yet every time he saw her, he behaved as if he were approaching something unclean, immediately distancing himself. And to think that guy had even kissed her before. What an annoying guy. Coming back to her senses, Gu Anya cursed bitterly in her heart. "Anya, what are you doing? Come here quickly." Seeing Gu Anya standing there spacing out, her classmates called for her from the other side. Coming." Gu Anya responded and walked toward her classmates, but inwardly she sneered, "Aren't you coming to my grandpa's house in a few days? Well, you'd better be prepared. Ignoring a beauty like me is a serious offense." Gu Anya silently swore to herself that when Huang Guang visited her grandfather's house, she would make sure he got what was coming to him. "Bro, after this trip, don't go out again. Just stay here in Wangxing and start a business. I'll provide the investment," Huang Guang said to his brother upon returning home, noticing he was still awake and striking up a conversation. Huang Qing nodded and said, "I share the same thought, but I'm not sure what exactly would suit me." After witnessing Chun Dala's capabilities, Huang Cheng himself had no desire to work for others anymore. Since his younger brother possessed such connections, why shouldn't he help him out? "How about opening an experience center?" Huang Guang proposed. Experience centers are currently one of the trendiest industries, and with all his money, originally over 9 million plus the 200 million Shindalu gave him, funding was no issue at all. As long as the experience center became a hit, he could easily diversify it by incorporating other leisure elements. Huang Cheng's eyes lit up instantly. He had heard how popular it was in Tina City too. If he could open one himself, it would definitely be a great opportunity. "Bro, you could discuss it with sis-in-law. If you have better ideas, feel free to bring them up," Huang Guang said with a smile. "All right," Huang Qing nodded repeatedly. "By the way, bro, I want to buy a new house for the family, but I'm busy these days. So could you help look around? Preferably a villa. The bigger the better. Here's a card with 10 million. The password is 6/8. If it's not enough, just let me know," Huang Guang said, handing the card to Huang Cheng. Chapter 33. Going to the capital. 10 million. For a moment, Huang Cheng felt the card in his hand become unbearably heavy. "Big bro, it's just 10 million. No need to be so shocked. We'll have 10 times 10 million, 100 times 10 million in the future. With 200 million already, Huang Guang couldn't quite bring himself to care about a mere 10 million. Huang Guang's words seemed to carry a magical power, bewitching Huang Cheng until a gleam flashed in his eyes. All right, I'm going to rest now. With that, Huang Guang went back to his room. Manager Wu was feeling restless in his office. Since receiving Shun Wu's phone call yesterday, he hadn't been able to sit still. And today, Han Yu hadn't shown up for work either, leaving Manager Wu even more at a loss. He simply couldn't understand how an ordinary person like Huang Guang could transform within a few days into someone even the Shun family didn't want to provoke. What's more, this person clearly held no goodwill toward him. After yesterday's incident, he was certain Huang Guang would come looking for him. Manager Wu, long time no see. Just as Manager Wu was at a loss for what to do, the door to his office was pushed open, and the last person he wanted to see walked in. "H, how did you get in here?" Seeing Huang Guang enter, Manager Wu immediately jumped up from his chair in fright. "Of course I walked in. Did you think I could fly?" Huang Guang said with an amused smile. "By the way, you seem so scared. It wouldn't be because you've been up to no good, would it?" With that, Huang Guang casually took a seat in the chair opposite Manager Wu's desk, fiddling with a pen on the table. "No, nothing. So, Xiao Huang, what brings you here today?" Manager Wu struggled to maintain a smile on his face, though his words came out slightly stuttered. "Don't you already have an idea why I'm here?" Huang Guang's smile turned icy. "Do you really think I came because you're handsome?" "Xiao Huang, I genuinely don't understand what you're referring to. This is company working hours now. If you're not here for work-related matters, I'll have to ask you to leave." Manager Wu had decided to brazen it out until the end, searching for any excuse to drive Huang Guang away. "Do you really want me to leave?" Huang Guang looked at Manager Wu, the corner of his mouth twisting into a cold smile. "You know, if I walk out now, it won't take even a week before I make this little company of yours vanish from Wangcheng. You know full well I have the power to do it. Mr. Huang, Elder Huang, I beg you to spare me for the sake of our past relationship," pleaded Manager Wu, his legs going weak as Huang Guang's words hit him. He slumped into his chair, desperation lacing his voice. Everything was done under the Shun brothers' orders. I had no choice. I was forced into it. Manager Wu was a complete coward. Huang Guang had barely spoken a word before the man spilled absolutely everything. The Shun brothers, so it's them. Huang Guang's brow furrowed slightly. With his current capabilities, bringing down Manager Wu's company wouldn't be a problem, but compared to the Shun family, there's still some gap. Exactly, they forced me to do it. Manager Wu now pinned everything on the Shin brothers. "To be honest, I came here this time to finish you off," Huang Guang said, staring at Manager Wu. Manager Wu's body involuntarily trembled. Huang Guang continued, "However, since you were forced into this, I'll let it slide this once. I hope you'll conduct yourself better in the future." With that said, Huang Guang stood up, preparing to leave. Manager Wu hastily rose to his feet, saying, "Mr. Huang, let me see you out." Huang Guang gave a nod of acknowledgement. Huang Guang had come precisely for this opportunity. Even if Manager Wu hadn't volunteered, Huang Guang would have made him come see him off, just so he could take the chance to give him a needle prick. When Manager Wu approached, Huang Guang stood shoulder to shoulder with him and, with his left hand, swiftly inserted a needle toward the base of his spine. Huang Guang had long memorized the locations of all the acupuncture points on the human body. Even through clothing, he could pinpoint them with precision. Manager Wu. During acupuncture treatment, movement isn't allowed, so Huang Guang halted his steps and called out to Manager Wu. As expected, Huang Guang stopped, and Manager Wu also came to a standstill, not daring to proceed further. Huang Guang remained silent, simply staring at Manager Wu to buy some time. Manager Wu grew increasingly uneasy under Huang Guang's gaze, but dared not speak up, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. When the acupuncture session was nearly over, Huang Guang finally spoke slowly. "Manager Wu, pardon my bluntness, but treat your employees better in the future. They're human beings too. Don't treat them like machines." With that, Huang Guang removed the silver needles from the acupoints on Manager Wu's back. Yes, I certainly will." Manager Wu nodded in agreement. "All right, no need to see me out." With that, Huang Guang walked away without a backward glance. After Huang Guang left, Manager Wu suddenly felt his body go weak. His legs gave out, and he plopped down onto the floor. At this moment, Manager Wu simply thought it was the immense pressure Huang Guang had put on him. Once he left, and he let his guard down, things had come to this. After a good while, Manager Wu finally picked himself up from the floor and settled into his chair. Though physically exhausted, his spirits were remarkably high. The very situation he'd been dreading had not only materialized but unfolded far better than expected, leaving him in an exceptionally good mood. As for the Shun brothers' affairs, Manager Wu couldn't be bothered to intervene. Let those immortals battle it out amongst themselves. Lost in thought, Manager Wu's mind drifted to Hanyu, and he mused to himself, "Perhaps I should invite her out tonight for a hotel rendezvous, a proper celebration. Just the two of us." With that notion dancing in his head, Manager Wu dialed Hanyu's number, only to be met with the automated message, "The subscriber you have dialed is currently switched off." After several attempts that ended with the phone being turned off, Manager Wu cursed silently in his heart and dialed another number. He certainly didn't have Hanyu as his only option. However, what he didn't know was that starting today, women would be off limits to him. 5 days later, Huang Guang, along with Gu Tianing and Chen Dalu, boarded a plane leaving Wangcheng for the capital. During these 5 days, Huang Guang diligently studied the return to heaven 9 needles technique while calculating when the golden glow could be used again. On the 3rd day after treating his mother, the golden glow became active once more, allowing Huang Guang to treat her again, improving her condition slightly further. Also traveling with them, this time, was Gu Anya. Seeing Gu Anya there as well, Huang Guang couldn't help glancing at her suspiciously. "What are you staring at? Can't I come home?" Still harboring resentment from that night's incident, Gu Anya clearly had little affection for Huang Guang. Nope. Adhering to the principle that a gentleman doesn't quarrel with a lady, Huang Guang simply turned his head toward the seemingly amused Chen Dalu. "Chen Ji, found any treasures lately? You think I'm like you, stumbling upon hidden gems so easily?" Chen Dalu's voice dripped with unmistakable envy toward Huang Guang's extraordinary luck. Chapter 34. Treating Illness on a Plane. Luck? There were so many experts at the auction. None of them noticed. Do you really think it's just luck? Gu Tianing gave Chen Dalu a resentful look as he spoke. Besides, you only got it because you brought Xiao Guang along. Otherwise, do you really think fate would have favored you? These past few days, he had endured enough of Chen Dalu's bragging. The man kept bringing it up whenever they met, even showing him photos of the fish intestine sword, yet refusing to let him see the actual artifact. It left Gu Tianing brimming with resentment toward Chen Dalu. Now, what can I say? I'm just blessed with good fortune. Chen Dalu wore a smug expression that made Gu Tianing itch with envy. Although his own family possessed many collectibles, none could compare in class to the prized fishgut sword. "Xiao Guang, next time you come across fine artifacts, let me know first," Gu Tianing said resentfully, shooting a glare at Chen Dalu before turning to Huang Guang with a beaming smile. "Haha, Uncle Gu, I'm afraid you'll have to wait. If Xiao Guang finds anything good again, Wang Hong has already claimed first dibs," Chen Dalu chimed in, deliberately needling Gu Tianing. "That pup from a Wang family wouldn't dare compete with me," Gu Tianing scoffed. "So just bring any future treasures directly to me." Gu Tianing was truly envious of the Yu Chong sword that Chen Dalu had obtained, to the point where he nearly forgot his status as an elder. Huang Guang could only smile helplessly, as even he didn't know when he might come across another antique as precious as the Yu Chong sword again. However, he did have a way to help Gu Tianing elsewhere. "Old Master Gu, do your joints swell and ache whenever it's thundering and raining now? Your muscles feel stiff, making movement quite inconvenient?" After Huang Guang finished speaking, both Gu Tianing and Gu Anya were surprised. Gu Tianing suffered from joint swelling and pain during thunderstorms, a lingering ailment from his younger days. Normally, he was perfectly fine, just like any healthy person, but when thunderstorms came, the pain became unbearable. Over the years, Gu Tianing had sought treatment everywhere, but no one could cure it completely, making it a persistent worry for the Gu family. Unexpectedly, Huang Guang could identify at a glance, which truly astonished the two of them. "Xiao Guang, how did you know?" Gu Tianing asked, then glanced at Gu Anya, suspecting she might have told Huang Guang about it. Grandpa Gu, the slight yellow tinge in your eyes is caused by the invasion of pathogenic wind, cold, and dampness into the body. When wind dominates, it causes migratory pain. When cold dominates, it induces agonizing pain. And when dampness dominates, it leads to fixed pain. These pathogenic factors block the meridians and joints. Obstruction causes pain, hence the swelling and discomfort in your joints. Huang Guang explained with a smile that he hadn't wasted the past few days, diligently studying the heaven-restoring 9 needles alongside medical texts. Combined with his golden light's ability to see through the human body, spotting such ailments was no challenge for him. At that moment, Qindalo also expressed his surprise. Brother Xiaoguang, do you know medicine too? At Huang Guang's age, having such profound knowledge of antiques was already astonishing enough. Now, seeing him display medical expertise truly left Qindalo astounded. I know a thing or two, Huang Guang replied modestly. When it came to medical knowledge, Huang Guang knew surprisingly little. But if you spoke of curing illnesses, armed with his golden aura and the 9 turns of heaven acupuncture technique, he could truly boast that there was no disease under heaven he couldn't heal. You really know your stuff. Chun Dalo stared at Huang Guang, his mind wandering who knows where. Talk is cheap. Real medicine lies in the ability to cure. Gu Anya, who had taken an instant dislike to Huang Guang, couldn't resist picking a fight, though deep down, she harbored a sliver of hope that he might actually heal her grandfather's excruciating, bone-deep pain. All right then, I'll treat your grandfather now, since we have the time. Huang Guang remained unfazed by Gu Anya's provocation. He had already intended to heal Gu Taning anyway. Right here, Gu Anya widened her eyes in surprise. Not here. Then where? This minor ailment hardly calls for a special venue, where one must change clothes and bathe before it can be treated. Huang Guang remarked disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at Gu Anya. Fine. You sure have a way with words. I can't outtalk you, but I'd love to see how you'll treat Grandpa empty-handed. Gu Anya wore an expression that clearly said, go ahead and try. If you're lying, you'll get a taste of my wrath. Who said I came empty-handed? With those words, Huang Guang pulled out the small pouch containing silver needles and drew one out. Silver needle, acupuncture, Xiao Guang. Do you know the art of acupuncture? Seeing Huang Guang take out a silver needle, Gu Tianning spoke up. Qin Taiwan didn't speak at this moment, merely staring at Huang Guang with a strange expression on his face. I know a little, Huang Guang nodded. Acupuncture. My grandpa has consulted countless traditional Chinese doctors and even tried acupuncture. He practically learned it himself, but his illness still wasn't cured. Do you really think you can succeed? As long as Huang Guang hadn't cured her grandfather yet, Gu Anya was determined to argue with him at every turn. I can't casually judge other traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but when it comes to my own acupuncture skills, I have complete confidence. Huang Guang smiled faintly. Seeing Gu Anya's deliberate opposition, he saw no need for argument. Facts would speak for themselves. Then let me see, said Gu Anya. Grandpa Gu, extend your right hand. Huang Guang didn't want to waste words and prepared to apply the needles directly. Gu Taning extended his right hand, and Huang Guang swiftly inserted the silver needle into the Higu acupoint on his hand. Then, using a peculiar technique, his 4 fingers began lightly plucking at the needle with a strange rhythm. As the silver needle vibrated, threads of energy began flowing into Gu Tianing's limbs and throughout his body. This power wasn't Huang Guang's golden radiance energy, but rather the force generated by using the 9 heaven-returning needles technique. For Huang Guang, this rheumatic disease didn't require him to use his golden radiance energy. At first, Gu Tianning didn't quite trust Huang Guang, but when Huang Guang accurately needled his Higu point, he began to believe in him a little. And now, as this faint current of energy infused his limbs and sinews, it instantly gave him a sense of relief he hadn't felt in decades, like a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his shoulders. Originally, Gu Anya had been ready to mock Huang Guang the moment he inserted just a single silver needle into the Higu acupoint on her grandfather's hand. Yet when she saw the unmistakable look of relief on the old man's face, the words caught in her throat. At the same time, he thought to himself, could it be that he really understands medicine and can cure Grandpa's chronic illness with just a silver needle? But is that even possible? Although Gu Tianying's comfortable expression was right before her eyes, Gu Anya still found it hard to believe. After all, many doctors had failed to cure the illness, yet Huang Guang managed it with just a single needle. It was simply too miraculous. 3 minutes later, Huang Guang withdrew the silver needle from Gu Tianying's hand. Chapter 35. Admit Defeat. After removing the silver needle, Huang Guang noticed Gu Tianying still had his eyes closed, his face wearing the same contented expression. Chen Dalu and Gu Anya both stared wide-eyed at Huang Guang. Huang Guang deliberately kept them in suspense, staying silent with that infuriating expression of his. So punchable it made Chen Dalu and the other itch to give him a good beating. However, 2 minutes later, Gu Tianying opened his eyes, preventing Huang Guang from getting a scolding. Xia Wang, thank you. I haven't felt this relieved in decades. It's like I've regained 20 years of my youth. Gu Tianying looked at Huang Guang with gratitude. For many years, he had suffered from severe joint pain due to rheumatism, and only now did he truly understand how joyful it feels to be in good health. Grandpa, has your rheumatic arthritis really improved? Gu Anya gazed at her grandfather, a hint of doubt lingering in her eyes. It's well known that Gu Tianying's illness couldn't be cured despite consulting all the renowned physicians. They could only alleviate some of the pain during flare-ups. Even doctors with decades of experience, using the latest techniques and expensive medicinal ingredients, had no solution. Yet Huang Guang, with just one silver needle, managed to completely cure his grandfather's ailment. It was truly unbelievable. With the same discerning gaze was also Chen Dalu. Gu Tianying smiled at Gu Anya and said, "Of course, who knows my own body better than myself?" Then he turned to Huang Guang and continued, "Xiao Guang, if I'm not mistaken, your acupuncture technique must be some long-lost lineage of needle therapy. Am I right?" "Old Grandpa, you're right. This set of acupuncture techniques I use is called the Reviving Heaven 9 Needles. I believe no one today would still know about it." Huang Guang nodded in acknowledgement. The 9 needles of revival were recorded on that special type of paper called celestial silk and buried in a tomb. By now, Huang Guang believed no one should know of them anymore. However, Huang Guang turned out to be mistaken. Surprisingly, Gu Tianying had actually heard the name 9 Needles of Revival. Is it really the 9 Needles of Revival? But the 9 Needles of Revival has been lost for thousands of years. How could you know it, Guang? Gu Tianying stared at Huang Guang in wide-eyed astonishment. Gu Anya also looked at Huang Guang in surprise, never expecting that he actually had the goods. Meanwhile, Chen Dalu wore a meaningful smile on his face. Instead of answering Gu Tianying immediately, Huang Guang asked curiously in return, "Grandpa Gu, how do you know about the Revival 9 Needles technique?" "I heard about it from my old friend Hua," Gu Tianying replied with a smile. "Old Hua's name is Hua Songyue. You must have heard of him, right?" Huang Guang shook his head. He genuinely hadn't heard of Hua Songyue before. Gu Tianying was momentarily stunned before casually explaining, "Brother Hua is the most renowned physician in the Celestial Empire. In his early years, he studied Western medicine and became the most famous Western doctor in the land. After turning 40, he began researching traditional Chinese medicine, developing profound expertise in the field, a true master who synthesized the best of both medical traditions. Under his care, countless lives have been saved. I too sought his treatment. And while my condition wasn't completely cured, he managed to alleviate the pain of my episodes. Once, with regret in his voice, he told me that if the 9 needles to reverse heaven technique still existed in this world, all incurable diseases would one day find their cure. Did that Dr. Hua really speak so highly of the 9 celestial needles? Could it be that he's actually seen them before? Huang Guang asked Gu Tianying. I asked him the same question. He told me he'd never seen the 9 celestial needles, only read about them in an ancient medical text. According to the book, a practitioner could cure any illness with just a single needle, using unique techniques paired with specific mental cultivation methods. That's why the 9 celestial needles became a lifelong regret for him, something he often mentions, Gu Tianying explained. After finishing his words, Gu Tianying turned his gaze to Huang Guang. Grandpa Gu, no need to look at me like that. If the opportunity arises, I'd be happy to discuss medical techniques with him, Huang Guang said, understanding exactly why the old man was staring at him. Seeing Huang Guang's response, Gu Tianning smiled and said, Xiao Guang, old Hua has friends all over the world. If you can connect with him, it would be of great help to your future path. Huang Guang nodded. While Grandpa says he's recovered, it might just be your luck. If you truly have skills, why don't you diagnose what's wrong with me? Only if you can really pinpoint it will I admit you have real ability. Seeing the way Gu Tianning looked at Huang Guang, Gu Anya felt utterly displeased. As his biological granddaughter, why did she feel Huang Guang was being favored more than her? So she stepped forward to challenge him. Anya, what are you doing? Gu Tianning looked at Gu Anya with displeasure. If Gu Anya had picked any other topic to argue with Huang Guang about, he would have happily watched the show unfold. But since she chose to bring this matter up, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Because he knew doctors never liked others casting doubt on their medical skills. He was genuinely worried Huang Guang might get angry. Old Master Gu, it's all right. Huang Guang nonchalantly stopped Gu Tianning. As a man, being doubted by a woman about one's abilities is absolutely unacceptable. So please allow me to prove myself and make someone eat their words. Though if I win, you'll have to call me Big Brother 3 times. After all, I am older than you. Calling me brother wouldn't be a loss for you. Having said that, Huang Guang pointed at Gu Anya with his hand, making it clear she was the someone he was referring to. Seeing Huang Guang had no ulterior motives, Gu Tianning leisurely sat back to watch the show. In his eyes, if his granddaughter could develop something, anything, with Huang Guang, it would absolutely be a good thing. Chen Dalu also sat aside, watching Huang Guang and Gu Anya. To him, their exchange resembled a lover's spat. Who's afraid of who? Gu Anya pouted. But if you lose, you'll have to call me Grand Annie 3 times. No problem. Huang Guang agreed decisively. With the golden light present, even if someone else had a small mosquito bite on their body, he could detect it. How could he possibly fail to see the illness on Gu Anya? The competition soon began. Chen Dalu and Gu Tianning each held a glass of wine, leisurely watching the show from the sidelines. Huang Guang carefully examined Gu Anya's face, though the golden light had already revealed all her physical data to him. Who would have thought this young miss has such a great figure and is in excellent health overall? Except for that minor issue down there, she's practically flawless. But for a pretty girl to have that kind of problem, really now, with these thoughts, Huang Guang couldn't help but shake his head. What? Thinking about surrendering already? Seeing Huang Guang stare at her before shaking his head, Gu Anya immediately spoke up in annoyance. Give up. Those 2 words don't exist in my dictionary. But do you really want me to say it? Huang Guang smirked disdainfully, then looked at Gu Anya with a teasing gaze. Chapter 36. Good Brother. Gu Anya felt slightly flustered under Huang Guang's stare but stubbornly retorted. Go ahead. Say it if you dare. I bet you can't come up with anything. Fine, you asked for it. Seeing Gu Anya still daring to talk to him like this, Huang Guang decided to let loose. You suffer from dysmenorrhea? As soon as Huang Guang spoke those words, both Chen Dalu and Gu Tianning, who had been drinking, spat out their wine in shock. Chen Dalu turned his surprised gaze squarely onto Gu Anya. When Huang Guang mentioned her menstrual cramps, Gu Anya's face instantly flushed crimson. Add to that Chen Dalu's staring, and her cheeks burned even hotter as she snapped at him. What are you looking at? Under the force of Gu Anya's feminine fury, Chen Dalu immediately averted his eyes, not daring to look anymore. After all, persistence would make him a downright pervert. You made me say it, so don't blame me, Huang Guang muttered nervously, watching Chen Dalu shrink under Gu Anya's scolding. He couldn't help feeling guilty too. After all, he'd just publicly exposed a woman's private matter. Ow, how did you know? Gu Anya glared fiercely at Huang Guang for a long moment before finally speaking. It's written all over your face, Huang Guang said with the air of a charlatan. Menstrual pain is primarily caused by cold stagnation or blood stasis. Considering your overall good health, blood stasis can be ruled out, leaving only cold stagnation. As the saying goes, menstrual flow originates from the kidneys, meaning menstrual disorders are connected to kidney function. Kidney chill manifests as a slight yellowish hue in one's complexion. Upon closer inspection, I notice a faint yellow tinge on both sides of your cheeks, so I conclude you suffer from menstrual pain. You're really something. Gu Anya gritted her teeth as she spoke. He had spelled it out so clearly, and she genuinely did suffer from menstrual cramps. She had no choice but to admit defeat. Average, third in the world, Huang Guang said with a smug grin. Now you can call me good big brother. Gu Enyao blinked playfully and pleaded, sweet brother, sweet brother, sweet brother. She earnestly called Huang Guang big brother 3 times, leaving Chun Dalo wide-eyed in disbelief. He never expected Gu Anya would actually go through with it. Huang Guang was momentarily stunned as well. He had expected Gu Anya to try and weasel out of it, but she actually called him big brother as promised. At that moment, Gu Anya spoke up again. Dear brother, since you can recognize my symptoms, you must be able to cure me too, right? By the time she uttered those final 2 words, Gu Anya's tone unmistakably carried a clear threat. Of course, menstrual cramps had tormented Gu Anya for years. If Huang Guang could genuinely cure her, calling him dear brother a few times would be entirely worth it. A high-maintenance lady like Gu Anya would never make a losing bargain. Huang Guang had already guessed what Gu Anya was thinking. Though he resented being manipulated, hearing her call him dear brother, and quite sweetly at that, left him no choice but to step right into her trap. Of course, a minor ailment like menstrual cramps is nothing for a divine healer like me. 1 needle and it's gone. Despite his internal reluctance, Huang Guang couldn't let his pride falter. Where exactly are you going to insert the needle? Gu Anya suddenly asked, blushing. She had previously consulted a traditional Chinese physician for her menstrual cramps and undergone acupuncture treatment, which involved needle insertion in her lower abdomen. Assuming Huang Guang would also place needles there, she naturally wanted clarification. Taking in Gu Anya's expression, Huang Guang quickly caught on and replied with a mischievous grin. Where do you suppose I'm going to put the needle? I'm not a doctor. How should I know? With that, Gu Anya resignedly closed her eyes. To relieve the symptoms of her dysmenorrhea, she was truly willing to go all out. After all, when menstrual cramps struck, the pain was truly unbearable. Next, Gu Anya felt her legs being lifted and laid flat. Though she instinctively wanted to pull her feet away, she restrained herself upon realizing Huang Guang must be preparing to insert the needles. Huang Guang looked at Gu Anya's condition and smiled. He took out 2 silver needles and inserted them into the Zisanli acupoints on her feet. Then, with a special technique, he gently flicked the needles. Seeing Huang Guang's technique, both Chun Dalu and Gu Tianying's eyes lit up. Though they couldn't comprehend it, they knew the method he employed was anything but ordinary. Gu Tianying glanced at Chun Dalu, who gave a slight nod in return. Though neither spoke, they silently understood each other's meaning. 5 minutes later, when Huang Guang withdrew the 2 silver needles, he found them warped beyond use. Shaking his head helplessly, he realized ordinary silver needles simply couldn't withstand the unique techniques of the Heaven's Restoration 9 needles. It seemed he'd have to acquire a proper set of high-quality needles soon. Noticing Huang Guang's dissatisfaction with his needles, Chun Dalu's eyes instantly gleamed with interest. Unaware of Chun Dalu's reaction, Huang Guang turned to Gu Anya, who still sat with her eyes tightly shut, like a martyr facing execution, and teased, I'm not a butcher. There's no need to squeeze your eyes shut like that. Relax. Your condition's already treated. Cured? Why don't I feel any different? Gu Anya opened her eyes, looking at Huang Guang with a perplexed expression. It's just a minor ailment. A couple of acupuncture needles will fix it. No special sensation needed. Unless, of course, you prefer that excruciating pain? If that's what you like, I can always undo the treatment for you. Huang Guang spoke nonchalantly, producing 2 silver needles as he finished. Consider yourself cured and let it be. But am I really better? Gu Anya still found it hard to believe. Fortune tellers might swindle you for 8 to 10 years, but how long could I possibly deceive you? You'll know the truth within days. Why would I need to lie to you? Huang Guang shrugged. How annoying. Blushing, Gu Anya turned her face away. Huang Guang glanced at Gu Anya, but his thoughts had already wandered elsewhere. These past few days, Huang Guang had asked Huang Chung to buy a house, but Huang Chung hadn't succeeded yet. However, Huang Chung seemed a bit off emotionally during this time, and even asked for an extra 10 million from Huang Guang. Originally, Huang Guang had planned to go house hunting with Huang Cheng, but coincidentally, Chindalu and the others were heading to the capital, so Huang Guang had to leave with them. Huang Cheng's matter could wait until they returned. By the looks of it, nothing major had happened. Huang Cheng drove his car and arrived once again at Tianhua Real Estate. Tianhua Real Estate was the largest property company in Guangcheng, even in the entire province. Huang Cheng, wanting to save money earlier, hadn't gone there first, but instead visited other agencies. However, none of those houses appealed to him, so he eventually came to Tianhua Real Estate. There, Huang Cheng unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance, a girl who had once rejected him in the past. Upon seeing this girl, Huang Cheng didn't immediately enter Tianhua Real Estate. Instead, he demanded another 10 million from Huang Guang. He wanted her to understand. While rejecting him for lacking money was understandable, toying with his feelings before rejecting him required consequences. Chapter 37: The Debt of Youth. After parking the car, Huang Cheng gazed at the magnificent building before him, a smile playing on his lips. As the largest real estate company in the province, its facade naturally took top priority. The pristine white floor reflected faces like mirrors, while immaculate red carpets stretched beneath polished feet. Ingeniously carved banisters flanked staircases on both sides, enveloping the entire structure in an atmosphere of luxury that seamlessly blended classical elegance with contemporary flair. It seems the company before me is like a palace, daunting enough to make an ordinary person hesitate to approach. Of course, this design was deliberate on their company's part. On one hand, it made clients entering the premises feel privileged. On the other, it discouraged those who couldn't afford luxury homes or villas from casually dropping by without serious intent. Sure enough, Huang Cheng noticed pedestrians deliberately stepping around to avoid treading on that red carpet. In the past, Huang Cheng would have detoured around like that passerby. But now his pockets were stuffed with a solid 20 million. What was there to fear about stepping on a red carpet? With that thought, Huang Cheng strode right onto it. Not bad at all. The sensation underfoot is actually quite nice. The feeling of being a newfound rich guy was truly satisfying. Huang Cheng finally got to experience the thrill of being an overnight millionaire from demolition compensation. "Welcome, sir." The two hostesses at the entrance bowed in unison to Huang Cheng. Both hostesses were tall, with graceful curves, their hair tied back in ponytails. Their fair complexions and delicate features, accentuated by the traditional qipao dresses they wore, elevated them to striking beauties. That such attractive women were employed as greeters suggested Tianhua Real Estate was determined to flaunt its extravagance at every turn. The receptionist eyed Huang Cheng with a hint of envy, having clearly seen him step out of a luxury car. After working there for so many years, they knew all too well the models and price tags of such high-end vehicles. If they could somehow get involved with the owner of a car like that, their fortunes might just change overnight. Huang Cheng naturally noticed the burning envy in the eyes of the two receptionists, his vanity thoroughly satisfied. With a gratified smile at them, he strode proudly into the hotel lobby. The lobby's decor was equally extravagant, with marble columns and granite floors and a colossal crystal chandelier that dazzled like diamonds. Such grandeur naturally filled Huang Cheng with anticipation for the mansion he was about to purchase. If even the company's office was this lavish, surely the villa would meet his standards perfectly. Of course, embarrassing her in a place like this would be all the more satisfying. In Huang Cheng's mind, the humiliation plan had long been finalized. Huang Cheng strode straight to the reception desk, right before the girl who had once hurt him. "Hello, esteemed sir. May I ask what price range you're looking for?" Initially, the girl had been politely explaining to Huang Cheng, but when she clearly saw his appearance, her eyes widened in surprise. "That's right, this world is really small. I never expected we'd meet here, Gao Yuanyuan," Huang Cheng said with a smile as he looked at the girl. Gao Yuanyuan was quite pretty. Her wavy light brown hair paired with a delicate nose and small mouth, along with those innocent and pure big eyes, made her look like a freshly graduated schoolgirl, which added to her charm. Of course, this was also Gao Yuanyuan's intentional move. It would help boost her performance metrics somewhat. The two first met at a social mixer back when Huang Cheng was still a student. Though decent looking, he struggled to land a girlfriend due to his empty pockets. Upon seeing Gao Yuanyuan, Huang Cheng mustered the courage to pursue her, simply because he adored her sweet smile. He'd braced for rejection, but to his surprise, she not only didn't turn him down, but even let him add her on WeChat. That such a beautiful girl would willingly befriend him made Huang Cheng feel like he'd ascended to heaven, with Gao Yuanyuan naturally becoming the angel within it. Moreover, her attitude toward him gave Huang Cheng the distinct impression that she liked him. Of course, this was just the wishful thinking of a love-struck rookie, because the warmth Gao Yuanyuan showed Huang Cheng could just as easily be given to other boys. When you're needed, you have value. When you're not needed, you're just a spare tire waiting in the trunk to be swapped in. In the end, Huang Cheng, the backup boyfriend, came to realize that Gao Yuanyuan merely saw him as a spare tire, and just one among many of her spare tires at that. After learning the truth, Huang Chengyu went to confront Gao Yuanyuan, only to be met with heartless ridicule. She mocked him for being a poor boy who dared to dream of eating swan meat like her. After being scorned by the girl he loved, Huang Cheng shed tears of youth. Perhaps this is what youth truly is. Back then, Huang Cheng lacked the capability and could only treat it as a memory of his youth. But now that fate had given him the chance to reclaim what he lost in those golden years, he wasn't about to let it go to waste. Ow, how did you know I was here? Gao Yuanyuan initially looked startled, then sneered disdainfully. Didn't I make it clear long ago? There's no possibility between us, so stop pestering me. She knew Huang Cheng's circumstances and never imagined he could afford to buy an apartment here. Ignoring company protocols, she looked at Huang Cheng with contempt. Pester you? Do I need to? Huang Cheng's face also revealed a scornful expression. Besides, you're mistaken. I didn't come here for you. I came to buy an apartment. Buy a house. Can you even afford one here? The cheapest unit in this area costs at least $1 million. Do you think you're qualified to buy? Gao Yuanyuan continued. What's the matter? Do I need your approval to purchase a home here? Huang Cheng looked at Gao Yuanyuan coolly. Let me tell you, I'm buying today for sure, and I'll do it right in front of you, with another agent. Just as Gao Yuanyuan was about to reply, a voice called out from behind her. Respected sir, of course you don't require her approval to purchase a home through our company. Xiao Gao, please apologize to this gentleman. A poised woman in a black uniform approached with graceful steps, first smiling at Huang Cheng before addressing Gao Yuanyuan. At the sight of this stunning woman in uniform, Huang Cheng couldn't help but feel a rush of awe. An oval face framed by willow leaf eyebrows, alluring phoenix eyes. Beneath an elegant nose bridge lay a cherry-sized mouth, painted with vibrant crimson lip gloss, lending her an enchantingly bewitching allure. The black uniform perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Even more fatal was the glimpse of fair skin and the deep cleavage revealed by the low neckline, stirring an unspeakable fantasy in men's minds. Manager Su, Gao Yuanyuan, was about to explain when she was abruptly cut off. Xiao Gao apologized. I'm sorry. Gao Yuanyuan could only obediently apologize to Huang Cheng. Chapter 38, right now, still. Alright, since Manager Su has stepped in, let's drop it. Faced with such a stunning beauty, Huang Cheng naturally had to appear magnanimous. Having to apologize to someone she once kept as a backup, Gao Yuanyuan felt thoroughly displeased. But since the woman held a slightly higher position, she swallowed her pride, while secretly looking forward to witnessing her humiliation. Hello, sir. I'm Su Yingying, the sales manager here at the property sales department. You can call me Yingying. I'd love to know what kind of property you're looking to purchase. With my extensive experience in this field, please feel free to consult me about anything. Su Yingying didn't care at all how Gao Yuanyuan might feel about it. With a smile, she steered the conversation toward the main topic. At the same time, she subtly bridged the distance between them with her choice of address, eliminating any sense of unfamiliarity. While speaking, Su Yingying was also secretly observing Huang Cheng. Though Huang Cheng's clothes were quite ordinary and his demeanor was that of a common person, in this era where second-generation demolition millionaires are everywhere, it's impossible to judge someone's wealth just by appearances. Of course, The fact that he could afford to buy property here proved he definitely had money. Su Yingying's smile and the tone of her voice made Huang Cheng feel entirely at ease. "I want to buy a bigger, more comfortable villa. Do you have any suggestions?" Huang Cheng said, then glanced at Gao Yuanyuan with a scornful smile on his face. Gao Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret in her heart. Could he truly have made it big? But I'd heard he'd been doing odd jobs all along. Villa? Su Yingying was slightly taken aback. She had initially thought Huang Cheng was just here to buy an upscale apartment in a prime location, that being the most common deal she handled. But to her surprise, he declared outright that he wanted to buy a villa, an act reserved for the truly wealthy. "You must understand, the cheapest villa in our company starts at 5 million per unit. What's more, she'd receive a whopping 10 per thousand commission for selling one villa. Just closing this single deal would equal several ordinary transactions combined." At this thought, Su Yingying's eyes instantly burned with fervor, and her gaze towards Huang Cheng grew even more alluring. "Sir, please forgive my earlier impropriety. Our company has a policy that villa purchases are exclusively conducted in our private viewing rooms. This represents our highest form of respect for distinguished clients. Would you kindly follow me?" Su Yingying rose gracefully, giving Huang Cheng a slight bow. Although no longer inexperienced with women, Huang Cheng couldn't help swallowing hard when faced with such breathtaking beauty. Su Yingying was quite pleased with Huang Cheng's reaction. As she lowered her head, the corners of her lips curled up, forming a smug smile. When it comes to men, Su Yingying understood them all too well. Such creatures were incredibly easy to manipulate. Just dangle enough temptation in front of them, and they'd follow obediently. Su Yingying walked ahead, and Huang Cheng's gaze inevitably fell upon her. Meanwhile, Su Yingying walking in front could guess exactly where Huang Cheng was looking, yet she felt no discomfort. This was precisely what she wanted. Since graduating college, Su Yingying had climbed from an ordinary property salesperson to her current position, with her beauty and physique playing no small part. She knew these were her assets. If she could seize the right opportunity and latch onto a wealthy patron, that wouldn't be a bad choice at all. After all, several colleagues she knew had ended up owning the very properties they once sold. Those women weren't even as pretty as her. What they relied on was cunning. In the real estate sales industry, youth is everything. When you put a 20-year-old girl next to a woman in her 30s or 40s, no matter how well-maintained the older woman is, those men coming to buy properties won't purchase from a woman in her 30s or 40s. So, Su Yingying made up her mind. If Huang Cheng bought a property worth over 15 million, she'd seize the opportunity, regardless of whether Huang Cheng had a wife or not. Once they stepped outside, Huang Cheng finally tore his gaze away from Su Yingying and glanced at Gao Yuanyuan, who was frozen in place. Seeing the look on Gao Yuanyuan's face, Huang Cheng felt both his vanity and desire for revenge thoroughly satisfied. Then, with a cocky strut, he headed back inside. After Huang Cheng and Su Yingying entered the room, Gao Yuanyuan was filled with nothing but regret. That was a villa, a deal worth over 5 million, and it had slipped right through her fingers. She simply couldn't understand how a penniless guy who'd been working odd jobs all along could afford to buy a villa. But no matter how much she regretted it, that big deal would never come back. Once something entered Su Yingying's mouth, it could never be spat out again. And, judging by her demeanor, she was clearly interested in Huang Cheng. All of this could have been hers originally, but because of a few careless words, everything had slipped far beyond her grasp. When she glanced at her industry peers, she found them all wearing gleefully mocking expressions. Though equally unable to compete with Su Yingying, they could at least laugh at Gao Yuanyuan's foolishness. At this moment, Gao Yuanyuan wished she could just die. "Mr. Huang, are you purchasing this villa for personal residence or as an investment?" In the viewing room, Su Yingying asked Huang Cheng, who was sitting beside her. "Is there any difference?" Huang Cheng inquired. He didn't know how the viewing room was designed, but it only contained a two-person sofa, forcing Huang Cheng to sit right next to Su Yingying. With such close proximity between them, Huang Cheng could even smell the perfume on Su Yingying. Su Yingying, who was thoroughly familiar with men, naturally took note of all this. Far from restraining herself, she leaned forward ever so slightly instead. "Of course, if it's for investment purposes, Factors like location and appreciation potential should be prioritized. But if it's just for residential living, then living environment and facilities are key considerations that need thorough evaluation, Su Yingying said with a cheerful smile. For personal residence, Huang Cheng replied while pretending to browse the catalog. For residential purposes, we have newly developed luxury villa communities here. Whether it's the supporting facilities or surrounding environment, they're all top-tier choices, extremely suitable for living. Only $5 million per unit? Huang Cheng expressed dissatisfaction with the villas pictured in the catalog. Do you have any higher-end villas? My target budget is around $20 million. Of course we do. Su Yingying's voice grew increasingly honeyed as she flipped through the brochure in her hands, inching closer to Huang Cheng. This villa covers 1,000 square meters, features French architectural style for above-ground levels plus a basement, an oversized garage, a 10-by-meter swimming pool, and a private garden. Su Yingying rapidly listed the features to Huang Cheng. Huang Cheng studied the photographs in the brochure and found them exceedingly impressive. This set looks quite nice. Could you take me to see it? Huang Cheng said. Chapter 39. Assistance. Of course, I'll accompany you to view the property right away. Su Yingying replied with a smile. Then, Su Yingying brought Huang Cheng to the parking lot, where the cars were usually reserved for the wealthy and rarely taken out. Arriving beside a luxury Mercedes-Benz, Su Yingying gestured for Huang Cheng to board first, then gave the driver an address before settling into the back seat beside him. The driver promptly started the car, smoothly transporting the pair toward their destination. This particular Mercedes was custom-made with expanded interior space, featuring a partitioned driver's compartment. The windows were specially treated, allowing occupants to see outside, while remaining completely opaque from the exterior. Mr. Huang, we've still got some distance to cover. Perhaps we could discuss other matters. With these words, Su Yingying cast a coquettish glance at Huang Cheng, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one charged with intimate possibilities. What else? Huang Cheng's heart began to race instantly. Huang Cheng had also heard rumors about sales agents in the real estate industry having unspoken rules, how they occasionally provided special services to big clients for the sake of commission. He never expected that he would actually encounter this himself. If Mr. Huang could pay the full amount in one go, there might be a pleasant surprise, Su Yingying said, licking her lips with a suggestive expression. If the house isn't too different from the pictures, paying in full won't be a problem, and I can pay a deposit first, but that depends on whether your surprise can satisfy me. Since she was offering herself up, Huang Cheng wasn't about to refuse. Mr. Huang, you'd better keep your word, Su Yingying murmured before lowering her head. Though Huang Cheng had a girlfriend, he had never experienced this kind of service before, especially not from someone so beautiful. Thus, at this moment, Huang Cheng reached a peak. Su Yingying straightened her appearance slightly, returning to her previous demeanor, alluring yet poised. She took out a document and handed it to Huang Cheng with a charming smile. Huang Cheng looked at Su Yingying. If earlier he truly had reached a peak, he hadn't realized just how captivating the beauty before him could be. Taking the letter of intent, Huang Cheng skimmed through it before signing his name. Then, he took out his bank card and swiped it on the wireless terminal. 1 million was handed over just like that. Next came the matter of viewing the house. The villa differed almost not at all from the pictures, and after expressing his satisfaction, Huang Cheng availed himself of Su Yingying's services once more. After getting dressed, Su Yingying accompanied Huang Cheng as they left the villa. On the way, Su Yingying made a call to the general manager, and by the time the car pulled up at the company, the general manager himself came out to welcome Huang Cheng. As Huang Cheng walked out of the general manager's office holding documents and keys, he deliberately stepped beside Gao Yuanyuan and said, "Classmate Yuanyuan, I told you I came to buy a house. Now you should believe me, right?" Having said that, Huang Cheng ignored whatever expression Gao Yuanyuan wore and strode straight outside, his heart brimming with the satisfaction of revenge. Of course, Su Yingying's attentive service also left him with an unforgettable aftertaste. After Huang Cheng left, Su Yingying was immediately surrounded by a group of female colleagues, all eagerly clamoring for Huang Cheng's phone number. Ah, He's a real tycoon. How would I possibly have his number? Su Yingying put on a helpless expression, then turned to Gao Yuanyuan and said, but Yuan Yuan is his classmate, so she must have his number, right? In truth, Su Yingying had already memorized Huang Cheng's number earlier. She would never share it with these women who were clearly trying to steal her man. No, I don't. We were just ordinary classmates. Gao Yuanyuan regretted it so deeply her guts twisted, but she could only force a smile as she spoke. What a shame. If it were me, I'd never let him slip away. You're really generous, Yuanyuan. If you don't like someone like him, your taste must be really strange. The colleague's words cut into Gao Yuanyuan like knives, and she wished she could find a crack to hide in. Huang Cheng didn't know what Gao Yuanyuan was thinking now, but he knew she must be filled with regret, an outcome that perfectly served his purpose while fulfilling the task assigned by his younger brother Huang Guang. He'll surely be very satisfied when he returns and sees the villa. With the villa purchase satisfactorily completed, Huang Cheng now awaited Huang Guang's return for final approval. Of course, he remained unaware that his act of vengeance against Gao Yuanyuan would eventually expose him to unexpected dangers. After getting off the plane, Huang Guang was immediately pulled aside by Chun Dalu. Dalu, I'll head out first. If Xiao Guang comes looking for me, make sure you deliver him to me safely. Gu Tianning understood what Qin Dalu intended to do, so after exchanging greetings with him, he left first with Gu Anya. Originally, Huang Guang had planned to go to Gu Tianning's house first to recharge his golden energy, but now that Chun Dalu had grabbed him, he'd have to wait a couple days before going. Go on, what is it? Huang Guang looked helplessly at Chun Dalu, whose face was brimming with ingratiating expressions. Whenever this guy wore that look, it meant he definitely needed a favor. My grandfather's 80th birthday is in 3 days. Come with me. Chun Dalu made the request while staring at Huang Guang. Me? Huang Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected Chun Dalu to invite him along to meet his grandfather. That doesn't seem appropriate. This should be a family gathering. I wouldn't fit in. Huang Guang shook his head. You're now a minor shareholder of the Chun Group, so you're practically family. Besides, I have a favor to ask of you too. Chun Dalu looked at Huang Guang. What kind of favor requires me to attend the birthday celebration? Huang Guang asked. That's where your 9 Heavens Needle technique comes in. Chun Dalu's eyes brightened. My grandfather was wounded by bomb shrapnel during the war years back. Medical technology wasn't advanced enough back then. Though his strong constitution saved his life, several fragments remained embedded in his body. These pieces have been tormenting him ever since. We considered surgical removal, but after so many years, the shrapnel has fused with his flesh. One piece lies dangerously close to his heart, and given his advanced age, surgery isn't the best option. When I witnessed your needle technique on the plane earlier, I knew I had to ask for your help. Huang Guang listened to Chun Dalu's words and solemnly said, Rest assured, Brother Chun, I agree to this matter. I will definitely cure your grandfather's illness, I promise. As someone born in China, Huang Guang held deep respect for the older generation of soldiers. Without these veterans sacrificing their lives and blood to resist invaders, their current peaceful lives wouldn't exist. Even if the old man hadn't been Chun Dalu's grandfather, Huang Guang would have helped regardless once he learned of the situation. If Huang Guang couldn't help them in the era of war, then in this time, he would use his abilities to do what little he could for them. Chapter 40 Paradise. You're truly a brother after my own heart. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Tonight's my treat. Let's have some proper fun. Big Brother will show you the splendor of the capital. Chun Dalu cheerfully threw an arm around Huang Guang's shoulders as he spoke with palpable satisfaction. As they exited the airport terminal, a Bentley pulled up smoothly. Behind the wheel sat Hua Guowei, the same driver they'd met during their previous visit to Wang Hong's place. Brother Hua. Huang Guang greeted Hua Guowei with a smile, as the two were quite familiar with each other by now. Mr. Huang. Hua Guowei gave Huang Guang a rare smile in return. Awei, take us to paradise, Chun Dalu said to Hua Guowei. Hua Guowei nodded and started the car. Huang Guang, meanwhile, gave Chun Dalu a puzzled look, as he had no idea what kind of place paradise was. Noticing Huang Guang's perplexed expression, Chun Dalu immediately understood what he was thinking and explained with a smile, Paradise is a private club opened by a second-generation rich kid in the capital. It's considered the most exclusive club in the city. You won't be disappointed when you go. That's good to hear. For a moment there, I thought you were really driving us to heaven, Huang Guang joked lightly. Tui, I'm as handsome and young, haven't lived nearly enough yet. How could I bear going to heaven? Chen Dalu rolled his eyes at Huang Guang. Before long, the car pulled up in front of a modest-looking building. From the outside, it appeared quite ordinary, aside from occupying a rather spacious plot of land. The small building was surrounded by a 2-meter-high perimeter wall, with the only entrance being a large iron gate at the front. At that moment, a white McLaren 570 was presenting a silver card to a well-trained man dressed in a black suit standing behind the gate. The man examined the card handed to him by the McLaren's owner, said something, then opened the large iron gate to let the car through. After the McLaren entered, it was Chen Dalu's car's turn. Chen Dalu pulled out a black card and waved it at the man in the black suit. The man's previously expressionless face suddenly broke into a smile. Ah, so it's third young Master Chen. Welcome to paradise, young master. With that, the man swung open the large iron gate. The manner in which this man treated Chen Dalu was worlds apart from his attitude toward the owner of the McLaren in front. Huang Guang took advantage of the moment Chen Dalu flashed the black card to catch a glimpse of its serial number, 003. Chen Dalu gave a slight nod to the man before retrieving the card, while Hua Guowei slowly drove the car inside. Brother Chen, third brother, is this really a clubhouse? It feels more like some secret base, Huang Guang said quietly beside Chen Dalu. Originally, Huang Guang had always called Chen Dalu Brother Chen, but Chen Dalu felt it wasn't intimate enough, so he insisted Huang Guang change it to third brother, which sounded more familiar. Of course it's a clubhouse. Didn't you see that McLaren in front of us? He's also here for entertainment, Chen Dalu replied with a grin. The only difference is the place he's going to isn't the same as ours. Is it because your membership cards are different? Huang Guang asked, recalling the black card in Chen Dalu's hand. Bro, you've got a sharp eye. Chen Dalu gave Huang Guang a thumbs up. There are 4 types of members in heaven. The first type, the most ordinary one, allows you to become a silver member as long as your net worth exceeds 10 million. Silver members can only spend within the first level of paradise. The second type is the gold membership, which requires a net worth of over 100 million to apply for and can only be used for spending on the first and second floors. The third type is the diamond membership. At this level, wealth alone isn't enough to qualify. Typically, those who become diamond members are second-generation officials from the capital, requiring at least a departmental-level position for eligibility. With a diamond membership, one has unrestricted access to the first, second, and third floors. Finally, there's the membership like mine, the black card. Paradise has issued only 9 of these cards. With a black card, even the top tiers of the other 3 membership types would go to great lengths just for a glimpse of Paradise's 4th floor, which remains open to you anytime. Here on the 4th floor, you'll truly feel as if you've stepped into paradise, indulging in everything beyond your wildest dreams. That incredible! Huang Guang couldn't quite believe it. Do I look like I'm lying to you? Do you have any idea how much I could sell this card for out there? 500 million, at the very least, Chen Dalu bragged smugly. Huang Guang couldn't help but inhale sharply. A single card could fetch 500 million yuan. These people truly treated money as mere scraps of paper. However, this card is already registered under my name, Chen Dalu. Even if I gave it to someone else, they wouldn't be able to use it. So, I can't give you this one, little brother. Just wait, I'll have that guy issue you another card, maybe number 10 or something. Chen Dalu continued speaking. Third brother, there's no need. I wouldn't get to use it that often anyway. Seeing Chen Dalu actually intending to give him a card as well, Huang Guang quickly declined. Even if you don't use it, this still represents a certain status, Chen Dalu said. Besides, if he knew about your abilities, he'd be tripping over himself to personally deliver that card to you. After all, old people's bodies always have some ailments. Then alright, you take charge of everything, Brother San. Huang Guang understood Chen Dalu's intent and chose not to refuse any longer. It's only fair to charge a little for helping others. By this time, Hua Guowei had already parked the car. After getting out of the car, Huang Guang noticed several vehicles similar to the Bentley parked nearby. Following Chundalu, the three of them arrived in front of the small building. Two men in black suits were also standing in front of the small building. They must have received the news, as they smiled upon seeing Chundalu and the other two arriving, saying, "Welcome, third young master, to paradise. Please come in." As they spoke, the door of the small building was opened. Chundalu and the other two entered. Inside was a spacious hall, about 400 to 500 square meters. The hall was furnished with leather sofas, and in front of them were wide coffee tables laden with various beverages, alcohol, and fruits. The sofas were fully occupied with people, each deep in their own conversations. Meanwhile, several bunny girls moved about the premises, ready to attend to the guests' needs at any moment. In the center of the hall stood a small stage where an elegant young woman sat playing a grand piano, her melodious music reverberating throughout the spacious room. Though Huang Guang couldn't comprehend this type of music, just watching the woman's fluid playing technique confirmed she was undoubtedly a master musician. "Gentlemen, please follow me." A bunny girl approached at that moment, speaking softly. Huang Guang couldn't help but blush as he looked at the bunny girl, his breathing growing rapid. The bunny outfit inevitably revealed glimpses of her cleavage and those long, stocking-clad legs that were utterly seductive. Moreover, Huang Guang noticed that the girl's face looked somewhat familiar. Chapter 41. Unlucky. Running into a familiar-looking girl here made Huang Guang pause in his tracks, lost in thought. Seeing Huang Guang standing motionless, Chundala tugged at him and said, "Hey, what are you spacing out for? Let's go. There's nothing much fun on this floor. We should head upstairs." Suddenly, Huang Guang had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He walked over to the bunny girl and said, "Ah, it's you. Hey, aren't you, what's your name again?" Seeing Huang Guang's behavior, Chindala couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. His buddy was just too straightforward. Who actually approaches someone like that? "Yes, sir. Have you seen my performance before?" The bunny girl didn't seem to mind at all, replying with a cheerful smile. "Just joking." These three gentlemen were true Beijing big shots capable of accessing the fourth floor. Forget about them asking her publicly like this. Even if they wanted to do that with her right now, it would be fine. Why was she here, if not to forge some connection with such important figures and pave an easier path for her future? So of course she wouldn't be the slightest bit upset. However, just because the bunny girl wasn't angry didn't mean others would humor Huang Guang when they didn't know the full story. Sure enough, a man eager to impress the bunny girl immediately spoke up. "What kind of country bumpkin is this, making such a fuss? I think Heaven's Gate should revise their rules again. Keep those unworthy riffraff out." The man was dressed quite respectably, even wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. After speaking, he gave the bunny girl a slight smile. The bunny girl's expression changed instantly. If this guy wanted to court death, he could do it alone. Why drag her into it? She immediately opened her mouth to speak up for Huang Guang. However, she was a split second too late. Chundalu was already glaring at the man with an icy expression, his tone frigid as he said, "Paradise does indeed need to revise its rules. I'll have a word with Yin Jun. Some dogs really shouldn't be allowed in." Huang Guang was his sworn brother. For some lowlife who could only linger around the first floor of paradise to dare speak of him like that, the fool clearly didn't know how the character for death was written. Originally, the man who had planned to step on Huang Guang to show off in front of the bunny girl he admired felt a sudden sense of foreboding when he heard Chindalu casually calling the owner of this place by name. Looking around once more, he noticed several people grinning with schadenfreude as they watched him, and he realized he was in deep trouble. Just then, a voice that sent him plunging into the abyss rang out. "Third young master, what wind has blown you? Who's been hiding out for years? Straight to my doorstep." As the words fell, a man slightly older than Shundalu, quite distinguished in demeanor, walked over, with a beautiful woman holding his arm. "Jun Xiao, I wasn't hiding outside. I was out relaxing, you understand? Now, you handle this matter properly. Otherwise, don't blame me later for not sticking up for you." Chundalu first corrected Yin Jun's phrasing, then glanced at the man who had already begun to tremble. "Brother Jun, here's what happened." At that moment, the bunny girl quickly stepped forward and recounted the events that had just transpired. Without a second thought, Yin Jun said, "Revoke his membership card. refund his membership fee, and from today onward he is not allowed to set foot in paradise ever again. Actually, regardless of who was right or wrong in this matter, Yinjun would always stand on Chundalu's side. The reason was simple. Compared to Chundalu, that man wasn't even worth a speck of dirt. Why would Yinjun provoke Chundalu for the sake of something utterly worthless? At that moment, two men in suits promptly approached the man and asked him to leave. The man opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. He knew nothing he said now would make a difference. The only thing he could do was slink away from here, away from the capital. Because once word got out that he'd been kicked out of paradise, everyone would distance themselves from him. No one would dare offend Yinjun on his behalf. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself hard. Why did he have to run his mouth like that? Of course, even now he couldn't quite figure it out. No matter how he looked at the guy, he seemed like a complete country bumpkin. So why would Yinjun speak up for him? Just who exactly was he? But Huangguang couldn't care less about what that man was thinking. He was just staring in astonishment at the woman beside Yinjun. Wasn't she that famous actress from Hong Kong? Seeing Huangguang spacing out again, Chundalu could only nudge him with his finger. Huangguang finally realized his blunder and sheepishly averted his gaze. All right, let's head to the fourth floor, Yinjun said with a smile as he took the lead. The trio followed closely behind Huangguang. As soon as the group left, the first floor quickly buzzed with activity, with many people inquiring about the identities of Huangguang and his two companions. I don't know the identity of the younger one, but I do recognize the man army brother addressed as third young master. His name is Chundalu, the third son of the Chun family. He hasn't been in the capital these past few years. So many people don't know him, which is why someone ended up unlucky today. Hong Jin is truly finished this time. To think he kicked against third young Master Chun, the hardest iron plate imaginable. He probably won't be able to stay in the capital anymore. Whoever has business ties with him should cut ties early. Otherwise, when third young Master Chun comes to settle scores, none of you will escape unscathed. That jinxed Hong Jin. If he wants to court death, fine, but he'll drag us down with him. Exactly. Try to step on others to show off in front of women. Serves him right. Hey buddy, no need to be so jumpy about everything. Chundalu watched Huangguang looking around all the way like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden for the first time and could only sigh softly. That was a celebrity. I've only ever seen them on TV before, and now I've met one in person. Though, they didn't look as good as on TV, Huangguang said excitedly. By the way, why are there so many celebrities here? Along the way, Huangguang truly saw many celebrities he had only ever encountered on television, and they were even dressed in bunny girl outfits, which really opened his eyes. He never imagined that these glamorous women seen on screen would willingly wear such sexy bunny costumes. This is the capital. All right, plenty of cars, wealthy people, officials, and naturally, celebrities. Mind you, these stars come here of their own free will. Chundalu glanced at Huangguang and continued. The members who can enter this place are either rich or powerful. If these women can latch onto one of them and get promoted, it'd be nearly impossible for them not to become famous. With such a golden opportunity, do you really think they'd hesitate? And what you're seeing now is nothing. Wait till you get to the fourth floor. That'll truly blow your mind. Chundalu's words shattered the mystique Huangguang had held about celebrities. It crumbled in an instant. In truth, Huangguang simply didn't know. If he had been more exposed to the entertainment industry, he'd have realized that hidden rules were everywhere inside the circle, while outside, people used every trick in the book just to amplify their fame. Chapter 42, number 10. Do you like those celebrities? Just wait a bit. Big Brother will arrange it for you. I guarantee those little stars will come flocking one after another. Seeing Huangguang's expression, Chundalu whispered lightly in his ear. Huangguang was somewhat tempted at first, but then he thought about how those minor celebrities might have been handled by who knows whom at this place. The mental image that followed made him involuntarily shudder. Quickly shaking his head, he said, forget it. Third brother, you go ahead and enjoy yourself. Buddy, don't worry. The ones Big Brother calls over are all top-notch beauties, fresh in the industry. You can set your mind at ease. Chundalu was a shrewd man. He naturally understood what Huangguang was thinking. Judging by Chun Dalu's demeanor, he probably wanted some pretty young actresses to join them for entertainment. Huang Guang didn't want to spoil his mood, so he nodded in agreement. Before long, Huang Guang and his group arrived at the 4th floor. This floor had only 10 rooms, each exquisitely decorated, with numbers 3 through 10 on the doors. As Huang Guang approached room 5, he noticed someone was already inside. Chun Dalu glanced at room number 5 with a disdainful expression, clearly not on good terms with its occupant. "Third young master, do me a favor and don't clash with young Masterly today." Yin Jun, naturally aware of the strained relationship between Chun Dalu and room number 5's occupant, spoke up first. "Today I'm here to entertain my brother, not to pick fights with him. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I'll treat him like air." Chun Dalu nodded, not wanting to engage in quarrels in front of Huang Guang. "With that assurance from third young master, I can rest easy," Yin Jun said with a beaming smile. After escorting Chun Dalu to room 3, Yin Jun said, "Please have a seat. I'll prepare what you need shortly." "Hurry up, I've got something to discuss with you." Chun Dalu nodded. Having grown up together with Yin Jun, he saw no need for formalities between them. Once Yin Jun left, Chun Dalu opened the room's cabinet and retrieved 2 bottles of red wine along with a white package carton of cigarettes. Yin Jun certainly has his ways. These cigarettes never seem to be out of stock whenever I visit. Chun Dalu tore open the carton and tossed a pack to Huang Guang. "What kind of cigarette is this?" The cigarette didn't seem like a high-end brand at first glance, but considering this was paradise, it would be a serious blow to its reputation if Yin Jun served inferior tobacco to guests. So this unmarked cigarette was definitely no ordinary thing. Chun Dalu tore open a pack himself, pulled out a cigarette, almost half of it occupied by the filter, adorned with a panda pattern, and handed it to Huang Guang. Then he lit one for himself, took a drag, and with an expression of pure bliss said, "Haven't had one in years. What a nostalgic feeling. By the way, these are special supply cigarettes, only issued to officials at the ministerial level or above." "Wow, let's give it a try then." Back in Wangcheng, Huang Guang used to think some local officials were impressive figures. Now that he had the chance to smoke these exclusive cigarettes, something they might never taste in their lifetime, of course he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Taking a puff, he found the flavor truly exceptional, instantly refreshing his spirits. Then, Huang Guang fixed his gaze on the remaining 8 packs of Special Reserve Panda cigarettes in Chun Dalu's hands. Chun Dalu naturally understood what Huang Guang was thinking. With a pained expression, he said, "At most, I can give you half. I haven't smoked these in years either. Leave me a few packs to enjoy, will you?" "Third brother, you must have plenty of this Special Reserve tobacco at home. Why compete with me over it?" Huang Guang reached out and took the cigarette from Chun Dalu's hand, despite the latter's obvious reluctance. "Just give them all to me. It'll be something for me to show off when I get back." Chun Dalu smiled helplessly. Huang Guang had a point. Was there any need to argue with him? Sure, he'd probably get an earful from his old man when he got home. But afterwards, all those premium cigarettes the old folks didn't smoke would still end up in his hands. At that moment, Yin Jun returned, accompanied by several beautiful young women. Among them, some wore form-fitting black dresses that accentuated their figures, appearing extremely alluring. Others were dressed in clothes that exuded innocence, looking as if they were still students on campus. "This is third young Master Chun and his brother, Brother Huang. Take good care of them, and it could bring you great benefits," said the woman beside Yin Jun. Yida, the celebrated beauty and Hong Kong starlet, with a charming smile. For these small-time celebrities, without good resources and powerful backing, becoming famous is simply impossible. This is also an opportunity for them. If they can seize this chance, even if Chun Dalu just puts in a good word for them, his influence alone would make their path much smoother. Following the words of the beautiful Miss Yi, the 6 girls sat down beside Chun Dalu and Huang Guang. Chun Dalu very naturally put his arms around the beauties sitting on either side of him. As for Huang Guang, he felt quite restrained. He had never been in such close contact with girls before, let alone surrounded by so many at once. "Young Master Yin, enjoy yourself here. I'm going to take a look over there." With that, Yin Jun prepared to leave the room. "Wait, young Master Yin, don't go yet. There's something I'd like to discuss with you," Chun Dalu called out to stop him. "What can I do for you, young Master Chun?" Yin Jun replied with a smile. I've noticed your room 10 has been vacant for quite a while. How about arranging it for my brother here? Chandala got straight to the point. After hearing Chandala's words, Yinjun glanced curiously at Huang Guang, feeling puzzled. He couldn't figure out what was so special about this seemingly ordinary young man that Chandala valued him so highly. To think he wanted him to hand over room 10. However, without knowing Huang Guang's identity, Yinjun wasn't about to give him room 10 just because of Chandala's request. So he said, "Third young master, how about we discuss this matter after I return?" Jun Xiao, I'm not asking you as a favor. I'm offering you an opportunity. Otherwise, next time when you willingly deliver the key to room 10 to my brother, I'll tell him not to give you any face, Chandala said, visibly displeased at Yinjun's reluctance. To Chandala's mind, with Huang Guang's abilities, merely occupying a room here was granting Yinjun significant face. That Yinjun still hesitated only deepened Chandala's inclination to put pressure on him. Third young master, I really need to go to Area 5 immediately. How about we continue this conversation when I get back? Yinjun's curiosity about Huang Guang grew even stronger. Fine, consider what I just said unsaid. Next time, don't come running to me pleading for favors. After saying this, Chandala turned his head away from Yinjun. Yinjun gave Huang Guang an apologetic smile before leaving the room. Chapter 43, Li Xiaochen. Mr. Huang, let me toast you. A fresh-faced young woman poured Huang Guang a glass of red wine, glancing at him shyly. All right, Huang Guang accepted the glass with a smile. Though this girl appeared timid, she was actually a professional actress, and one willing to visit paradise at that. Who could say whether she was just putting on a performance? Meanwhile, Chandala was already embracing beauty on both sides, letting his hands wander freely over the pretty young starlets flanking him. Brother, this is the real deal. Yinjun's treasured 82 law fight, not those counterfeit wines and fake bottles you find on the market, Chandala said, raising his glass toward Huang Guang. Huang Guang nodded and lifted his own glass in response. Truth be told, Huang Guang didn't know much about wine. His understanding of it came entirely from Hong Kong movies, where a man would try to impress his date by ordering an 82 law fight at some fancy Western restaurant. Now that he had the chance to taste the legendary 82 law fight, Huang Guang wasn't about to pass it up. Taking a sip of red wine, the liquid was quite fragrant with a subtle salty aftertaste. 100,000 yuan bottle of wine, yet this is all it tastes like, Huang Guang thought to himself like an uncultured bumpkin. Mr. Huang, my name is Xiaoru. I'm a junior at the academy. What do you do? The girl who poured wine for Huang Guang earlier stared at him with wide eyes. She was genuinely curious about him. Earlier, Sister Yi had told them about Chandala's identity, a truly influential figure. Winning his favor could grant her access to valuable resources. Yet no one, not even Sister Yi, seemed to know Huang Guang's background. However, Chandala's deferential attitude proved Huang held significant importance in his eyes, which was precisely why she chose to sit beside Huang Guang. I'm just an unemployed drifter, Huang Guang said with a laugh. Truth be told, Huang Guang didn't have a formal occupation at the moment, so calling himself an unemployed drifter wasn't entirely wrong. Xiaoru's eyes widened, filled with confusion. Don't let him fool you. Sure, he's technically unemployed, but the guy's worth hundreds of millions. Does he even need to work? Chandala interjected from his side. Also, let me tell you a secret. My buddy here is actually a miracle healer. Any illness he treats gets cured instantly. After saying this, Chandala winked at Huang Guang. Xiaoru stared at Huang Guang in amazement. Someone so young, yet already worth over 100 million. Of course he didn't need to work. As for the divine healer part, she just took it as hearsay. Though she could also discern the underlying intent in Chandala's words. He was worried Huang Guang might be shy, hence prompting her and the other girls to take the initiative to help him loosen up. So she turned to Huang Guang with pleasant surprise and said, Mr. Huang, can you really diagnose illnesses? Could you examine me then? I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. With those words, Xiaoru extended her hand to Huang Guang. Taking the lead from Xiaoru, the other girls immediately crowded closer to him. They just overheard that Huang Guang was worth over 100 million, still so young, and not bad looking either. This was definitely a catch. Brother Guang, I've been feeling some discomfort in my chest lately. Could you take a look for me? Brother Guang, my feet have been a bit sore lately. Could you take a look for me? The enthusiasm from these girls left Huang Guang completely unprepared. Just then, the room door suddenly swung open as two men walked in. The smile on Chun Dalu's face instantly froze when he saw the man suddenly walk in. No wonder there were fewer beauties today. They've all gathered here with you. Third young master. By the way, after hiding out for so long, what finally brought you back today? Said one of the men, who appeared a few years younger than Dalu. Stood about 6 feet tall and had handsome features, his gaze dripping with provocation as he looked at Dalu. Li Xiaoqian, what are you doing here? This is my room, Dalu said coldly. I heard my brother-in-law was back, so of course I came to say hello. Isn't that right, brother-in-law? Li Xiaoqian replied, staring at Dalu with a sly smile. Although Li Xiaoqian addressed Dalu as brother-in-law with a cheerful smile, anyone could hear the displeasure and anger in his tone. Li Xiaoqian, I have friends here today. I don't want to argue with you. Just leave, Dalu said, suppressing his anger. I'll leave only if you promise not to marry my sister. Frankly, someone like you isn't worthy of her in the first place, Li Xiaoqian replied, his smirk fading as he glared coldly at Dalu. If I could avoid marrying your sister, of course I would. But is that really my decision? And do you think your sister would agree? Instead of wasting time arguing with me, you should go talk to her. At the mention of Li Xiaoqian's sister, Dalu's demeanor visibly weakened. It seemed she truly was his weakness. If she had listened to my advice, would I have come looking for you? Let me tell you, my sister is almost 30. How much youth does a woman have left by that age? If you can't make up your mind, stop dodging around, be a man, and marry my sister. Otherwise, I don't care if you're the third son of the Qin family. I won't let you off easy. Li Xiaoqian glared at Dalu, then turned to the girls with a smile. By the way, you don't stand much of a chance here. Why not come to my room instead? I promise to invest in you. Hearing Li Xiaoqian's words, the girls' eyes lit up one by one. Though Dalu had wealth and influence, he hadn't made any promises. Li Xiaoqian, on the other hand, had already extended his offer. For powerful figures like them, words once spoken were unstoppable. They would absolutely follow through. Li Xiaoqian, you've gone too far. Out of respect for your sister, I'll let this slide. Now get out of here immediately. Though Dalu felt guilty toward Li Xiaoqian's sister, the latter's blatant disrespect had soured his mood. Third young master, don't forget, these girls are free to choose who they accompany. And my willingness to invest in them doesn't break any rules, does it? Li Xiaoqian smirked triumphantly. Li Xiaoqian held a deep grudge against Dalu over his sister's incident, and he wouldn't miss any opportunity to make Chen suffer. You're right, they're free to accompany whoever they choose. But are you so sure they'll follow you? After speaking, Dalu glanced at the girls. The girls immediately felt distressed. Dalu's status was extraordinary. If they truly left with Li Xiaoqian, even if we invested in them, as long as Chen quietly played tricks behind the scenes, their careers would never go smoothly. So, all the girls found themselves at a loss for what to do next. The atmosphere in the room quickly grew heavy and tense. Chapter 44, 3 Matches. At that moment, Yin Jun and Yi Mingxing walked in. Yi Mingxing giggled and said, Third young master, Chun Xiao, tell me what you two are doing. With third young master's return, some good news might be coming soon. Aren't you two going to be relatives? There's no need to be so hostile towards each other, right? Look how you've scared my little sisters. In this situation, having Yi Mingxing, someone both men knew and a beauty at that, step in to stir things up was indeed the most fitting solution. After all, Dalu and Li Xiaoqian, being grown men, wouldn't take their anger out on a woman. Sure enough, the two men, who had initially been at each other's throats, now averted their gazes elsewhere. The tension eased slightly, and the girl sitting beside Dalu and Huang Guang also began to relax a bit. Military young master, if I recall correctly, the rule here is that these girls can accompany whoever they're willing to. Just now, they were quite eager to come to my room, but after being intimidated by someone, they've grown fearful. How should we handle this? Li Xiaoqian spoke up, addressing Yin Jun. Dalu's expression changed, but he remained silent, waiting to see how Yin Jun handled this. Morning, young master. The little stars at your place are no fewer than here. Don't make this difficult for me. Yin Jun forced a bitter smile. But I just happen to like these girls, Li Xiaochen insisted. Of course, I won't take them for nothing. I'll send over the girls from my room in exchange. How about that? The moment Li Xiaochen finished speaking, Yin Jun's heart sank. He knew things were about to go south. Sure enough, Chun Dalu immediately stood up, glaring angrily at Li Xiaochen as he said, Li Xiaochen, I'm giving you face out of respect for your sister and Jun Xiao. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. Li Xiaochen's words just now were practically telling Chun Dalu to eat his leftovers, and Chun Dalu certainly wasn't going to take that lying down. What's the matter? Third young master, want to exchange a few moves with me? A smug, victorious grin spread across Li Xiaochen's face. Though you may wield the prestige of Huagua, I've recently found myself a skilled fighter. Perfect timing for us to test each other's mettle. With that, Li Xiaochen patted the shoulder of the 30-something man who had been staring intently at Huagua Wei since following him into the room. The man wasn't tall, about 1.7 meters, but his eyes were sharp, like a starving wolf ready to tear its prey to pieces at any moment. Similarly, when this man entered the room, Huagua Wei also watched him warily. All right, since you're up for it, let's have a competition. Whoever loses gets out of paradise. How about it? You dare to bet? Chen Dala knew Li Xiaochen wouldn't leave unless he got what he came for. You think I don't dare? But just one round would be too dull. How about we make it a best-of-3 match? Li Xiaochen wasn't entirely confident about the skilled individual he'd found, so he devised a best-of-3 competition. His visit to paradise today was actually to entertain 2 capable guests, perfect candidates for tilting the odds in his favor. What do you want to compete in? Shindala wasn't a complete fool either. When the other proposed multiple rounds, he didn't immediately agree without consideration. Cards and medical skills, Li Xiaochen replied with a smile. Though medical expertise might give me unfair advantage over third young master here, given your temperament, I presume you wouldn't mind. Naturally, if you can prevail in both card games and combat, the medical comparison won't be necessary. Having said this, Li Xiaochen looked smugly at Chun Dalu, wearing an expression of someone holding all the winning cards. Chun Dalu glanced at Huang Guang, who gave a slight nod. Li Xiaochen was clearly here to undermine Chun Dalu, and naturally, Huang Guang would side with him. Although Huang Guang wasn't particularly skilled at card games, when it came to medical expertise, he didn't believe anyone could surpass him. Seeing Huang Guang's nod, Chun Dalu immediately brimmed with confidence and declared, "Don't worry, if I'm going to beat you, it'll be fair and square. No matter the outcome of the first 2 rounds, I'll still compete in medical skills." Chun Dalu's words sent a slight shock through Li Xiaochen, who then turned his gaze to Huang Guang. Could this seemingly ordinary guy really inspire such confidence in Chun Dalu? He wondered. Earlier, Li Xiaochen had noticed that Chun Dalu only became fully confident after Huang Guang nodded. This piqued his curiosity about Huang Guang. Likewise, Yin Jun was also curious. A sudden thought struck him. If only he had agreed to Chun Dalu's suggestion earlier to assign room 10 to Huang Guang, things might have turned out better. All right, let's get started then. Young Master Jun, would you mind opening the duel room for us? Despite his lingering doubts, the situation had reached a point of no return. An arrow already notched on the bowstring must be fired. Yin Jun nodded and led Chun Dalu, Huang Guang, and the others toward the duel room. Meanwhile, one of Li Xiaochen's bodyguards headed to room 5 to summon the 2 experts. As for the young women, they remained in the room. After all, a contest between 2 young masters was not something they were permitted to witness. The fighting room was a 100 square meter space laid out like an arena, with seating around the perimeter and a boxing ring at its center. "Wei, are you confident?" After entering the fighting room, Chun Dalu whispered into Huagua Wei's ear. He could tell the bodyguard Li Xiaochen had brought was no ordinary opponent. "I'm confident," Huagua Wei nodded as he spoke. However, both Chun Dalu and Huang Guang could see from Huagua Wei's eyes that he was preparing to fight for his life. "Bro Wei, if you want to guarantee a win against that guy, I have a method. I don't know if you'd be willing to try it," Huang Guang said earnestly. He had just assessed both men's conditions and noticed that while Huagua Wei's physical state was excellent, his opponent's was even better. Even if Huagua Wei were willing to fight with his life on the line, the odds weren't in his favor. To ensure his victory, Huang Guang considered making some adjustments to Hua's body. Of course, only with his consent, out of respect for a true warrior. If it can help me win this one fight, I'm willing to try anything, Hua Guowei nodded. Good. Later, I'll perform acupuncture on you. It'll triple your strength for half an hour, but the cost is that you won't be able to fight for half a month afterward. Think carefully, Brother Wei, Huang Guang explained. Among the 9 heavenly revival needles, there is a needle technique that can unlock the latent potential within the human body, temporarily enhancing one's abilities at the cost of a fortnight of weakness. In wartime, such a technique would be suicidal, but in this situation, it's the most fitting. No problem. Administer the needles. Hua Guowei agreed without hesitation. Chen Dalu, however, stopped Huang Guang and asked, Brother Xiaoguang, what effects will this have on Awei's health? Third young master, it's all right. This is Awei's chance to prove his worth. No matter what happens, Awei won't harbor any regrets, Hua Guowei said gratefully. For a bodyguard, having such a considerate boss is truly his good fortune. Chapter 45, The First Round. Third brother, you don't need to worry. This acupuncture technique of mine only temporarily forces out the latent toxins in Brother Wei's body. The cost is that Brother Wei will be weakened for half a month and unable to fight. It won't cause him any significant physical harm, you can rest assured, Huang Guang said earnestly. After receiving Huang Guang's assurance, Chen Dalu felt relieved and turned to Hua Guowei, saying, Awei, thank you for your efforts. It's only right, said Hua Guowei. Chen Dalu gave Huang Guang a nod, upon which Huang Guang stealthily took out a needle and inserted it into Hua Guowei's back, quickly flicking his fingers against the silver needle. With every flick of Huang Guang's fingers, Hua Guowei could feel his physical strength increasing bit by bit. A minute later, Huang Guang withdrew the now completely deformed silver needle. Ordinary silver needles still can't withstand the 9 revolutions of heaven technique. Awei, how are you? Seeing Huang Guang withdraw the needles, Chen Dalu immediately asked Hua Guowei. Hua Guowei opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions before replying calmly. Third young master, I'm fine. I've never felt this powerful before. This strength is truly formidable. I guarantee we'll win this match. Good. Chen Dalu patted Hua Guowei's shoulder approvingly. At this moment, Li Xiaoqin's bodyguard arrived with 2 other men. One was a tall, gentlemanly foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a shirt, vest, and dress pants. The other was a casually dressed, cheerful young man in a t-shirt and jeans. Third young master, let me introduce you. This gentleman here is Mr. Wallace from the United States. He'll be joining us for cards later. And this is Hua Tianfeng, grandson of the renowned Master Hua Songwei. Despite his youth, Hua Tianfeng has inherited his grandfather's exceptional medical skills. As I previously mentioned to Jun Xiao, with Hua Tianfeng's abilities, Room 10 would be more than suitable for him. Li Xiaoqin introduced them to Chen Dalu with a smile, though his words carried a clear undertone of provocation. Wallace gave Chen Dalu an elegant nod at this moment. Meanwhile, Hua Tianfeng clasped his hands in a polite salute to Chen Dalu and said with a smile, Third young master, don't listen to morning young master's wild talk. If I could learn even 30% of my grandfather's skills, that would already be remarkable. Knowing Hua Tianfeng was Hua Yuesong's grandson, Chen Dalu didn't put on any airs and replied amiably, Young Master Hua, you're too modest. Even mastering 30% of Grandmaster Hua's abilities would be enough to make your mark in this world. Though I must say, my sworn brother Huang Guang's medical skills are equally extraordinary. Perhaps later you two might exchange insights. Earlier, I did mention to Army Young Master that Room 10 could be allocated to my brother, but he objected. Since Morning Young Master has spoken and arranged for you to occupy Room 10, that's acceptable. Upon hearing Chen Dalu's words, Hua Tianfeng grew equally curious about Huang Guang, stirring a competitive spirit within him. Despite his humble words, there was natural pride in him. After all, as Hua Yuesong's grandson who had inherited his true teachings, his achievements at such a young age were rare. Now, hearing Chen Dalu praise another young man's exceptional medical skills immediately piqued his interest. All right, if everyone's ready, let's begin, Yin Jun said. As soon as Yin Jun finished speaking, the bodyguards of Hua Guowei and Li Xiaoqin stepped onto the boxing ring. My name is Hu Lang. I've heard that 10 years ago, there was a legendary figure in the military, exceptionally strong, repeatedly accomplishing missions deemed impossible for the country. But during one operation, he disobeyed orders from above. Though the mission succeeded, he was discharged and left the army. That person is you, Hua Guowei, isn't it? In my 2 years of enlistment, I've heard many stories about you and have always wanted to challenge you. But after you left the military, it was as if you vanished. No one could find you. Never expected to run into you here. Seems the heavens have been kind to me, Hu Lang said excitedly, staring at Hua Guowei standing opposite him. Has no one ever told you that you talk too much? Hua Guowei replied coolly. Ha ha ha, amusing. With a loud laugh, Hu Lang sprang into action like a vicious wolf, extending his sharp claws as he pounced toward Hua Guowei. Hu Lang moved swiftly, his right hand forming a claw aimed straight at Hua Guowei's face. If this claw landed squarely, Hua Guowei's face would likely turn into a mess of scratches. Hua Guowei watched Hu Lang's claw approach without dodging. Only when Hu Lang's right hand was about to strike his face did he suddenly lift his right leg, delivering a counterattack, a kick aimed at Hu Lang's chin with precision. Hua Guowei's kick came as a complete surprise to Hu Lang, who abandoned his attempt to claw at Hua's face and instead pressed his left palm downward, just in time to intercept the tip of Hua's foot. Thud! A tremendous force transmitted from Hua's foot to Hu's left palm, sending Hu's body flying backward uncontrollably and landing him right back where he started. The power behind this kick made Hu Lang cautious. Hua Guowei's strength had utterly exceeded his expectations. A smile curled at the corner of Hua Guowei's lips. Having gauged both his own and his opponent's strength, he began his attack. Initially, the two were nearly evenly matched, but now, with Hua Guowei's strength suddenly tripled, he completely overpowered Hu Lang, leaving him struggling to defend. However, defending couldn't last long. Hua Guowei's blows left Hu Lang's arms aching unbearably. When Hu Lang could no longer lift his arms to block, Hua Guowei landed a whip-like kick to his waist, sending him flying sideways before crashing heavily to the ground. Hu Lang struggled to rise, clutching his injured waist. That last kick had fractured several ribs. He forced a bitter smile through the pain and conceded, "You win. I'm utterly convinced. Thank you for yielding." Hua Guowei cupped his hands toward Hu Lang before stepping down from the boxing ring and approaching Chun Dalu and Huang Guan. "Third young master, I've upheld my honor. This round is mine." "Good. Take a seat and rest for a while." Chun Dalu hastily motioned for Hua Guowei to sit down. Though Hua Guowei still had some time before his weakness would set in, it was best to let him sit now to avoid drawing attention from others. Hua Guowei sat down. "Hey, morning, young master. I won the first round," Chun Dalu boasted to Li Xiaoqin. Li Xiaoqin forced a smile and said, "Don't get too cocky yet. Third young master. There are still 2 rounds left. Who'll be the ultimate winner is still anyone's guess." After speaking, Li Xiaoqin glanced at Hu Lang, who admitted with a defeated tone, "I lost, morning young master. Get some rest." Having said that, Li Xiaoqin turned away from Hu Lang, who no longer held any value to him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Hu Lang sat down and began regulating his breathing. Chapter 46. Learning to bark like a dog. "I won the first round. I wonder how you want to bet for the second one," Chun Dalu said, looking at Li Xiaoqin. Hua Guowei won this round, and Chun Dalu had practically secured victory in his grasp. As long as Huang Guang's match didn't present any surprises, Chun Dalu was certain to win. He felt quite relaxed now. "Let's keep it simple. We'll bet on dice. Each of us rolls 3 times, guessing the total numbers. Best of 3 wins. What do you say, third young masterly?" Li Xiaoqin proposed. Today, he had invited Wallace from Paradise, ranked 3rd among gambling experts in the U.S., a name blacklisted in American casinos. Li Xiaoqin had only recently been introduced to this American gambling master through an acquaintance. Initially, he had merely intended to befriend him and invite him for fun, but unexpectedly encountering Chun Dalu presented the perfect opportunity to ask for a favor, taking Chun Dalu down a peg. "No problem," Chun Dalu replied nonchalantly. Originally, Chun Dalu had already given up on this gambling round at his heart, so he didn't care what the rules were. But gambling like this seems rather dull. Maybe we should add some stakes to make it more interesting, Li Xiaoqin said with a mischievous glint in his eye. What kind of stakes? Chen Dalu frowned slightly. Let's make it so that before each round, we can place bets, whether it's money we wager or certain promises we make, Li Xiaoqin suggested with a smile. Money isn't an issue, of course. As for promises, anything goes, except calling off my engagement to your sister. Chen Dalu, wary of Li Xiaoqin setting him up, quickly added this stipulation up front. Li Xiaoqin cursed inwardly, but maintained his smile as he replied, "That's perfectly fine. Since we've agreed, let's get started." "Deal," Chen Dalu said succinctly. Seeing the two reach an agreement, Yin Jun stepped to the boxing ring's edge and pressed a button. The entire ring flipped over in an instant, transforming the space into a pocket-sized casino complete with a mahjong table and a small gaming table. Watching Yin Jun conjure up a small gambling den like a magician, Huang Guang couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement. Cutting-edge technology, Huang Guang muttered to himself. Yin Jun led the group to the gambling table, producing 2 pairs of ivory dice and dice cups. Addressing Chen Dalu and Li Xiaoqin, he said, "Third young master, morning young master, you may inspect the gambling equipment first. See if there's anything questionable about it." "No need. I still trust young Master Jun's character." Chen Dalu waved his hand dismissively. Wallace carefully inspected the 2 sets of gambling tools. The ability to land on a casino's blacklist required not just exceptional gambling skills, but more importantly, meticulousness and attentiveness, qualities essential for psychological battles against opponents. Yin Jun showed no concern, smiling as he waited for Wallace to finish his inspection. After examining them for a while, Wallace nodded, signaling that the gambling tools were free from tampering. "Young Master San, young Master Chun, we may begin now," Yin Jun addressed the two. "You go first," Chen Dalu said to Li Xiaoqin. "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony," Li Xiaoqin replied, making a gesture of invitation towards Wallace. Wallace placed the 3 dice into the dice cup and began shaking it rapidly. If there had been any gambling experts present, they would have noticed Wallace's exceptional dice-shaking technique. His method made the clattering sounds inside the cup completely erratic, a deliberate tactic to prevent anyone from discerning the numbers by sound. Wallace shook the dice cup for about 10 seconds before placing it on the table. "For this round, let's start small, 100 million. If you guess correctly, I'll give you 100 million. But if you're wrong, you'll owe me the same amount." Li Xiaoqin smirked triumphantly, fully aware that Chen Dalu had no gambling skills. He had deliberately set this trap to watch Chun step right into it. "All right, I'll take that bet." Chen Dalu had no choice but to walk right into Li Xiaoqin's obvious trap. However, he secretly resolved to win back twice what he'd lost when it came to the 3rd round, the medical skills competition. "Third young master, please guess the number then," Li Xiaoqin said smugly. Just as Chen Dalu was about to blurt out a random number, Huang Guang suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Chen Dalu looked at Huang Guang suspiciously. 3, 3, 4, Huang Guang whispered in Chen Dalu's ear. Chen Dalu glanced at Huang Guang with some surprise, yet still called out the numbers he had mentioned. 3, 3, 4. After hearing Chen Dalu's called numbers, Li Xiaoqin remained expressionless, but a sharp glint flashed in Wallace's eyes as he looked at Chen Dalu. As the one who shook the dice, Wallace naturally knew the numbers he had rolled, and those called by Chen Dalu matched exactly what he had rolled. After giving Chen Dalu a glance, Wallace slowly lifted the dice cup, revealing the numbers 3, 3, 4, just as Chen Dalu had predicted. "Hell yeah, I won!" Chen Dalu exclaimed in delight upon seeing the matching dice results inside the cup. Li Xiaoqin's expression turned rather unpleasant. He couldn't fathom how Chen Dalu, who barely knew gambling, had correctly guessed the dice points rolled by Wallace. Could that bastard's damn luck have kicked in? After turning it over in his mind, Li Xiaoqin could only attribute this first round to Chen Dalu's sheer dumb luck. Since Chen Dalu had won fair and square, Li Xiaoqin wasn't petty enough to withhold payment. He promptly transferred 100 million directly to Chen's account. After receiving the deposit notification text, Chindala happily put his arm around Huang Guang and asked softly, "Brother, how did you know the points rolled by that foreigner?" "If I said I guessed, would you believe me?" Huang Guang replied with a smile. Just moments ago, when Wallace placed the dice cup on the table, Huang Guang had tried using the golden light in his eyes to look, and had seen the dice values inside the cup as clear as day. "Of course I believe you. Then help me guess the next round too. By the way, I'll transfer this 100 million back to you later." Chindala certainly didn't believe Huang Guang had guessed, but he didn't press further. After all, everyone has their secrets, though Huang Guang seemed to have more than most. "No need for that, third brother," Huang Guang quickly replied. "Don't refuse. If it weren't for your help, I would have lost 100 million. All right, let's not say anymore, or that fellow Li Shaoqian will start getting suspicious," Chun Dalu said. Since Chun Dalu had spoken like that, Huang Guang didn't press the matter further. At this moment, Wallace had already started shaking the dice for the second round. This time, Wallace's technique was even more unusual, with the sound of dice clattering against the dice cup fading in and out, making it impossible to discern. Moreover, Wallace shook the dice for longer this time, continuing for a full half-minute before finally setting the cup down. After shaking it, Wallace nodded at Li Shaoqian. Li Shaoqian turned to Chindalu and said, "Third young master, let's make this round a bit more interesting. The loser not only has to give the winner 100 million, but also kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times. How about that?" Chapter 47, No Bet. As soon as Li Shaoqian finished speaking, Yanjun spoke up. "Young Master Chun, we're all friends here. Is there really a need to play this big?" 100 million in the first round's winnings meant nothing to Li Shaoqian and Chun Dalu, so Yanjun had remained silent earlier. But kneeling and barking like a dog involved dignity and face, something Yanjun didn't want to see either of them lose. After all, this was happening on his turf, and no matter what, he couldn't escape bearing some responsibility. "Young Master Jun, you and I are friends, but him? Absolutely not. Since he wants to play it big, I don't mind hearing a few dog barks. I'm in." With Huang Guang backing him, Chun Dalu was brimming with confidence. Third young master is indeed third young master. So generous. Hitting the jackpot once was already a stroke of luck beyond belief. Li Shaoqian simply couldn't imagine Chun Dalu getting that lucky twice. "This round, I'm betting on 3 sixes, Chun Dalu announced after receiving Huang Guang's whispered tip. After Chun Dalu called out the numbers, Li Shaoqian couldn't help but smile. Now he was absolutely certain Chun was just guessing randomly, because only someone blindly guessing would say 3 sixes. However, Wallace's face darkened noticeably. He stared intently at Huang Guang as if trying to see through him. Wallace had clearly noticed it was only after Huang Guang whispered to Chun Dalu that Chun called out the numbers. "Hurry up and open it already," Chun Dalu repeatedly urged when Wallace didn't lift the dice cup. He too wanted to know whether there were indeed 3 sixes inside. At this moment, Li Shaoqian also noticed Wallace's troubled expression and felt a pang of alarm. Could it be that Chun Dalu had guessed correctly again? Wallace lifted the dice cup at that moment, confirming Li Shaoqian's suspicion. Li Shaoqian's face instantly turned extremely grim. With this loss, not only did he owe Chun Dalu 100 million, but he also had to kneel before him and bark like a dog. He couldn't help but glance at Wallace, secretly wondering if this man was a fake, perhaps an undercover planted by Chun Dalu. "Ha ha, I've won again," Chun Dalu gloated, looking at Li Shaoqian with a smug expression. "I've never heard anyone bark like a dog before. Hurry up and let me see it." "Third young master, since you'll soon become family, why go this far? Let's just forget about the dog barking thing," Yanjun interjected, seeing Li Shaoqian's dilemma and trying to mediate. "Well, since it's you, military young master, I'll let the dog barking part slide. But he has to admit that what he said earlier was complete nonsense," Chun Dalu said. Li Shaoqian would eventually become his brother-in-law, so Chun Dalu didn't want to completely humiliate him, but he also couldn't let him off too easily. Seeing Chun Dalu's concession, Yanjun felt a bit relieved and immediately gave Li Shaoqian an out. "Young Master Chun, third young master is being lenient. You don't really want to bark like a dog, do you? Just do as he says." After some thought, Li Shaoqian realized admitting his words were nonsense was far better than kneeling and barking like a dog. So, standing before Chun Dalu, he said, "Sorry, what I said earlier was complete nonsense." "Well, the boy is teachable." Chun Dalu nodded smugly. Li Xiaoqin couldn't be bothered to watch Chun Dalu showing off. He leaned toward Wallace and asked, "Mr. Wallace, I thought you were an expert at gambling. How could that guy guess right twice in a row? You know he's a complete amateur at this." "Young Master Chun, he didn't win by luck. He knew the numbers I rolled." Wallace withdrew his gaze from Huang Guang and spoke softly. "Knew? How is that possible? Does he have x-ray vision or something?" Li Xiaoqin refused to believe Chun Dalu could be that impressive. "It's impossible to have x-ray vision, but when someone's gambling skills surpass mine, they can predict the numbers I roll," said Wallace. "But from what I know, he's just an amateur." Li Xiaoqin shook his head. "I'm not talking about him. I mean that young man beside him. Every time I finish shaking the dice, he whispers something in his ear, most likely telling him the numbers," Wallace said seriously. Li Xiaoqin shifted his gaze toward Huang Guang. Huang Guang noticed Li Xiaoqin looking at him and responded with a faint smile. Having won 2 rounds himself, it was only natural to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. "So what do we do now? Can you beat him?" Li Xiaoqin asked softly. "No, I can only try my best." Wallace was visibly shaken as Huang Guang correctly guessed 2 more rounds. Rounds where he had pulled out all his stops yet still failed to deceive him. It dealt quite a blow to his confidence. "Still, young Chun, perhaps you shouldn't wager so much against him." Li Xiaoqin didn't speak, merely nodding in response. Just moments ago, he'd almost been reduced to kneeling and barking like a dog. Naturally, he wouldn't act recklessly again. Wallace continued shaking the dice cup unabated. This time, Wallace didn't shake for long. After just 5 seconds, he slammed the dice cup heavily onto the table. The sound perfectly masked the noise of the dice rattling against the dice cup. "Your turn." Wallace watched as Huang Guang articulated the word "please" with perfect enunciation. "Hold on, let's see what bets are making first." Huang Guang glanced at Chun Dalu. "Yeah, morning, young master. Place your bet." Chun Dalu's expression was truly infuriating. It made you want to punch him right in the face. "I'll sit this round out. You still have 3 chances left, and I can always place my bet later." This time, Li Xiaoqin lacked confidence. Knowing he would lose for sure, Li Xiaoqin didn't want to hand Chun Dalu a generous gift either. Seeing Li Xiaoqin had stopped placing bets, Huang Guang smiled slightly and turned to Wallace, asking, "Would you like me to call out the points for 1 die or all 3 dice?" Wallace was stunned for a brief moment before answering. Of course, 3 dice. When Huang Guang mentioned whether it was 1 die or 3 dice, Wallace's heart skipped a beat. Yet he still wanted to test it out to see if Huang Guang truly knew. "All right, listen up. You used a special hand this time to stack all 3 dice together. The top die shows 1 pip, the middle one 3, and the bottom die 5. Huang Guang revealed the numbers he'd seen. After Huang Guang finished speaking, everyone present turned their gaze to Wallace, waiting for him to lift the dice cup. Wallace looked at Huang Guang without a word, slowly lifting the dice cup. When the dice cup was lifted, the dice inside indeed stacked up just as Huang Guang had said, with the uppermost die showing the single red pip. At the sight of this, everyone present couldn't help but let out an exclamation, staring at Huang Guang in astonishment. Huang Guang smiled without speaking, simply watching Wallace as he continued to reveal the answer. Wallace slowly removed the topmost dice and set it aside. The upward-facing side of the second dice indeed showed 3 dots. When he lifted the second dice away, the revealed number was exactly 5 dots. 1, 3, 5, precisely the numbers Huang Guang had predicted earlier. Chapter 48, the 3rd round. After Wallace revealed the dice points, Li Xiaoqin and the others immediately changed their opinion of Huang Guang. Initially, they had thought Huang Guang was just an ordinary person who had luckily befriended Chun Dalu. But now, it seemed there was truly something extraordinary about this seemingly ordinary man. "I lost," Wallace said after a brief pause, looking at Huang Guang solemnly. "I still have 3 more chances to roll the dice. Maybe we'll end up in a tie," Huang Guang replied with a smile. To be honest, Huang Guang could see through the dice points inside the cup, but he had absolutely no skill in shaking them. Moreover, Huang Guang was certain that Wallace wouldn't just passively roll the dice. He probably had sharp ears for listening to the dice. So, Huang Guang had little confidence in his own rolling ability. "Then let's hope God blesses us," Wallace said, making the sign of the cross over his chest. All right, enough chatter. Let's begin, Li Xiaoqin said impatiently. Having lost 3 rounds to Chun Dalu, Li Xiaoqin was itching to regain his pride. Huang Guang picked up the dice cup, placed the dice inside, and began shaking it vigorously. As Huang Guang shook the dice, he noticed Wallace's ears twitching slightly. Holy crap! There really are people who can hear dice rolls. This is trouble. Might even end in a draw. Wait, what if I silence the dice? Huang Guang thought to himself. At this realization, an idea struck him. His fingers holding the dice cup lightly tapped its surface, employing techniques reminiscent of acupuncture. A subtle force transmitted into the cup, controlling the dice that would normally clatter against its sides during shaking. For a brief moment, the sound of dice rattling against the cup vanished. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Guang placed the dice cup onto the table. As Huang Guang set the cup down, Wallace's face showed clear astonishment. Earlier, he had been able to discern the dice numbers from the varying intensity of their collisions against the cup. But in those final moments, their clattering ceased abruptly, leaving Wallace completely unable to hear their final positions. Your turn. Huang Guang smiled and said something to Wallace. Young Chun, this is your chance to win it all back. No matter how big your bet is, I'll cover it. Seeing Huang Guang's confidence, Chun Dalu knew victory was assured and smirked at Li Xiaoqin. Li Xiaoqin frowned slightly, glanced at Wallace, who gave a subtle shake of his head, signaling his uncertainty and advising against placing the bet. What's going on? Could the young man beside Chun Dalu be even better at gambling than Wallace? But didn't Chun Dalu say earlier that he's highly skilled in medicine? Unless he's just bluffing. But if I guess wrong this round, I'm definitely going to lose, and lose face too. Damn it, what rotten luck. Thinking this, Li Xiaoqin shot Huang Guang a fierce glare. Li Xiaoqin, what are you staring at? Can't stand to lose? Let me make this clear. This is between you and me. If you drag my brother into this, don't blame me for not holding back. Seeing Li Xiaoqin directing a threatening look at Huang Guang, Chun Dalu instantly turned cold and issued a warning. It's not over yet. Who wins or loses remains to be seen. Mr. Wallace, take your guess at the points. Li Xiaoqin averted his gaze from Huang Guang and spoke with a frosty tone. Since there's a high chance of losing this round, it's better to know the outcome sooner rather than later. Sir, you're truly remarkable, especially that technique of making the dice collision sounds disappear at the end. I couldn't figure out how you did it. Moreover, I didn't catch the final numbers, so I had to take a wild guess. 335. Wallace stated the numbers he heard before the collision. Sounds vanished. Huang Guang lifted the dice cup and said impassively, "It seems luck isn't on your side this time." The dice inside the cup showed 3 sixes, the same result Wallace had rolled in his second round. I lost. May I know your name? Wallace had already known his defeat in his heart. Seeing the dice numbers in the cup, he showed no particular emotion, but instead asked Huang Guang's name with respect. My name is Huang Guang. Huang Guang had a favorable impression of Wallace and straightforwardly gave his name. Mr. Huang, there will be a gambling event on the Goddess in half a month. If you're interested, you could join us for a game, Wallace said respectfully. As an American, he held genuine admiration for true masters. All right, I'll check it out if I have time. Huang Guang nodded in agreement. When Wallace mentioned the Goddess, Huang Guang couldn't help but recall scenes from the Hong Kong movie God of Gamblers. The protagonist's slick back hair, sharp suit, and jade ring, all vivid memories from back in the day. There was a time when Huang Guang had fantasized about playing the role of the God of Gamblers on a luxury cruise ship. Now that the opportunity had arisen, he was eager to experience it for himself. I hope to see you then, Mr. Huang, Wallace said to Huang Guang before turning to Li Xiaoqin. Young Master Chun, losing to Mr. Huang was a fair and square defeat for me, but I do feel guilty for not securing a win for you, and I'm too ashamed to stay here any longer. I owe you one, and I'll find a way to repay this debt someday. With that, Wallace left. His sudden departure left an awkward silence in the room. After a long silence, Li Xiaoqin finally spoke up. Chun Dalu, you got lucky this time with someone backing you. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. With that, Li Xiaoqin prepared to leave the premises. The two had previously agreed that the loser would leave paradise and though Li Xiaoqian was fuming inside, he had no intention of breaking his word. Next time, you'll have to call me brother-in-law, Chun Dalu gloated. Oomph. Li Xiaoqian glared at Chen Dalu and snorted without saying a word. Hey, don't leave yet. Our competition isn't over, Chun Dalu called out as he saw Li Xiaoqian preparing to leave. You've already won. What's the point of continuing? Li Xiaoqian looked at Chen Dalu. Chen Dalu's words reminded him that Hua Tianfeng was still present. If he left now, it would mean abandoning Hua Tianfeng here alone, which would undoubtedly offend him. With this in mind, Li Xiaoqian finally responded to Chen Dalu. We agreed earlier that no matter the outcome of the first 2 rounds, the third round, medicine, must be contested. Otherwise, someone might think my brother isn't qualified to hold the 10th room. Of course, this round is also to show you all his medical skills, not to demand the 10th room from anyone. Because I believe it won't be long before someone comes crawling over here on their own. Chen Dalu spoke with unshakable confidence.